All right, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Let me pull up my camera because I'm coming to you live today from penthouse number 3. You're going to enjoy this, I think, if I can figure out how to take down the there we go. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm coming to you live from Johnny Depp's penthouse number 3. I think it's number 3. It could be 2, could be 5, could be 4. Who knows? There are a lot of penthouses in real estate in the Johnny Depp lifestyle. So I found this picture of the inside of one of the penthouses on a video that I'm actually going to show you because it's really interesting. It shows, I had no idea that Johnny Depp had so much property. Did you know he bought a village in France? A whole village. Good morning, everyone. Pamela says, hope you got some sleep. Nope, didn't. Not at all. Laying in bed awake till 3 a.m. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know why the live streaming is causing this. But I guess it's the adrenaline. I mean, this is the kind of thing that I live for. I do love court drama. It's one of my favorites. I mean, I was like this during the Rittenhouse trial. You know, this is just my thing. It's kind of like my Super Bowl. But unfortunately, this trial is dragged out for weeks and weeks and weeks. And then did you know we're going to have a 10-day, there's going to be 10 days of nothing until, because the judge is going somewhere, like on vacation or something. So after Amber Heard testifies, and I don't think we're going to get to cross until after the 10 days. So she's going to get to lay out all her sad tales for 2 weeks, probably. They're probably going to go through this week. And is it next week that they go on the break? I'll have to look it up when we're on a break. But the cross isn't coming for a long time. So, you know, calm down, everyone. I think Amber Heard is going to be on the stand today. I'm Megan Fox, by the way. I forgot to introduce myself. In fact, where's my logo? Where did it go? It's not on the screen. I got to put it back up. There it is. Maybe you can see that one better. All right. So I'm Megan Fox. I write with pjmedia.com. I am a journalist, and I have been writing and writing about this case, covering this case for pjmedia.com. Um, I have been watching this for a long time, for many years. Um, and now it's finally coming to a head. So I know, Pamela. Yeah, we're going to have 10 days of absolute nothing while the judge is on vacation. And then when she comes back, we're going to have the cross for Amber Heard. But I don't know when that starts. So I will look that up in a minute. Um, all right, let's see. Brittany says, today is going to be great. I do not think yesterday was a good day for Amber Heard. Her basically was going off Hearsay, the doctor. She said everything against what any evidence that was already proven. Will be interesting to see her act one scene on the stand today. I agree with you. I don't think those are the wrong glasses. Where are the right ones? I swear, getting old is hell. I don't think that was a great testimony either, and I think the cross is going to be very interesting. It starts at 10 a.m. This judge is always on time. You can always count on this judge to be starting at 10 a.m. and ending at 4:50. She calls it every day at 10 to 5. There must be some yoga class she has to get to exactly at 5:30 or something. Thank you. I woke up with my hair kind of crazy today. I didn't put any products in it. I just because I've been so tired. This is just how it dried, and then I slept on it, and then I sprayed a little sea salt spray into it, which usually makes it look pretty good. But the wavy hair thing, yeah, it's always a process. The time difference for those of you in the UK, it is 9:37 a.m. here in New York and in Virginia as well. So the trial will be starting soon. I can't wait for Cross. I hope they take the doctor's notes. Yeah, we're going to find out some very interesting things. What happened with the note scenario yesterday? Um, you'll have to forgive me. I'm still recovering from the flu, so I'm coughing occasionally. Um, the notes. The doctor did not hand over her notes to the plaintiff. I guess it wasn't in their discovery, and so they were given them yesterday. That should be pretty interesting. Lori wants to know what sea salt spray, use in my hair. You know what? I can't remember. It's in a blue bottle. You can buy it at Walgreens. I'll look at it next time I take a potty break. Okay. If you're just tuning in, those of you just tuning in, please like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to visit the merch store if you want to support the channel. Super chats on YouTube are open, and I will read every single one of them that you send. The merch store is so much fun right now. I've got new Johnny merch in there. It says, isn't happy hour anytime? There are stickers, there are mega-pints, there are beer glasses, there are t-shirts in all different colors. And that's not the only thing I have in the merch store. Some of you may have been watching my coverage of the Sex and the City reboot and Just Like That, which was so awful. And I have some merch in there for that too. It says, I survived and Just Like That with YouTube group therapy, wine cooler. And I have other stuff in there too. Go check it out. The link to the merch store is in the description, so please support it. Yes, Amber will take the stand, I believe today, but it's probably not going to be till very late this afternoon if I had to guess. But we will be here. My sister Stephanie Kimbrell, who is an attorney at law, she will probably be joining us later today as well. And I have a couple other guests who might be dropping by. Sean Kohlmeyer, I think, attorney from Seattle, will be dropping in at some point as well. And I have a special surprise for you today. I have a friend who is a YouTube creator who is so awesome. And hopefully she'll be dropping in at some point today too. But I want to play for you her new parody song. Oh shoot, got to share this properly. I want to play for you. Have you guys heard of Parody Whitney? She is so hilarious. She did a bunch of parody songs for And Just Like That and she does for other TV shows as well. And I'm going to play her new music video for you called Crazy Eyes. Are you ready? Because this is going to be fantastic. Hold on, let me pull it up. And let's get the screen bigger. All right, here we go. Enjoy, guys. Parody Whitney. Please like and subscribe to her on YouTube. She is in the description.
Nail polish on tissue and left a grumpy ogre on his side. I look at you and I agonize. Though you deny that you were any the bride with those crazy eyes. One look at you and I can't deny you got crazy eyes. Now the world is watching you get caught in your lies. Even on an island still you spit into people's faces, you say babies for fly. Where can I hide when you start to terrorize with those crazy eyes? One look at you and I can't deny you've got crazy eyes. Now the world is watching you caught in your lies. Crazy eyes. Always looking for a fight. You've got crazy eyes. Good luck in prison, you should be locked up the right time. It's a reality. Your recording scared the hell out of me. Crazy eyes. Oh, look at he comes up. Crazy eyes. Oh, run for your life. It's so crazy eyes. Dear God, those crazy eyes.
Whitney is the best, you guys. If you are not subscribed to Whitney's YouTube channel, you've got to do it. I have linked her in the description. Please go and hit that subscribe button for Whitney. Parody Whitney on YouTube. She is amazing. She's so talented. She writes all of this stuff. And I find her hilarious, and please do go and support her channel. I hope that she will join us here today. She has the link, so if she has time to come by, we might be able to talk to her about that. Trial starts at 10. As always, it's always the same time, everybody. Everybody asks me this question 8 million times every day. It starts at 10 a.m., so don't panic. We will bring you the trial when it is live. Okay, so I did not get to all of my document yesterday with the memes and stuff, so let's continue to go through the best of what I found on Twitter. Hold on. Let's go to what I found on Twitter, because there are some great things. Hold on. All right, let's go up here. Where did we leave off? We were way up here. Hold on. I think we were right here. All right. So here's a good one. You can't defeat me. I know, but he can. And it's Rottenborn. That's good. This one says, I donated nothing. She was quoted on this interview as saying, I wanted nothing. You know, when she lied and said she gave all $7 million to charity. Yeah, she didn't. Somebody put a sticker of Amber's head on this pooping dog sign. Oh God. All right. I thought this was an interesting face. I just thought it was funny. Oh, and I love this. This is Rottenborn. Did I read that right? Better not call Rottenborn. I love that. First thing that came to mind when I saw Amber Heard's hair today, the braids. Somebody said Johnny. Johnny should start coming. Oh, I need to make that bigger. Why is it not bigger? I'm sorry. Somebody said that Johnny should come into court with braids, just like Amber's. If you're just getting here, like and subscribe. Court starts at 10. I will bring you the live stream. We're going to watch it together. I have lots of guests coming, including my sister, Stephanie Kimbrell, who's an attorney at law, possibly another attorney from Seattle, Sean Kohlmeyer. Parody Whitney might be dropping by, and I've invited some other guests. We'll see if they have time. I'm Megan Fox with pjmedia.com. Please find me there. And, you know, if you can go in the description and find links to the articles I'm going to be discussing today. And I'm coming to you from Penthouse 5, by the way. If you wanted to get a look into Johnny's penthouse, here it is. While we are waiting for court to start, I'm going over some of the best of what I found on Twitter. So here's one that says, Amber showed up today dressed like an evil Puritan from the Target 2021 fashion collection. You know, I have noticed that the fashion at Target is really strange with the prairie sleeves and it's very odd, but I thought that was funny. That made me laugh. Amber Heard went to the School of Sims Acting. Look, this is the face, you guys. It's the face. It's the face I've been making. Check the scroll. Okay, guys, please stop asking what time they will start. It is scrolling across. It's literally scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Can you please just read the screen? Stop asking. Wow, we have somebody here from the Philippines. Incredible. Guys, I see that we're gearing up for the numbers today because Amber Heard is going to be taking the stand, and I will be bringing that to you live right here. Please like, share, and subscribe. Let's get this going. And don't forget to visit the merch store because I've got plenty of mega-pint merchandise and Justice for Johnny stuff in there. I know that I'm supposed to be unbiased in this, but everybody has an opinion. And my opinion is that this woman is lying. And she's a demonstrated liar. And so I can't even. What we're going to see first is Dr. Hughes, who is the paid forensic psychologist, who is going to be coming in. She's going to be cross-examined by Johnny Depp's lawyers. I love this post that someone made. It says, this, ladies and gentlemen, is the man that Amber Heard called fat, old, and unwanted. Hate is a dangerous thing, kids. Apparently, it can make you go blind. By the way, she called him those things right before he took the Dior ads. And so this is what he looked like at that point. And this woman is calling him fat, ugly, and old. Holy crap. Let the simping for Johnny begin. Let the simping begin in the comments section. I will be highlighting your simping for Johnny comments all day long because it makes me laugh. So if you guys are ready to simp for Johnny, please go ahead and get that started. Quinn says, I can't wait for the cross of the psychologist. Kay is betting that Amber Heard's hair is going to be down today. Yeah, she may be trying to look like Dr. Curry looked yesterday. Remember that? Remember Dr. Curry's hair? Let me refresh your memory. Dr. Curry was in the courtroom and she looked like this. Do we think that Amber is going to have this hairstyle today, possibly with the glasses? Because she likes to imitate people. So we'll see. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to my best of Twitter stuff. Let's see what else I have in here because I have a lot of good stuff. What time is it? I got my eye on the clock. Actually, while we're looking at this lovely picture, why don't I go and check and make sure that, let me see where the court stream is. Hang on one second. They make it tough to find the court live stream for some reason. All right, you guys can talk amongst yourselves while I find the live stream. They might be meandering around in court right now. All right, let's see. WGN appears to be up. Okay, yeah, we'll watch WGN for a while. I'm going to keep an eye on this. Looks like Johnny and Amber have not made it into the courtroom yet, so we'll go over a few more of these posts. If people would actually listen to one or two of I'm calling her Ambers now, 4+ hour abusive, degrading tirades, they'd likely see Johnny Depp's texts to friends as fairly restrained and wonder how he survived. You know, this was a really good point. I have made this, that when I read his text messages, I see somebody who's just at the end of his rope. Like, the name calling and stuff does not bother me. And like the Monty Python jokes about burning witches does not bother me. And I'm surprised that, and I don't think anybody's seeing it in a way that looks negative for Johnny. I mean, the way we've heard her treat him on recording has been absolutely outrageous. Lori Holden says, so Lori Holden, who was in Walking Dead, she posted, I guess in 2016, she defended Johnny Depp on Twitter, and then she posted the other day, glad I did, would do it again in a heartbeat, just happy that 6 years later, the world is finally catching up. So it's interesting that some stars, but very few, did stand up for Johnny, and Lori Holden was one of them. So I thought I'd bring that to your attention. Okay, so I have a bunch of videos too to play, but I think right now what we're going to do is go over to the courtroom because I know you guys like to see them come in, so we don't want to miss that. So let me share that so we have it up on the screen. And then we'll get to the other stuff during the breaks. All right. Here we go. All right, right now there's no sound yet. 7 minutes, they're saying it's going to be starting in 7 minutes. All right, for those of you just getting in here, there's 862 of you, which is terrific. Please like, share, and subscribe. The court will be starting in 7 minutes. And Amber Heard is scheduled to take the stand today. I will be here with you all day. We're going to watch together, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I have fun things planned, guests coming to the stream. I write with pjmedia.com. Please do check out PJ Media. I write there, and in fact have written several articles about this trial. I'm covering it in detail because I'm watching every single minute. And if you want to sign up for PJ Media's VIP subscription service, which gets you a subscription to my podcast every single week, and also exclusive columns and live chats, use my promo code FOX for a discount. Going back over to the chat now to see what you guys are talking about. Anita, you said you're going to miss the first hour. Well, don't worry. You can come back and rewind and watch again. And let's see, what else? Do you guys have any questions? Let's see. I saw, Joanne says, I saw that Doc Hughes on WebMD got hit with bad reviews yesterday with a rating of 1. They pulled all the ratings. I can't wait to see her attitude today on Cross. You know, one of the things about Dr. Hughes is that her attitude, she had a terrible attitude. Okay, here comes Johnny. I wish they would make the screen bigger. Johnny's coming into the courtroom. Can't really see that very well, but they're getting started, getting ready to go. And Dr. Hughes did have a very strange attitude on the stand yesterday. She didn't seem to have a whole lot of respect for the process. She was making faces at the jury. It just seemed odd and unprofessional. Now, I have a pretty bad view of of hired experts for courts, especially in the psychology area. I think, why are we doing that at all? Why are we putting paid psychological experts up to win your case? Just use the evidence at hand. I personally just think that this must be Amber coming. I wish they had the volume on so we could hear, because usually people are screaming things like, "Did you poop the bed?" Let's see if there's any sound. No sound still, just music. And here she comes. Let's see how her hair is today. Oh, that's Johnny. They're just replaying Johnny. Okay. All right. So I have a pretty poor opinion of paid psychological experts. I liked Dr. Curry better than I liked Dr. Hughes. I thought she was more professional. Dr. Hughes told a dramatic testimony that sounded like something out of a scary Harlequin, like a romance gone wrong Harlequin novel. And she told her tale. She told this tale as if she was a witness, and she wasn't a witness. She wasn't there at all. She just heard what Amber told her, which is just not, it's not credible testimony. But I'll tell you why they did it. I'm a member of the media, and I can tell you why Amber's PR team loved everything that happened yesterday. And let me show you something real quick. Oh, is that her? Who is that? I can't tell. If that was her, they were covering her up so you couldn't see her. Amber's PR team loved what happened yesterday because they had that woman making statements that sounded like she was an eyewitness. Johnny did this. Johnny did that. Johnny kicked her in the back. Johnny did this, which is really outrageous because all the media outlets who are in bed with the Me Too movement and Amber Heard took those statements and turned them into headlines, one of which said, doctor confirms, or psychologist confirms, that Johnny Depp kicked Amber in the back. No, she didn't confirm it. She just repeated the story. She wasn't on the plane. She wasn't there. So it's not confirmation. And I wrote an article about this. I'm going to drop it in the chat for you guys if you want to see all the evidence that I found about this, because there was quite a bit of it. As far as looking at the media malfeasance and how her PR team is spinning this. Now, you know that she fired her PR team last Friday, and she did that because because the New York Post reported that she was unhappy with all the bad headlines. So now, after yesterday's testimony, they got lots of good headlines for Amber Heard. And it doesn't matter that they were all fake news. It doesn't matter that the headlines were inaccurate. All that matters, and they know that people don't click on the article. They know they're not going to read it. So for instance, the one that says, you guys have to understand that paid experts can use hearsay testimony. They're the only ones who can. I don't know why they make these rules, but they're allowed to say, because they were hired to do a forensic psychological evaluation of the litigant, and they're allowed to say what that person said to them. But yeah, the cross is going to be an absolute murder. It's going to be a murder. The cross-examination is going to be fantastic. I hate this stream. Why do they have it so small? Why can't we just have a full... I'm going to see if somebody else has this up. Johnny Depp live. All right. Are they starting yet? Like, what is happening? They should be starting. It looks like Law and Crime has a better stream. So I'm going over to Law and Crime. No, that's day 9. That's not the right day. Hold on, please. Stand by. They make this so difficult, I swear to God. Why? Why do they make this so difficult? Now it looks like WGN is the only one that I'm able to find right now. So we'll just give it the 24 seconds and see what happens. They better turn their volume on though. So I'm going to let the music play because I want to hear it when they turn the microphones on. What's up, Mega-Pint fam? Says Bill. Hey, Bill, good morning. Glad to see you here. Glad that you're all here. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe and support the merch store. You can find the link in the description. So the media took the statements that were all hearsay statements from Amber Heard with no corroborating evidence. No doctors saw any marks on her. No police officers saw any marks on her. Nobody saw anything on her. All right, is there hair?
All rise.
Oh, that's loud.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Penny Escalante presiding.
Wow, that is so loud.
All right, good morning. All right, if I get a counsel approach for a moment, please.
Wow. Yeah, I agree with you, Emily. It's absurd how hard it is to find the live coverage. And I hate that WGN puts music when they turn the microphones off. So I'm going to look for another one. And then I'll probably switch. So just give me a minute here and I'll do that. I don't like the music. The music is dumb. And I also think that their stream is so loud. Let's see. Law and Crime Network has it. Let's see if theirs is any better. Yeah, theirs is quiet. So we're going to switch to that one. Hang on one second. I'm switching to Law and Crime. And for you guys, I know sometimes you guys complain about blurriness, but on my end, and I'm watching the live stream on YouTube through my Wi-Fi, it's crystal clear. So if you're having a blurriness issue, I think it's your Wi-Fi. Her hair is it done like a bob? Okay, so her hair is pinned up underneath to make it look short. This is an interesting style. I don't know what I think about this. That's a really tough hairdo to pull off because it will start falling down at some point. You can't keep those pins up in there. It does look like she has a bag hanging off her head. I don't think this is a great hairstyle. Yeah, Amber is not going to be up on the stand right away. We're going to have to get through the cross-examination and the redirect of Dr. Hughes. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share this stream. The room that I am projecting in front of, I'm in front of a green screen. This is Johnny Depp's penthouse number 5, I do believe. That's so you can see there's a framed photo of him in the background. This is Johnny Depp's penthouse number 5, which we've heard a lot about during this trial, haven't we? So yeah, Amber's not going to be on the stand for quite a while, probably late this afternoon. And let's see, what are you guys saying? I'm gonna go over to there. I'm going to the chat. It's a hairstyle that covers half of her face. Is that going to be that's the side facing the judge though? I don't think that's the side when she turns around. The side that's not covered is going to be towards the jury. That was probably intentional. Not really similar. It's not really similar to Dr. Curry's. Dr. Curry had it all the way down. It is kind of similar though to Dr. Curry's first hairstyle. I think that she's starting to look worse as this trial goes on. I mean, she's getting more and more haggard looking as the trial goes on. And in the opposite, Johnny is getting better and better looking as it goes on. He looks happier. He just looks happier, I think. I think it's probably been a great weight lifted off of him, and he's finally been able to tell his story in public. Now, keep in mind that we found out through media reports that Johnny's team fought very hard to have this trial live streamed. And they won. And Amber's team fought very hard to have it closed to the public. And I think that that speaks volumes about which side wants you to hear this and why. I think if you're telling the truth, you want the public to hear it. Johnny has been silenced for 6 years now. The UK trial was closed. The only thing that came out of that trial was written by press. And we all know we can't trust the press. We cannot trust what they're saying. So, you know, it's a sad thing, but the fact that he's been able to just go to the public directly with this, that's really all that matters. Defamation is very hard to win. He still may not win this case. I know a lot of you think that it's going really well, and it is going well for him, but defamation is hard to prove. It's a high burden of proof. I mean, it's not that high. It's preponderance of evidence, so that means it's 51% more likely to have happened than not, is the standard in this case. And it's all going to come down to the jury and what they believe. If he doesn't win his $50 million lawsuit, which I don't know how she could possibly pay, because she's not worth that much. I read she was worth $8 million. I don't think this was about the money, though. I think it was about Johnny getting his reputation back. And I think he's done that already. And I don't think that it's going to go the opposite direction. Now, I want to suspend my bias. I'm trying, and I want to hear her story and see what I think about it truly, but I'm not sure if I can do that. I'm trying, though. I'm trying. Could she change my mind? Could she change your mind? That's a question I should be asking you. What could she say today that would change your mind? Do you have an answer? Does anybody have an answer for that? So far, I don't think I've had any Amber stands in the comments. Stephanie, yay! My sister Stephanie is joining us. Hello, Stephanie.
Hey, I'm driving again.
All right, Stephanie Kimbrell, attorney at law. What are your thoughts going into the cross-examination of Dr. Hughes today?
Oh, it should be good. I think they're going to attack her on a number of points. Namely, she sounded so biased and one-sided. They're obviously going to get into how much she's getting paid. And
all right, here we go. The judge is coming. Here we go.
If you lose me, it's because I'm driving.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is going to be a bloodbath. All the note checking, all the faces at the jury, all the unprofessionalism, all the wild claims. I imagine they're going to ask her questions like, "Were you there?
Yeah.
Did you witness Did you witness these extreme acts of violence?"
Or what about did you? Oh, what'd she say?
The jury's coming in. It's okay. You can talk.
What about did you talk to Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
Did you? I don't know. I just find it so weird how she presented that testimony as if it was the gospel truth.
Yeah, well, it allowed the media. It allowed the media to take those sound clips, turn them into headlines that looked like he did it, and that's what they wanted.
Right. But so strange. And then for her to get so emotional about it also as a witness was so weird. That's not how expert witnesses present.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have a whole lot of material to go after her on and to kind of negate her testimony. Of course, one of the things that I've kind of been feeling, though, is how do you... You're breaking up. I didn't catch that. What did you say?
Nothing. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I think that because the testimonies of the warring psychologists completely cancel each other out, if I were the judge, I would just throw them both out and say, can we move forward with the eyewitness testimony? So strike all of it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, here we go.
Right.
I hope
come back to the stand for me, please.
The volume sucks. And of course, the volume on WGN was way loud. We may have to go back to WGN if this volume is going to stay like this.
I can't hear anything. Are they talking?
Good morning. Cross-examination.
Oh no, this is way too low. I've got to find another one.
Yeah, I can't hear.
Testified yesterday that you have to give
Hang tight, guys.
careful attention to gendered stereotypes.
That is correct.
When you're talking about intimate partner violence, you have to.
All right, hold on. Don't panic. Don't panic. It's coming. I'm going to share the one that has better volume because the volume was terrible. Here we go. Ah, this is so frustrating. I wish they would get these live streams figured out. Here we go.
Gendered stereotypes, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, and then you testified at length where you referenced both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of
Yep, you used
partner violence
female.
yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
Sure enough, did.
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence. That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
You, in fact, said women gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said. Woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing
Just
this
strike.
case where I found Ms. Heard to be the
responsive. He
victim of
didn't ask
intimate partner
why.
violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get
He
into
didn't
the
ask why.
relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my
Objection.
evaluation
Move
in
to
this
strike.
matter. Of course,
He can't
men
object to
can
his own
be
question,
perpetrators
Stephanie.
and victims
He
of
can
intimate
object
partner
to her
violence. That's
answer
well
and move to
established in the
strike. It's not
research, and that's
responsive.
well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as
Oh,
to the results of my
you don't?
evaluation.
Oh,
I
yes, she
frequently
did.
treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult.
What about by
I see
their
them
wife?
in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So
So I
I
didn't
treat
ask
and
you about
evaluate
treatment.
men
I-
all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking you about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
Nice.
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I
Good
testified
one.
in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right, why don't we take a look at that?
Sure.
Yeah, get out the page and the line.
He's getting out the deposition.
That's how you do it.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Check your notes, doctor. Check your notes.
All right. Transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77. Let's look at
Yeah, Brittany, Stephanie is
Let's-
right. He can't
page
object if she doesn't answer the
71A.
question properly. I wasn't
so
thinking.
You can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction.
Well, that wasn't his
You
question.
don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV
In an
matter.
IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where
Where
the
a man was the abuser.
the victim of another man. I
Okay.
routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another
Again,
female, and the male can be the
move to
perpetrator
strike,
or a
not
victim of his
responsive.
partner.
Instruct the witness
So-
to answer the question.
Let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in an IPV against another male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the
What-
victims.
Why
But-
is she
but I
talking
asked
about
testimony,
same sex?
And I limited
Oh my
the
gosh.
question to
Ask her,
testimony.
have you ever
And the only
testified on
testimony
behalf
that
of
you
a man
remember
who
is
was
the
abused
two-
by
is
a
the
woman?
Same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex
Oh, he
couples, I
just
believe,
did.
that I
He just
That
testified
you
in.
testified in court at trial.
I believe
I
so,
see.
yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay.
But you didn't say it in your
You're a
deposition.
professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No?
Yes, it
You
is.
make
You're a
hundreds
so-called.
of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court, I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations
Which are
of
presented in
individuals
court.
who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income.
Nope.
I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of
Again,
thousands
move
of
to
dollars a
strike.
year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of
How
income
much
that I
did you
generate
make
from my
Yeah,
forensic
testifying
practice.
in
I
court?
testify perhaps
last
maybe
year.
once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
Preparation
No?
for litigation. Ask.
That's not a
the
big part of
question.
your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my
Oh my
practice.
gosh,
All
the
the other
process
time
is
is
way
doing the
more than
work for
testifying in
cases
court.
and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
In preparation for litigation, correct?
How much did you make last year in related to court cases at all?
What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So that would mean it's not half and half.
So
It's something less
what
than 50%.
portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practice is successful enough that you maintain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work that you're able to perform unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct, and I also do pro bono work as well.
There. In fact, you actually instruct others on the use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom and how to, for advocates and people who could not have this level of training or experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence. Yes.
All right. Can we pull up PX 1241?
Or trainings.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it looks like the front page of a PowerPoint presentation
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
by myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in the area of domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
Okay. And who did you give this presentation to?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their partners in self-defense, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment, are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really know how to come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 1241 in evidence. Do you want it published or?
Yes, let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242?
Johnny's in purple today. Here comes the simping for Johnny in the
You
comments.
recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
All right. And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called The Use of Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation talked about was some of the things that I talked to you all about yesterday, the myths and misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the Bar Association.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right, they were prosecutors and defense attorneys in attendance at that Bar
Right.
Association.
At your deposition, you testified that you were going to be paid $100 an hour for your time in this case.
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an errata in the transcript at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them, that's correct.
All right. So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much are you getting paid?
I'm being paid $500 an hour.
$500 an hour. And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Depp committed intimate partner violence against Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. I formed the opinion that Ms. Heard's report of the intimate partner violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role here comparing individual data to group data and then just determining whether it's consistent, right?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct.
You wouldn't use the word limited role?
A limited role in terms of how we go about a forensic evaluation,
you
not
know
a
whether-
limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you probably think I did, but sure.
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed in this case.
No, I'm asking you
Plethora.
your independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. And you're not testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different documents,
Consistency of
including the
data
psychological
points.
testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard, and how that comports with the therapy records and all the other documents and the photos and texts that I reviewed.
And you have no personal knowledge of any abuse.
Correct, personally. Correct.
Right. And all you know is what Ms. Heard self-reported to you and others.
That's not correct.
Because you did collateral interviews?
And I reviewed medical records, and I reviewed
What
other
collateral
witness statements
interviews?
of what they witnessed and what they saw.
And all of those statements that you reviewed, those were statements that started with Ms. Heard, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, the medical records did, didn't they?
Well, the medical records, if she's self-reporting what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Yeah. Everything Ms. Heard reported directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet Ms. Heard until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged?
If you don't want commentary, go watch it on YouTube.
How'd you get hired to do this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
Or were you interviewed by her legal team as to whether you were going to testify here?
I was not.
You were not interviewed.
I was not.
You were contacted.
Correct.
Had you worked with that legal team before?
I had.
Yeah. So they already knew who you were, right?
Correct.
Right. And at any time that you were working with Ms. Heard or assessing Ms. Heard, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Heard.
And the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right. Several times yesterday, you used language about assessing Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relationship without talking to both parties, can you?
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party, absolutely.
But
And
you're gonna-
especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy records, you can get a lot of information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask whether you get a lot of information. I asked whether you can assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that, but you
What?
certainly can.
No, you
talked
cannot.
to Ms. Heard for what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
Right. In fact, you never met Mr. Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I did have information, although I'm not making a conclusion about Mr. Depp himself.
Is the
Oh, you're
standard
not?
not necessarily totally blind?
I'm not
That's how
sure.
you assess the relationship? If it's not necessarily totally blind, I can assess it?
No, we assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamics that happen in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports what the individual is telling us, way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data.
She's going to get
support
killed
that
by
conclusion.
Let's
by
talk
Dr.
about some of
Muffin
that.
in the when they
All right.
recall her.
You chose to conduct some collateral interviews,
Correct,
right? And you interviewed Dr. Bonnie Jacobs,
correct,
and you looked at her notes,
correct.
and you know that Miss Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, doesn't know anything about the version of what happened in Australia until Miss Heard had already been sued, correct?
I believe she was not in treatment with Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred. So that would be correct. She did reach out to Dr. Connell Cohen about Australia, who she was treating with at that time contemporaneously.
All right, I'll ask you about Dr. Cohen. We'll get there. Okay. So, you know that Miss Heard stopped seeing Dr. Jacobs in August 2014.
That's correct.
And she didn't go back until after she got sued, right?
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
Yeah. And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Connell Cohen.
That's correct.
And you also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that when he was treating a patient, he assumes the patient is telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
If he has no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, that your patient's not being totally honest with you, then you believe what they're saying.
right, no other data to believe otherwise, but the sole thing that's happening is Miss Heard is talking to Mr. Cohen or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him, she's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical psychological expertise to understand the connection between her symptoms and what she's reporting, what's going on in her life.
All right. But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, I understand that statement in his testimony. I have a lot more rich information of having spoken to him for 2 hours and reviewing his clinical notes.
Testified he was making a leap of faith with respect to that, right? With respect to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
All right. And you testified yesterday that Dr. Cohen never diagnosed Ms. Heard with any personality disorders. You remember that?
Yes,
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
correct. And I asked him specifically, did he have any indications that even if he doesn't, as his practice, use them, does she meet criteria for a personality disorder? And he told me she did not.
All right, so you asked him specifically with respect to a topic that you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in no document.
It's reflected in my notes. It's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms.
You talked about Dr. Cohen's concern for Ms. Heard's safety.
Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional safety. Wasn't that what he was talking about?
He was concerned for both.
Okay. Did Dr. Cohen testify that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Heard?
I believe he said that. I mean, he talked about Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him, Dr. Cohen, concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Heard.
Let's do this again. Ms. Heard told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined that from the treatment he was providing Ms. Heard.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had correspondence with Dr. Kipper. So he had other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consulting, right? Consultation on relationship.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with them once.
Correct.
All right. And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Heard's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
All right. You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that the person may be wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Heard after Mr. Depp had already sued Amber Heard.
Right. The entirety of my work in this case happened obviously after the lawsuit.
Did you review in that context any of Paige Heard's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Miss Heard. I mean, Miss Paige Heard, Amber Heard's mother, did talk to me about her relationship with Mr. Depp.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, you testified that you approach a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This skepticism didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Right. I did not speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Oh,
not
boy.
correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel Anderson do on behalf of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions. As I stated yesterday, one of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, I guess, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with Ms. Heard individually. And then she saw them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
So you didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did? How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
All right. And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson didn't believe Ms. Heard to be a victim of spousal abuse?
I believe those were her words, yes.
And you also understood from her deposition that Mr. Depp had not had a very long history of being violent with any of his wife or women.
That she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Heard significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been
Could that something be the abuse?
well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
I know that you testified that you reviewed medical records.
Yes,
All right. So, you know Ms. Heard had a personal nurse,
correct,
Erin Filati.
correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with
Oh,
Ms.
boy.
Heard on a regular basis during her relationship with Mr. Depp.
Correct. I had her clinical notes that I reviewed.
Right. And you reviewed her deposition testimony,
Correct.
some of which the jury's heard, right?
I believe so.
And you reviewed the nursing notes.
Yes,
So you know that Ms. Heard admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
I know that's in the notes. That's nowhere else in any other record. So I'm not
Oh
sure
my
where
gosh,
that came
this
from.
woman.
But you
unbelievable.
relied on everybody else's notes.
Holy
And there
cow.
are some things that I disagreed with, like I disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson about it being mutual abuse.
Right.
Yeah,
So
so
the
you
stuff
didn't
you disagree with,
rely
you
on anything she
disregard,
said.
and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
I
But
think
that's
it
what
is.
you did.
That's not correct.
All right. You know that Ms. Filati saw Ms. Heard immediately after she returned from Australia.
I'd have to look at the notes again to be sure, but I know she did see her when she came back from Australia. That's correct.
Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Heard in her notes?
No.
I did not see that in the record.
Okay, so you looked at her notes and there's no injury to Ms. Heard documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia.
But she was dragged across broken glass, according to you,
And raped with a bottle.
You talked about
and moved around
concept,
violently in the closet.
which you then defined lethality. And you testified there's certain factors of their present relationship where a woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look as to whether a woman is in a very dangerous situation.
Correct.
Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. I put a new poll for you. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a poll for the listeners. Who is winning here? Dr. Karen Energy or Team Depp? It's in the poll on YouTube if you're watching
You know
on
what
YouTube.
this is?
I believe this is the knife that Miss Heard gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish?
Un poquito?
Do you know what it says?
Yes, it says hasta la muerta, until death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life, gives her intimate partner a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
Oh, yeah? What's
Okay.
that?
Text.
What's the
We can do
context?
that later.
You can do that later.
So
This is
we
my
talked
cross.
about, you talked a little bit about Mr. Depp purporting to demonstrate jealousy with Ms. Heard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you specifically
Bunny
talked
boiler.
about Mr. Depp displaying jealousy regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Now, the very first time you met with Ms. Heard, she talked to you about Ms. Franco, Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page. All right. So, do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what I would like to do, what is it?
It's one, a top sheet of a background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. So now, this is, who filled it out?
I filled it out,
Whose form is it?
my form.
I'm going to move just the first page into evidence because we're going to talk about other portions of it later.
Could you back us so she can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, okay.
We will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
Sure.
No objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full. Okay. Are there any identifiers that need, or we're just going?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some.
All right.
Yeah, I know if I'm afraid for my
Okay,
life,
so,
I'm
you
going
owe
to
me a
give my
redacted one.
abuser a very
Correct.
large, sharp knife.
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but
It's a great
Okay,
idea.
well, you can discuss it.
We'll work with
Okay,
you on that,
thank you.
but I'm-
All right.
That tracks.
Those identifiers.
1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right. You want to publish to the jury?
Yeah, let's publish it to the jury. I don't,
Oh, here we
Well, we
go.
can-
Elaine
well,
wants
why
it,
don't you,
doesn't want it up.
I don't see anything on the first
If
page.
you want to look at that, any objection to that? that's what they're going to show.
That's what
No,
we're
we're
gonna show.
listening to Dr. Hughes right now. Dr. Curry
All
will
right,
be
publish
coming
that.
later to rebut all of this.
All right, so this is the bottom corner, your notes. And it's under the section of your notes that's entitled Intimate Relationships.
Correct.
Right. And one of the notes here on the right, it says JF, that's James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close, but really wanted to be with Johnny.
Well, it says JF friends. They were friends.
All right. Said friends, but you put him under intimate relationship.
Well, there's a line there because I was asking specifically about other things that were allegations in this matter.
There's a line there because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form?
She wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. I queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case.
And there's a note for December 2015.
When they became more friends, more friendly.
Right. And that was a period of time in which Ms. Heard was married to Mr. Depp.
More
correct?
friendly.
Correct.
Bumping
So she
uglies?
became close with
Friendly?
Mr. Franco in December 2015. And at least you put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. Did you provide another header? Like a header that says friends?
No.
That makes no
Let's
sense.
look at the next one. The next one says, I think it says Elon.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
All right. May 2016.
Correct.
Met Ball.
Correct.
That's a big fancy party in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And she says she dated him after Johnny.
Correct.
She met Elon Musk in May 2016 when she filed the TRO.
The last answer was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 27th. I'm correct.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that.
All right. Yeah, sometime after the TRO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You talk, we can take that down. You talked quite a lot yesterday about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah. So just so I understand your position on this, is it your position that if Miss Heard was abused, she gets to hit Mr. Depp?
That's not my opinion.
But you know she hits it,
LOL.
right?
And I testified to that.
Right. And how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit him?
Do I believe that she told me, or how many instances were there?
Well, I don't know. How would you know other than her telling you? You weren't there, right?
I was not there. That's correct.
All right. How many times did she admit to hitting him?
She indicated a number of times in a number of instances.
You indicated that you had listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case.
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to play you a portion of one of those recordings. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. It's already in evidence. And for the record, the portion I want to play is 2 minutes 46, 246.01 to 247.20.
She's really going to say she didn't say that she said they could hit each other? Like that she hit him? Okay, here we go.
I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fucking, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
I didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did, so I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
You agree with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah. Anything about this tape suggest to you that it's characteristic of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, if she said she hit him first, then that would not be reactive
She just
violence.
said it.
All right.
If she
You
said it,
testified that
you heard
Ms.
it.
Heard reported to you that she engaged
Holy
in
shit.
low levels of violence, correct?
Well, I don't think she said that. I think that was the characterization of knowing the types of minor and severe levels of violence.
Okay, I got it wrong. You consider low levels of violence.
Well, I considered what the literature and the research talks about low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested that Ms. Heard sustained more severe injuries, correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly the incidents in Australia and the sexual violence and the incidents on December 15th, 2015 were quite severe.
You said you reviewed medical records in rendering your opinion.
Correct.
And you reviewed photographs.
Correct.
Now, other than the reports to her therapists, which you call medical records, right?
Yeah, I would call those medical records,
Right.
sure.
Other than the reports to her therapist, there's not a single medical record that reflects any injury to Ms. Heard, is there?
That's not correct.
No. There is not other than what doctor reflected injuries to Ms. Heard?
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, I'm not recalling her married name, indicated that she was headbutted by Mr. Depp and that she went for a concussion check and she had a busted lip. And then she went to Dr. Kipper's office in order to get checked.
What? And there's a medical record other than that note that reflects it?
There's a note that she showed up at Dr. Kipper's office. There's a note in the
But there's
similar 2
nothing from
days that
Kipper,
Dr.
is there?
Laurel Anderson saw the 2 bruises from that same incident as well.
All right. You reviewed photographs.
Yes.
I'd like to put up PX 144. It's been published to the jury briefly. I'm going to keep it up very briefly. That photograph doesn't reflect a low level of violence, does it?
Well, that reflects a severe injury.
Oh,
Why don't we go to PX 145?
holy crap. Yeah, bring out the finger.
That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp on a gurney, correct?
That is a severe injury, correct.
All right.
Now show us Amber's
Is
severe
it
injuries.
your testimony that throwing a can of mineral spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right. So you can throw a can of mineral spirits. What about if you throw a can of Red Bull?
Again, it depends on the incident I think that you're referring to. That was not necessarily reactive violence. That was in a state of frustration or anger.
So women you get an
So when
excuse,
throw a
ladies.
can
You
of
can
Red
throw
Bull in a
stuff.
state of frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence.
This is so much
No.
bullshit.
what about if you throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon? Is that reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be a characteristic of reactive violence? Throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon.
If it's in the middle of an assault, perhaps. If it's independent of that,
What?
no.
Right. So, for instance, if your husband was just having a couple of shots at the bar.
Again, you would need more information and context to make that determination.
Why do you need more information?
You don't think that's a reflective of reactive violence? And you'll agree with me that when you throw the second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, again, psychological violence and abuse is psychologically destabilizing, which destabilizes individuals' coping strategies. That is absolutely true.
Lost what's true. Is it your testimony that once you've thrown one bottle and missed, when you throw the second one, now it's reactive violence?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any context.
All right. All right. I'm going to ask you about some of the testing that you did. One of the things that you did was a form looked like called a CTS2 relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactics scale, correct.
So CTS2 stands for conflict tactics scale.
That's correct.
And this is one of the documents that you had with you on the stand yesterday.
I had all my testing with me and all my clinical notes from my evaluation with Ms. Hurd.
And you gave me a copy of it because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right. All right. But you have a good recollection of what that test is about, the CTS2 test.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most accurate and thorough information. After having done 12 tests with so many questions, I wanted to just be as accurate as possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS2. It's dated 9/26/2019.
Correct.
All right, 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about what you've done and what your partner has done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
Andrew,
and every
that's funny.
single one of those questions is preceded by the same question, right? How often did this happen in the past year?
Correct.
You knew that as of 9/26/2019, not a single one of the things that Ms. Hurd identified happened to her in the last year.
Correct.
Right.
She was oriented to a different time frame to get a checklist of those behaviors.
Right. And one of the although it says, please, how often did this happen in the past year? One of the questions is, my partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
Right. You have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
I have a recollection at that point in time, she was framing those type of acts as angry sex. She wasn't framing them as physical force, as most women don't on these measures.
And you helped her to reframe it as something other than angry sex, didn't you, Doctor?
Oh,
my
boy.
job was not to do treatment. My job was to do an evaluation, and that's what I did.
All right. So you did evaluation, and one of the evaluations you did, and one of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right. And you diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD long before you made use of the gold standard test for PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
And I make the diagnosis of PTSD in my clinical practice without using the CAPS all the time.
All right. So just so you and I are on the same page, and I think we are, this gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS-5.
That is correct.
That's the one that Dr. Curry administered, correct?
Correct.
All right. You didn't administer the CAP-5 until after you'd already diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in 2019. She had PTSD in the beginning of 2021 when I evaluated her. And then she had PTSD in December 27, 2021 when I administered the CAPS. That's correct.
All right. I think I asked a much more narrow question than that. You didn't diagnose, you didn't give the CAPS-5. Hold on, I'm going to strike that question altogether and start it again. You had already diagnosed her with PTSD before you did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the CAPS-5, there was enough data in the psychological testing and my clinical evaluation to establish that she met criteria for PTSD. That is correct.
You submitted an expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
In the January 11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes on that.
Did you reference the CAPS-5 in that at all?
I don't believe I gave the results of the CAPS-5 to the attorneys at that point.
All right. You met with, I got dates here. This time I'm using the cheat sheet.
Oh,
You met with Amber Heard on September 26, 2019.
that was a good dig.
I would love to have my cheat sheet, but I'll take your word for it.
I'll share.
Thank you.
October 11th, 2019. When did you give the CAPS-5?
The CAPS-5 was administered the last time that I saw Ms. Heard. I saw her over, as stated multiple times, over the past 2.5 years, and having not seen her in about a year to get an accurate assessment of her current symptoms. Having had all the background information, the CAPS-5 is a great structured clinical interview to do that.
All right. So you hadn't seen her for about a year before you gave her that test.
That is correct.
And you did it over Zoom.
That is correct.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1247? This may.
Checking Twitter to see what's trending at the moment. Depp v. Heard is trending. What are people saying? Let's see.
It's just to the witness right now. So.
Did Dr. Hughes just say, I'd like to have my cheat sheet? Yes, she did.
Sure. You could, Dr. Hughes, you can actually help with that question. This is like more than 20 pages long. Right?
It's about 20 pages.
Right. All right. Let's get a copy of it. This is a series of questions that you use to test for PTSD.
Correct.
And you recognize the first page. This is the first page that you filled out. That's your handwriting.
That's correct.
I'd like to publish the first page to the jury.
Do you wish to have it in evidence? You're moving it into evidence?
Yes, I am.
He's just publishing the first page. Any objection to the first? Okay, first page in evidence.
I'm going to put up a new poll on YouTube. Is a knife an appropriate gift to give to your abuser?
I'm just having.
I don't have the ability to scroll down, so I can't see the
So
rest
if you're
of
on
this. and it's a brand
YouTube,
new
you can,
I'm sure they'll
exhibit.
get you
you
a
can
copy
check
of
out
it.
this poll.
Thank you.
That's right.
I'd like to go to the second page. And can we put up the second page?
Are you putting the second page into evidence?
Not yet.
Then I can't put it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like the witness to see the second.
The witness can see the second page.
Thank you. This is the second page. This is instructions on how you do it.
Correct.
All right. And then we'll go to the third page. Let's let the witness see the third page.
George, I wouldn't worry about it. I think Depp's team is doing just fine, and they know where they're going.
Now this is
They're setting it up.
entitled scoring.
Correct.
So when you score, you look at two things, right? You look at frequency and intensity.
Correct.
All right. Those are the two factors you use to score.
Correct.
All right. Can we go to the fourth page of this document and just show it to the witness? All right. So, Dr. Hughes, this is the first page of the Ptsd where, other than the identifying information, where there's any input into the document, correct?
The CAPS-5, you said the CAPS-D?
Yeah, I misspoke.
Yes, this is the criterion A, which means that in order to, as I said yesterday, to obtain a diagnosis of PTSD, you have to have sustained a very specific traumatic event. That's the first D to get through the door.
All right. So, I'm gonna, I'd like to be able to get them a copy of this.
I know you get nervous, but calm
Too early to
down.
take the break.
Stay calm. Put out positive
little bit,
energy.
if you-
Positive
I can do
energy
that.
only.
Yeah.
It's going to be fine.
All right, so do you recognize the first page or the fourth page of this document?
Yes, I do.
And the handwriting on the fourth page is yours?
It's all my handwriting.
All right, the entirety of it is your, I'm going to move this document into evidence along with the first page. And that one is what number? I think it is
You're still on 1247.
1247.
Okay, so you want to move the entirety of 1247 in.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of 1247? It's exhibit 1247. Well, I mean,
Remember that Johnny has
Yeah,
already
Exhibits
gained back
1247.
3 million followers on Instagram. All of public opinion is in his favor, and it's staying there. I checked out Amber Heard's Twitter today, and she has no one liking anything.
Oh, it's
Her fan
defendants
pages have no one liking anything.
1435. Defendants.
He's already won. He already won. Public opinion believes what they believe. It's kind of the same thing as the OJ trial. You know, nobody believes OJ Simpson didn't kill his wife. Like, no one believes that. Everyone believes he did it. It's just that the jury didn't convict him for political reasons, I think, at the time. But no one believes. No one believed
Would
it.
that be easier for you?
It's 59 pages.
And that's all. That's what he wanted back. He wanted his
What is he
reputation
moving
back,
in?
and he's won it.
Are you moving the entire document in?
Yeah, I'm going to move the entire document into evidence.
I don't think I have an objection to that.
No objection?
No
Did you want to take a look at the court's copy, or you're good?
Yeah, I would, thank you. I have my apologies.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Jamie.
Hello to
All right,
Australia.
so
It's
even
good
though
to
I
have you here.
Pulled it from defendants 1435. We want to make this 1247 plaintiffs, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Does your other one back?
I kind of need it. All right. Thank you. We'll just change the number on it. All right.
All right.
So
Yeah, when
1247,
he tried to put the
1247
glove
in
on
evidence,
and made
plaintiffs,
it not
1247
fit.
in evidence. And that can be
It's
published to
too
the jury.
small.
Thank you.
I can't get it on.
Why don't we publish the fourth page where we're talking about? All right. So what this references is the event you said was the worst. And what you have filled in here is 3 words. IPV by Johnny, right?
Correct.
All right. And then what happened is the next box, and you've not written a single thing in the box, right?
Because I've already spent 20 some odd hours with Ms. Heard, I know what goes in that box. If you
So-
look at the top, it says administer the life of check checklist or an other structured trauma screen. That screen had already been conducted.
Right, but there's a box on the gold standard test that asks what happened, and it says, how old were you? How were you involved? Who else was involved? Was anyone seriously injured or killed? Was anyone in life danger? And none of that information you provide in your analysis on the CAPS 5.
Your Honor, I hesitate to object, but that's very common.
There she goes.
It is.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
We can do it
Okay.
the slow way. The first question is, how old were you?
All of the information that would go in that box is contained in my 80+ clinical notes of my evaluation of Ms. Heard up until this point. It would have been incredibly redundant to do that again here.
But you knew other people would review this, didn't you?
And I knew that they would have my clinical notes as well.
Oh, so they're supposed to parse through your clinical notes so that they can figure out what you chose to be the anchoring event.
I didn't choose to be the anchor. The client chooses to the anchor to identify what the worst event is for them.
You wrote IPV by Johnny. That's what you determined to be the anchoring event.
When I asked Ms. Heard, once again, of the traumatic events that she experienced in her life, which one is the worst? This is what she indicated.
Okay. But you provided no details with respect to it.
There are plethora of details in my 80-page handwritten, single-spaced clinical notes.
Sounds fascinating.
All right, let's go to the next page. All right. You felt it appropriate to fill this page out, didn't you, Doctor?
Well, these are the questions about the symptoms, so I'm asking specific questions and getting her responses.
Didn't you know this already?
Well, I was making sure at this point, having not seen her for a year, what is the trauma expression at this time? It can change over time. It could go away. It can get better. It can get worse.
All right. Why don't we go a couple more pages in? Let's go into page 7 of 20. Now, there are a couple of boxes that you filled in on this. Let's look at item 5, B5.
If you're enjoying the
You
stream,
don't
super
provide
chats
any
are open.
indication of what kind of triggers, what kind of reminders trigger these reactions.
She answered that on the previous questions.
All right. And you didn't provide any answer as to how long does it take to recover.
She has some difficulty recovering.
Okay. And then there's this question that says, how often has this happened in the past month? Number of times.
Correct.
And we talked about how these things are scored, and we looked at, you got to look at frequency and intensity, right?
Correct.
And you left the frequency box blank.
Well, no, if she said several times a month, then that's what the frequency is.
And you didn't fill that frequency box in at all.
Because she told me it was frequently several times a month, which is one of the anchors encoding the CAPS.
All right, let's look at the next one. The very next box. Again, this is scored by frequency and intensity. How often in the past month?
Correct.
Blank.
Pardon?
How often in the past month? You left that one blank again, right?
She tells me it happens at least twice a week, so certainly I could multiply 2 times 4 and put in 8.
And you certainly could have written the number 2.
But it wasn't 2, if it's
Oh.
happening 2 times a week.
All right, so 2 times a week times the number of months. Now you got 2 digits instead of 1, right? That's all it took to write that down.
This is in a 1-month period, so it would have been a 4-week period.
How often in the past month? That's what it says.
Correct. You
You
said
chose
months.
not to answer that question. Let's look at the next page. Again, scoring is frequency and intensity. How often in the past month? Again, you left it blank.
If you look on the right-hand box, that is where we are indicating the frequency and the severity. If you can see where I circled moderates happening more than twice a month, that's where I'm indicating the frequency of the symptom expression.
Nina,
Okay.
don't be coming out all
Are you
experty
skipping a step?
when you got empty boxes all
supposed to
over the
do-
place.
Intensity and frequency.
And when
You're-
somebody says it's happening more than twice a month, that is a frequency indicator.
All right. Let's go to the next box. Again, we have, in the past month, how many of the important parts of event have you difficulty remembering? Number of important aspects. Didn't fill it up.
Well, I listed 2 specific incidents of where she indicates she has important aspects that are missing.
But all you had to do is put a number in here. You know you knew how to score this thing.
Well, this measure actually doesn't get scored by the frequency.
All right, you know something, you're right. Let's look at the next one.
I know.
The next one gets
She's
scored by
looking
the
like she
frequency.
might
That's
be on
blank,
a
right?
mood.
Well, I did not code it as a
Tranquilizer.
PTSD symptom.
Okay, let's go to the next one. How much of the time in the past month have you felt that way as a percentage?
Right? So as you can see, I circled 20 to 30% of the time.
Right. But
It's
you didn't
just as
fill-
I'm putting it on the right side in the box where I'm coding the instrument.
We're going to talk about the right side in a minute. You took issue with the way that Dr. Curry did this test, didn't you?
Correct.
All right. But your test, in every instance where you're asked the number of times and to fill in the blank, you leave it blank.
They're on the right side of the document.
All right. You want to talk about the right side of the document? Let's do that. After you did the CAPS 5 for the anchoring, the 3-word anchoring event, IPV by Johnny, you went back through again and said, maybe I should consider childhood trauma as well, right?
I wanted to test for the limits and see at this point in time, Ms. Heard had a child, and sometimes when people have children, their trauma gets evoked. Is she having those symptoms as well? She already had, based on this instrument, the PTSD from the interpersonal violence. I wanted to see if there were any additional symptoms.
All right. And you knew that she had had severe child abuse as a young person.
That is correct.
She grew up in a home full of heroin addicts, right?
Opiate abuse, yes.
Yeah. And there was IPV between her parents.
Correct.
All right. And so you wanted to make sure that there wasn't some impact with this childhood trauma in the diagnosis of PTSD.
Yes.
Right. And so you decided to give her the test again.
Well, I didn't give it again, what's called testing the limits. I went back to some of the questions where she answered in the affirmative and said, and is this also happening vis-a-vis your childhood abuse? Are you also having intrusive thoughts and feelings about childhood? Are you avoiding thinking about things about childhood? Is that happening for you now as well?
All right, so there are a series of notations on the right-hand side. Let's go to page 5 of 20 in the test. All right, why don't we highlight the right-hand notations that start under the word childhood? All right. So the way you tested for childhood PTSD is to write a notation in the corner and answer a couple of questions. Same test.
Well, I wasn't administering a whole CAPS again. What I was doing was seeing, as we know with people who have what we call polyvictimization or revictimization, someone could in fact meet criteria for the PTSD from the domestic violence, but then they're also experiencing some symptoms as a result of the childhood abuse. Both can occur.
Right. But Mr. Depp isn't responsible for her childhood abuse.
That is correct.
Right. And the way you tested this childhood abuse PTSD is you made notations on the right-hand column of a form that you partially filled out for the IPV by Johnny, right?
Well, I disagree with the partially filled out. The frequency was clearly filled out in the box where we score the CAPS. But yes, I did write about the childhood to the right of that box.
Okay. And that is the appropriate way that the gold standard test for PTSD for childhood trauma should be administered.
If there were any affirmatives and I needed to go further, I could have administered another CAPS 5. There were not. I did not need to do that.
Okay. So you chose not to do a second CAPS 5, although you knew that she had suffered from severe childhood trauma.
No, because she wasn't suffering symptoms at that
This is
point
big.
in time. PTSD symptoms from the childhood.
Dr. Curry gave her both. This is big. Dr. Curry testified that you have to do both.
Are you
One
moving to
for
a different
childhood
topic
trauma
then, or
and
is-
one for
Okay, all right, this might be a great time
later
to take our
trauma.
morning break.
Okay, here comes
ladies
the
and
morning
gentlemen,
break.
We'll take our 15-minute break.
Stephanie,
Please
get
do not
back in
discuss
here.
this case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay?
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right. Let me text my sister. All right. I think that was very big information that we just got there. Very big. And let me go hit the mute button here. Okay. So what we just heard there is Dr. Hughes admitted. Hey there.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay, so that was very big news.
I missed some of it because I hit a dead spot or something. So
That's okay. Dr. Hughes admitted to not giving her both of the separate PTSD tests, one for childhood trauma and one for trauma later in adulthood. If you recall, Dr. Curry said she gave her both because in order to properly diagnose PTSD, you have to separate them out for each incident of trauma. Remember?
that certainly seems like the more thorough way to go about it. Certainly seems like a more reasonable way to look at it as a forensic psychologist. I would think you would want to look at the entire picture. And if someone grew up in a den of heroin addicts, I think that's pretty relevant to, and was witnessing domestic violence between her parents. That's
right.
Pretty relevant to her current situation.
Yeah, what we also learned during that cross-examination is that Dr. Hughes did not fill out her forms properly.
Yeah, that sounded pretty bad for her.
Yeah, I mean it sounds sloppy.
Very. And almost like she already had it decided. She already decided that she had. Before she did the top test. What do they keep calling it? The gold standard. Before she did the gold standard, she already had it decided that Amber had PTSD because of the stuff Johnny Depp did to her. So at that point, what's the point of even administering the test if you already have your mind made up? And then if you're going to administer the test properly because supposedly you don't already have your mind made up, then why don't you do it thoroughly and properly and fill out all the stuff you're supposed to fill out and consider all the things you're supposed to consider? It just kind of looks like a foregone conclusion. Like she just threw it in there at the end just so she could say she did the gold standard. But
Right.
if you didn't do the gold standard properly, did you do it? Did you use the gold standard?
Yeah, and other things that we learned today through the cross-examination is that she also did not interview the nurse who actually
Yeah, I thought that was crazy.
Looked at Amber for these alleged injuries, of which she saw nothing except for a bloody lip. Now, I have something to show the chat. I have something to show you guys. You're not going to believe this. Now, Stephanie, you can testify to this because you're my sister.
Yeah.
I have a problem with, what do I have a problem with?
With
the lip.
picking your lip until it bleeds, and we get so upset with you, and you get so mad that anyone says anything, and I understand, because guess what? I've started picking my lip. Dear Lord.
Oh, no, really? I'm sorry to hear that. Well, you know what I found out about lip picking and skin picking?
What?
It's actually more common in people with ADD, which I have.
I think I have that too.
And you probably have it too. I think Dad has it as well. He's just never been diagnosed.
Squirrel!
Yeah. And so I'm going to show you a video of now, and let me explain to you about the lip picking. It's more severe than, I mean, it can be very severe. My lips are generally bloody almost every day. And I hate talking about this, and I think it's really embarrassing, and like it embarrasses me to talk about it, but because it actually is relevant to this case, I'm going to talk about it. But I wear red lipstick a lot because I have so many, because I have red marks on my mouth, and that's how you cover it up. If you've noticed, Amber does wear a lot of red lipstick as well. Now, on the day, the only injury that the nurse saw was a lip injury, and it was actively bleeding, is what she said. And I'm just saying that people who pick their lips, you can have active bleeding at any time. Now, here's some footage of Amber sitting in the courtroom. And this is exactly what lip picking looks like.
Oh my gosh, exactly. Whoa.
This is what it looks like. Now, they have also testified that Amber has ADD or ADHD. If she does, this is a very common thing for someone with ADD, ADHD, or OCD to have. And these, no shame. I mean, I do it myself. I've been doing it since I was 2 years old. I remember actually when it started, I was really sick and my lips dried out. And I guess I started picking at it, and then it just never stopped. But she is definitely a lip picker. That is
exactly what it looks like.
That's not something that people who don't pick their lips do, right?
Mm-mm.
You'll often see me sitting here with my finger on my lip. It's just a habit. I can't stop. So it looks like a lot of the people in the chat have the same problem. So thank you for see, Star says my daughter picks at her lips until they bleed, drives me nuts. And I hate to tell you this, but I'm 46 years old. I've been doing it since I was 2. There's just no help for it. I've talked to doctors, I've tried medication, there's just nothing.
Really, Meg? There's no help for it?
No. I mean, I could go to therapy or something, I guess, but I did go to therapy once and tried to get, you know what he told me to do? This is so stupid. He told me to put a rubber band around my wrist and snap the rubber band every time I wanted to pick my lip. And I was like, well, that's not pleasant. You would have to, you have to replace it with something that's pleasant.
Well, except it hurts when you pick your lip. I end up doing it because they get so dry is what starts it.
It hurts when you go too far, but it doesn't hurt if you don't go too far. I'm not encouraging this behavior by any means, but it's definitely an anxiety reliever for someone who has ADD. I don't know why. I don't know why that is the case. It's really strange. It's just one of those human foibles. And nervousness, it releases anxiety, much like self-harm. It's almost like self-harm, I guess. I mean, I'm not a person who's ever done that. A lot of people are saying I chew my cheek. I'm a nail biter. I also chew my cheeks. Hate that. I hate it. In fact,
I never chew my cheeks on purpose, but when it happens accidentally, oh my word, it hurts so bad.
you'll see me sometimes like this, and you can kind of tell. And I've tried to, when I'm on television, to try not to do that, but when I'm listening or thinking, it, like one side will just go automatically in. It's a bizarre thing.
Meg, I gotta drop out. I just got to the office.
All right, talk to you later. Come back when you can.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, so you guys are all basically verifying that this type of habit can cause active bleeding. This is something, so Amber went to the nurse and she had an active bleeding on her lip. And what I'm saying is that this absolutely could be because of her lip picking habit. And I have never seen a person who didn't pick their lips do this. Like, I've never seen anybody with this action. And this was caught her in court the other day. And I've never seen this before by anybody who didn't do this. So I would not take a lip injury on Amber as being anything but her nervous tic. And she does have a history of self-harming. It is in the medical records. We've already heard that testimony. And Ben King, who is the butler, witnessed seeing what he called 2 or 3 uniform scratches on her arms. And then Dr. Kipper corroborated that he believed they were self-inflicted. Some people bite their lips also. She could be a lip biter, but to me, it looks like she's a lip picker. There's a difference between biting and picking as far as people who do either one. You don't usually do both. You usually do one or the other. Yes, the cheek biting is a thing. It's all related to anxiety. It's just something that humans do. A lot of people have this problem, and it's embarrassing. It's extremely embarrassing. I hate it. I hate it. I wish I could stop it. I'll tell you what. I wish I could stop it. I have tried. I have tried everything, but it appears to be a lifelong problem that I'm going to live with. All right, so let's go back to my. I've got a bunch of clips that I want to show you guys. Where is it? Where's objection hearsay? Okay, so it's time for another music break. You guys are gonna really like this, so hold on a second. Let me pull it up. Let me pull this up for you. The best of what's on the internet is a lot of fun. Right now, the court's on break, by the way, if you're wondering where the trial is. Don't forget to like and share and subscribe if you're enjoying the stream today. Court will be back in 15 minutes, but we are going to check out. Here it is. You guys, this is so funny. You're going to love this. All right, here we go.
I used to be respected, people took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection hearsay. Oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face.
Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega-pints of wine.
Objection hearsay.
Everybody.
I don't know why we have a wed.
Objection hearsay.
Who the hell poops in someone's bed?
I object to everything. I may have an infection. Cause I say I object. The judge says
That was your own question.
objection hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name?
My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection hearsay. How can you prove that that's your name? Objection hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection hearsay. Objection hearsay.
Oh my gosh. Come on. Is that funny or what? We may have to bring that back to the stream at a later time because that is fun. Today is a musical episode. We're having a good time with what is on Twitter. There has been so many good things. All right, so you heard some testimony. You heard some testimony about Paige, Amber Heard's parents, her mother, Paige. Let me see if I've got this right. Can you see this? You know what? I'm gonna have to stop sharing and reshare because then the volume will work properly. All right. So you heard some. Yeah, that's what the internet is for. Everybody loves it. Everyone loves that objection hearsay song. And this is what the internet was created for, to make people laugh and to do amazing, fun, creative things like that. Love you too, guys. Everybody in the chat, I'm so happy you're here. We have our largest audience today. My name is Johnny Depp. Objection hearsay. Every time they object now, you're gonna have that song going through your head. All right. We'll have to play the Metallica one later too, because that's really good as well. All right. So you heard some testimony about Amber Heard's parents, and Paige is Amber's mom, and you heard Johnny's lawyer say that Amber's mom loves Johnny, right? Well, it turns out that Johnny loves Amber's mom too. And during one of their recorded fights, one that I had not heard before, he actually gets into the microphone and gives a message to Amber's parents. Let's listen to this. Let me get it big for you.
I used to be.
Oh, whoops. I shared the wrong one. That was objection hearsay. Hold on. I have to take that down. Where's this one? Oh, yeah. Okay, here it is. Sorry. I know you're all going to have that song in your head all day. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. And we're totally going to play it again later because I love it so much. All right, here it is. This is the recording of the fight where Johnny mentions Amber's parents.
Admit what you said. Admit what you said. Admit what you said.
You've done more illegal drugs in this room that should be way more concerning to you if you're Mr. Law all of a sudden. Are you kidding? The bag of cocaine we just took in the back?
This is how you wanted to end. This is how you wanted to end. I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh no, I'm gonna say that all this, everything you just
I just wanted to touch you.
really after all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to
After all this shit you fucking accused me of?
Yes, please stop. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I wanted to end that.
I gave you everything I could. I did everything I could do to make you happy. It wasn't. You don't want to be happy.
I wanted you. I did. I wanted you.
You fucking love me. You don't fucking love me.
I did. I used to love you so much.
Yeah, you used to. You know what?
I want you.
Well, keep the goddamn kid. Call it right off the mistake. Mistake. Get out.
I'm good.
You are a leftover, fucking overly old stripper. That's all you'll ever be. In this industry, all you've done, I can't do. You're recording? Yeah, I am. Hi, I'd like to say hello to David and Paige and say that I love you and I'm sorry this didn't work.
Well, that was kind of heartbreaking, huh? So that was after she had filed the restraining order against him. A couple of things that she said in there, or that he said to her, which I found pretty profound, was, what you've done in this industry, I can't clear that. That's what he said. What you have done in this industry, I can't clear that. So he's telling her, what you did to me here, I'll never recover from this. And I mean, he just sounds so broken. And the fact that he's still at that point, sending love to her parents, saying, I love you, I'm sorry this didn't work. It's just a heartbreaker. So I think we may get testimony from Amber's parents that might be on Johnny's side. I don't know, but it's possible. It sure sounds like that's where they're going. I know, Quinn. Quinn says, you're making me cry. Yeah, I felt pretty emotional when I heard that too. I mean, it was just, it was bad. And that was a tough tape. You know, one of the things that everybody keeps reporting about Johnny Depp is that he has been so, what's the word? Not reclusive, like very private about his personal life. And this is the first time that like he's just laying everything out there, everything. And it has to be really difficult for somebody who's spent their entire life trying to be private. And I, you know, all right, some of you have asked, what is the picture behind me? Well, I'm in front of a green screen, and this picture that you're seeing is Johnny, oops, wrong one, sorry, where'd it go? This is Johnny Depp's penthouse number 5, where Johnny and Amber lived before it was sold. And that picture on the wall, I believe, is Johnny. And I found it on one of these videos of like a house tour. And I thought it was funny. So I thought it would be a fun way to present today's live stream from penthouse number 5. The trial, how long is the trial? Okay, this is a good question. How long is the trial going to go on for? It was scheduled to be a 6-week trial. We are now on week 3. And I think on Thursday is the last day we're going to have this trial for 10 days. And by the way, Alex, if you want to jump in here, I'll send you a link to the live stream. If you've been watching and following and you want to jump in and talk, you're welcome. I'll send you the link. Anyway, we're going to get a 10-day break because apparently the judge is going on a vacation or something. And so after Amber Heard testifies, we were going on a 10-day break after Thursday. That's the last day of trial for 10 days. After that, we're going to have to wait 10 whole days before we get a cross for Amber Heard, which is going to be really frustrating for a lot of you. So I don't know, take your Xanax. You're going to need it. I'm sending you the link right now, Alex. If you want to come on the stream, here it is. Okay. Let's go back to the chat. Didn't Amber's mom pass away? I'm not sure. Also, a bunch of you had, or maybe she did, I'm not sure. A bunch of you had, oh, okay, she did pass away in 2020. I think her father is still alive, though, because I heard that he may have turned over some text messages or turned over his phone for text message extraction to Johnny's team. So maybe it's her dad that he's setting up to testify. What else did I find out? Okay. Oh, is this really week 4 already? I'm losing track. I know it's day 14. So yeah, are we on week 4? I don't know. Okay. A bunch of you were asking, does Amber Heard have a baby? Yes, she does. She did not carry that baby. She surprised everyone with a surrogate baby that no one knew about. And she claimed that she made that decision for feminist reasons, that women should not have to have a man to have a baby. Nobody knows who the father is, but of course, everyone thinks it's Elon Musk. And if it is, that's the biggest coup she's ever pulled off. And so she'll be taken care of forever. So let's see. I'll be on vacation. All right. So, oh, here comes the judge. Okay, let's put that back in. Court is back. Let me make sure I have the sound on. They haven't turned on the microphones yet. The jury is coming back in. Surrogacy, not surgery. She had the baby through surrogacy, which means you have somebody else carry your baby for you. The baby is with Amber. The baby just turned 1. She has some pictures of this child on the website. Oh, here comes WGN with their weird music again. Sorry, I'm not going to hit the mute button though because it's too... let's see. Yeah, it does seem kind of unfair that Amber will not have to face her cross-examination right after her testimony. Too much time for her to like prep for it. Like, aren't you supposed to not go and you're not supposed to watch anything back? You're not supposed to talk to the attorneys. Do you really believe that she's not going to talk to her attorneys about the cross? So I don't really believe that. Alex, I agree. Surrogacy. Alex, Aaron is in the chat room from Gender Mapper, the Gender Mapper project. Surrogacy is terrible.
You didn't administer this until you already had Dr. Curry's scores, did you?
That's not correct.
No, you administered it after Dr. Curry made a disclosure, correct?
That's not correct.
You administered it after Dr. Curry had administered hers.
I learned that in late February when she submitted her report, but I had no way of knowing that in December of 2021.
And you didn't make any reference to this in your disclosures until after Dr. Curry made reference to hers, right?
I don't recall the date of the final disclosure or the fourth disclosure.
All right, can we go to the next page? Let's go to the top of the page, we'll blow that up.
The argument against...
Instructions start with standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. See that language?
I do.
All right. You don't contend it's standard not to fill out the frequency line.
I think if you're filling it on the right side of the box, I think that's perfectly fine.
All right. So you think it's standard administration to simply leave blanks that are already in the form?
I didn't leave blanks when I needed to find out the frequency of the symptoms.
All right, let's go down a little bit further. Let's go to administration. It says, number 2, read prompts verbatim, one at a time, and in the order presented, and then has a variety of exceptions. With respect to the childhood trauma notations you made in the margin of the CAPS 5, you didn't read the prompts verbatim, did you?
I read the first prompt. If there was a yes, then I would have made a decision, do I need to administer a whole nother CAPS?
Right. And you ultimately didn't do that. You just simply wrote the margin of the last one.
Because she wasn't endorsing those symptoms.
Okay. You talked about endorsement of symptoms. Ultimately, what you're looking for with respect to PTSD is functional deficiencies. It's one of the things you look for, right?
Well, with any DSM diagnosis, you're looking for what are the functional impairments as a result of the symptoms that the individual is experiencing.
Okay. So, and in fact, if you go to all the way to the end of the form, one of the things that we deal with is impairment in occupational functioning, right?
Correct.
All right. What's Ms. Hurd's occupation?
She's an actor.
All right. And she had just wrapped a major motion picture, correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't determine that she had an impairment in occupational function. She's still performing at literally the highest level of her profession, correct?
She had a number of PTSD symptoms while she was filming Aquaman 2.
Right.
That interfered with her ability to really organize a lot of resources for herself in order to go forward and film that
I asked you whether she was performing at the highest level of her profession. Yes or no?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. But did she report to you that she loves to cook?
She loves to cook, yes.
Yeah. Hike?
I don't recall hiking, but.
Read?
Yep.
Spend time with friends?
If she can, that has been diminished as a result of her.
I did not do that to the volume.
this case.
That's the court screwing with the volume again. Sorry.
Exercises every day?
The most that I can tell, she does.
Yeah. Completed level 3 sommelier training.
Level 3 sommelier
She did all
training.
these things.
Wow.
And you've made a determination that she is impaired with respect to her occupational functioning.
I made a determination that the symptoms interfere with her functioning. She does these things, but it's not like the symptoms aren't there. She has to continue to work even though she has a panic attack, even though she has an intrusive recollection of the trauma, even though she's having heart palpitations and sweaty palms when something comes into her mind. It does not stop her from doing what she needs to do, but it does interfere.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about another test that you administered. And that one's called the PAI. Do you know that one?
Yes, I do.
That's the personality assessment inventory.
That's correct.
Why don't we put in front of the witness the PX 1244?
All right, 1244. Thank you.
All right. So, Dr. Hughes, do you recognize PX 1244?
Yes.
And it's a list of critical item endorsements?
Correct.
And that's derived from the PAI?
Correct.
And this is the PAI that you gave 9/26/2019.
I don't have the cover sheet in front of me, so.
Why don't we scroll down to the bottom, Tom? And there it is.
Yep.
There
Thank
it is
you.
down there.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Now, critical item in one, I'm going to move this document, PX 1244, into evidence.
Your Honor, I would request that the entire document.
I'm only going to ask her about this piece.
Well, it's his exhibit. Do you have any objection to his exhibit, which is just the first page?
No.
All right, 1244 in evidence.
Okay. So critical item endorsement. This starts a total of 27 PAI items reflecting serious pathology have very low endorsement rates in normal samples. These items have been termed critical items. And you're familiar with that concept?
Yes, I am.
All right. And I just want to ask you about a couple of the critical items. The first one is potential for aggression. This was deemed under your PAI a critical item. It says, sometimes my temper explodes and I completely lose control. How did that potential for aggression bear on your analysis?
Well, there's a few things. Number one, certainly Ms. Hurd reported to me that in her relationship, that would happen. Her anger and her affect regulation would become impaired. Number two, you have to look at the total scales where that scale is not elevated, so it would not be a major cause of clinical concern. Number three, she had 4 responses that she could say to this question. Mainly true, very true, mainly true, sometimes true or false. She chose sometimes true. So she's answering honestly about her experience.
So it's sometimes true that sometimes my temper explodes. That's
Correct.
what you're testifying.
Correct.
All right. So you've talked a little bit about this concept called malingering. And there's one here for potential malingering. And this is another one of these critical item endorsements. Critical items means that these are serious pathology, right?
Well, as you can see, it says endorsement of these critical items is not in and of itself diagnostic.
No,
So you need to review the content of the item, and that's how you make the determination. Is this something of clinical concern that you need to do more understanding about?
Okay, so this critical item endorsement, this one reads under potential malingering, I think I have 3 or 4 completely different personalities inside of me.
Correct.
And she endorsed that as sometimes true.
Correct.
Okay.
And there's not one elevated malingering scale on the PAI.
Yeah. Let me ask you about another document. I'm going to mark the document as PX 1248.
$12.48.
1248.
All right, yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Can you put up PX 1248 just for the witness? Dr. Hughes, do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. And these are critical items that were deduced on the TSI-2 critical items list.
Correct.
And what's a 0 mean?
Means that she scored a 0 on that item. She said it's not something that's relevant for her at the time frame that the test was administered.
And these are all self-reports, right?
Correct.
And so she scored a 0 on doing something violent because you were so upset.
Correct.
See that language? You knew Ms. Heard to do violent things when she's upset.
This test specifies how often have you had these symptoms in the last 6 months?
Just in the last 6 months.
Correct.
All right. So she hadn't had them in the last 6 months.
Correct.
This test also asks and inquires about intentionally hurting yourself or cutting.
In the last 6 months.
Right.
Is the prompt.
All right. In the last 6 months.
Correct.
Had Ms. Heard previously indicated to you that she cut herself?
She indicated one time as a teenager in a reckless moment she did. It was stupid and I never did it again.
She didn't need her notes for that, I see. She remembered her quote from when she was a teenager with no notes. Fascinating.
Who is this woman?
So that was the first time
Forensic
you met her.
psychologist for
She
Amber
indicated
Heard.
that she,
Expert
had
testimony.
cut herself. What did you do to satisfy yourself that she didn't continue to engage in that behavior?
As with most things, I asked about the frequency of the behavior and had it ever occurred again? Had she ever engaged in suicidal behavior or suicidal gestures? That's part of that screen.
Where did Ms. Heard cut herself?
I'd have to look at my notes to be sure.
All right. Why don't we do that? That's in your intake note, correct?
I don't recall.
What number is it? Why don't we go to
She needs
PX
her cheat sheet
938?
back.
What?
She needs her cheat sheet back to look at her notes. She got yelled at yesterday for reading from her notes during her testimony.
And if
Which
she
is the
put it
whole
up to the
thing.
witness.
She read the whole thing.
That's not it.
No, it was just a whole thing. She was
go to the next
reading
page.
and everybody was objecting and there were sidebars and it was not good.
There we go. All right. PX 938, we're on the third page. This background information sheet has already been admitted into evidence. And there's a discussion here we talked about earlier about intimate relationships.
Oh, let's talk about that some more.
I'm sorry, the question?
Yeah, let's go back to the first page. All right, there we go. What number is this? This is in at 1246. So this page anyway, I'll ask that it be published to the jury. All right, we're going to do it again.
What you said, 1246?
1246.
All right. Okay, it's
Just
in
do it
evidence.
again.
There's supposed to be redactions, though, but, okay.
It's funny.
All right, that's in 1246.
All right.
Yes, she's still being cross-examined by Depp's
So why don't we
attorneys.
blow up the intimate relationships section? There's intimate relationships here relative to a variety of people, including a person called Tasha.
Tasha.
I don't think
who's
that's her
she?
name. It's
She
Tasa
was Miss Heard's
or
wife.
Tasa.
Okay. And that relationship preceded her relationship with Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
Did you say on direct that you saw no previous inter-partner violence? Just yes or no?
I don't believe I did.
No. You don't believe that you saw inter-partner violence, or you didn't say it on direct?
I don't believe I said that yesterday.
Okay. Your Honor, can we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
Thanks.
All right. So ignore the weird music. It's just WGN. They put music there, Sean. But this is the cross-examination of their expert witness. She's been pretty unprofessional on the stand yesterday. And I think so far he's doing a good job. Have you been able to watch anything since? I know you've been busy working.
Yeah, I've been in motion practice hell. I'm defending against a domestic violence protection order for a guy.
Oh, are you? Well, that's interesting.
Who's been falsely accused of domestic violence.
Interesting.
By his wife, who, is an Amber Heard. Yeah.
See, this is happening all over the place.
Oh,
And
yeah, it's
how's it going? How's your defense of the protection order going?
Well, you've read some of my legal pleadings. So another lawyer who I didn't really know read some of my legal pleadings and then came to me and said, I really want you to associate in on this case so you can write this motion.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, opposing counsel got served a motion filled with an enormous amount of law, The crazy thing in family law is that the motions and the stuff that you would see in other areas would actually have law in it, often don't have any law. And so there's no citation to statutory authority, case authority, nothing. And it's just like, what are you doing? But it's all emotion. And these lawyers walk in there and they get what they want half the time. Because the commissioners and the judges aren't reading the law, partially because the law is not being put in front of them. So
yeah, now these protective orders, Sean, I mean, how easy is it for a woman to get one?
You could probably get one against me.
With that, and we're not even in the same state.
Yeah, and we're friends, but we've never physically met. All I would have to do is say something like, I'm going to beat you up. I'm not going to do that.
Right. I'm not going to file an order.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
I would never do that. But literally, you don't even have to do that. I mean, they just lie. That, you know, they can lie like crazy.
And why is it that judges don't ask questions? Why do they just rubber stamp these protective orders? And then at the same time, though, Sean, there are mothers out there who can't get protective orders against men who then kill their children. Like they warned the judge. They said, don't let him go.
What you just described happened, but it's statistically pretty damn rare. And compared to the other side of the equation,
yeah, they do seem to hand them out like candy. All right, we're coming back in.
But I'll answer your question.
Okay,
because it's the money.
The money for the lawyers, for the lawyers,
for the court system.
Did you speak with Ms. Heard
to blow your
around
mind?
the circumstances that gave rise to the TRO?
With, on May 21st?
Yes.
Here we go.
Yes, I did.
We're going to talk about the
Okay.
TRO right now.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that James Franco spent the night with her at the ECB between May 21 and May 27?
I recall, I mean, again, it would be helpful to have my notes so I can tell you exactly what, but I do recall that she did see him at some point. I do not know if he spent the night.
Do you know if Elon Musk spent the night during that period?
I don't know.
Well, we did see Elon Musk and James Franco in the elevator with Amber. James Franco had a overnight bag on his back, and they were coming in at 11 or 12 at night. So I'm pretty sure that James Franco stayed the night with Amber Heard in penthouse number 3, I think, the one that's currently projected behind me.
Maybe Amber Heard is exploring polyamory.
Maybe.
Testify that Johnny Depp was not abused. Can you?
I can testify that he had physical acts of violence perpetrated on him as well as psychological aggressive acts perpetrated upon him.
She won't call it abuse, though.
Wait, did she just say that Johnny Depp got hit?
Redirect?
Yes.
Oh, case over.
She's been saying, no, but she's saying that's not abuse. She says it's minor acts of violence that are reactive, that Amber is justified in her reactive abuse. Reactive violence, minor acts of violence because she
Dr.
was in
Hughes,
danger,
you were
self-defense.
asked about some presentations. I think plaintiff's
Oh boy, here comes the redirect.
1241 was the first one. If we can bring that up.
Oh, hell.
Tom, could you help me out with that?
So this is the mutual
1241?
combat argument.
Yeah. I'm surprised Depp's lawyers are done questioning her. I'm surprised. I didn't think they got enough out of her.
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, what was the significance of this presentation?
You often just let them, be crappy.
And can you give
Gotcha.
control, or do you have to have control of the document? It's just one page? Oh, it's not the entire presentation. Okay. Can you please tell the jury what you provided in this presentation?
To the best of my recollection, it was what I spoke to you about before of how people who are not trained in forensic psychology, but who are working with victims of domestic violence can go into court and navigate with the court system and present and talk about domestic violence in a legal setting.
Okay, thank you. And that's been moved into admission, that's been moved
That's
in,
it,
correct?
yes.
Okay, well, let's go to the one that I don't think was 1242, please. Tom, if you could bring that up. All right, and is that just one page too? How many pages is that one? Okay. Do you recall this presentation, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you please just, I'm going to move the admission of plaintiff's exhibit 1242, first of all.
Any objection? All right, 1242.
And could we publish it to the jury, please?
Yeah.
And Dr. Hughes, could you please tell the jury, explain to the jury what this presentation entailed?
So I was asked by the head of the Kings County Bar Association to give a presentation about intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and how psychological experts can be of assistance. This was just because of how Brooklyn is a bar association that was attended
I
by
bet she got paid
many of
for
the
it.
prosecutors from the Kings County District Attorney's Office, as well as defense attorneys. And as I stated before, this presentation was about how to really understand cases of domestic violence, how to understand what if she drops the restraining order, what if she doesn't call the police, what are the myths and misconceptions about intimate partner violence. And when she uses force, what does that mean? How do we understand that? How do we evaluate for that? So again, without seeing the rest of the presentation, I believe that was the thrust of this presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, you testified about the notes you took and the notes you reviewed, and you were asked about some limited questions on testing. I'm going to ask for Defendant's Exhibit 1434.
You're going to do that one or what?
No.
Okay.
Oh, we need, thank you, Sammy.
So the expert probably didn't get paid for that.
But you were doing a fine job, Tom. I didn't.
You don't think so?
Did for the bar, but she got a lot
Thank
of
you,
free
Michelle.
advertising.
Dr. Hughes, is this your
Free
CV?
advertising, sure, for her cottage industry.
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 1434. You're out of completeness. They've got all the other records in here for Dr. Hughes. I'm trying to see completeness.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Let's go to Defendants 1435, please. Now, Dr. Hughes, you've testified about the different testings that you administered, and this is one of the ones that I believe you testified to earlier, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the DSM-5?
This is the clinician-administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of 1435.
Any objection?
Sean, here's a question for you. Can you put extra evidence into redirect?
No.
It's not the caps, it's the DSM-5. But she administered all these tests, Your Honor, and they can't, for completeness of record, they can't put in partials and then not have the rest of it.
Oh,
there was no objection to when they put theirs in. Now,
now
they're objecting to.
She didn't object.
I would cite rule of completeness, Your Honor, Rule 2, Virginia Rule 2:106, that they can't just put a partial in and then not have the completeness of the testing in the documents.
Well, they put their test in, now you want to put more tests in, correct?
Correct.
That's not a completeness argument then, that's just a different test.
Well,
but what's the objection, though, that there's, okay, all right, I'll sustain the objection. Next.
This is the
All
first
right, well, then
time
we'll go
that
for
the
the
judge
other ones.
did not give Elaine
You
her
did the
way when she fought
TSI.
back. That might be the first time.
Before we go on to the others, let's talk about, could you please tell the jury what you administered in this DSM-5 and why this is significant?
Compound.
Sustain.
Can you tell us why the DSM-5 is significant that you administered?
So the DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Psychiatric Disorders. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association. That's where it has all the criteria and all the information for our major mental disorders like major depressive disorder or panic disorder or PTSD. What the CAPS is, the clinician-administered PTSD scale, is it follows all of that criteria that's in the DSM-5 so that you can make a very accurate diagnosis.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you make as a result of this DSM-5?
Right. So not only on this, I mean, this instrument can stand alone where she meets PTSD criteria just by virtue of this instrument, pardon me, but also the other testing that I gave where she had elevated scales on PTSD measures which correspond with the DSM-5 symptoms of PTSD. So there were multiple measures that are consistent across time that she meets criteria for PTSD.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you were also given 1 page of the scoring on the TSI 2 and 1 page with respect to the PAI. Do you recall seeing that?
It wasn't the scoring, they were the critical items on those respective tests.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1858. Which is the full PAI. And was this the actual testing and scoring?
Yes, this is the profile, the scores that are generated from the 344 questions that Ms. Hurd answered on this test.
And what were the results? What did you determine based on the testing of this PAI?
Well, that the results were valid and reportable. There was no evidence of exaggeration or malingering on this test, and there were significant symptoms that correspond with traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology.
She's just going to repeat her testimony
And
from
I believe you
yesterday.
said again
That's
that
what we're gonna have to sit through again.
that there was no elevated scores. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So elevated scores are a way that we get to know where a cutoff is to say that something is clinically significant. And that follows very standard statistical principles. So when a scale is elevated, it means that we have sort of greater confidence that this individual endorsed a lot of different symptoms that make this scale relevant. And then we want to figure out why that person is having an elevated score on something like depression or anxiety. It gives us greater confidence that, this person's maybe reporting depressive symptoms like people who are depressed.
And what would constitute an elevated score?
Well, on different tests, it's different things. Certainly on the PAI, it doesn't follow linear T-scores. It's a little different statistically, so you have to look at it differently. But
If I'm on the
certainly,
jury, I'm
it's
asleep.
usually about a T-score of a 65, and on some it's a T-score of a 70.
T-score,
A T-score
65,
is a
numbers.
normative
Nobody's
curve,
listening to
is a
this.
way of allowing us to compare people's scores, comparing your scores to
At
the
least she's
normative.
turned and looking at the jury, which
And would it be at all helpful
engages
to
them
have
a
the
little bit
entire
Right.
test as opposed to
She's
one
nowhere
piece
near
of
as good
paper
a
or
witness
one
as
page?
the other.
Dr. Curry.
Well, certainly you
yeah.
cannot tell the entirety of how the symptoms that Ms. Hurd endorsed and the scales were elevated just by the critical items.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1858.
Objection, hearsay.
And this is the completeness, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Let's bring up 1859.
She didn't get it.
No, and the judge has not been very hard on her. This is the first time the judge is sustaining the objections, relatively quickly and
this
more
is,
than
you were
once.
shown 1 page from the TSI 2, the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the TSI 2 exam, the full exam?
The trauma symptom inventory is a test of common symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and related traumatic symptomatology. And on this score, she had, elevations in intrusive experiences, which is the intrusive component of PTSD, where thoughts or memories or feelings come into your mind when you don't want them, with accompanying distress. And then the defensive avoidance, doing many, many different things to push it down, to try not to think about it, to try not to
We
talk
heard
about
all
it.
of this yesterday.
So that you
All
don't
of it.
get upset. And she also scored high on a scale of relational avoidance, having difficulty feeling close in relations and relationships, not only intimate relationships, but friendships as well. And that's a related trauma symptom that individuals have after having sustained an interpersonal trauma like domestic violence.
That's also a symptomology of borderline personality disorder.
To have the full exam as opposed to 1 page out of it.
As with anything, seeing an entire profile gives one more information.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 15 for 1859.
Objection, hearsay.
And I would argue the completeness rule again.
Objection, hearsay. we played a musical version of the objections earlier.
Really?
Yeah, it was funny. Okay, so Elaine is getting a little bit more pushback from the judge today, which is interesting. So I like that.
Did they get the report in or not?
No, I don't. Not the full thing that she wanted, because she didn't take the chance to object when he offered it into evidence. The judge did ask her any objections. She said no, and he only put in a part of it. And then she wanted to reference some other part that wasn't in. But she's trying it again now, I think. So
I mean, she definitely went through and laid the foundation, for the admission of that report with that witness. So.
Yeah, all of this, though, to me, Sean, is it's so pointless. Both of these witnesses cancel each other out. The experts cancel each other out. So just throw them out, strike both their testimonies, and let's move on.
You were shown a couple of finger pictures.
Pictures. Yeah, the severed finger.
I got a finger picture.
And I believe you indicated those were shown to you, and I think you were asked if these were severe injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you have any understanding of the cause of those injuries by Mr. Depp?
I do understand that there's competing accounts of what happened, for sure.
All right. Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibits 373.
I'd like to see the pictures of the severe damage to Amber. Where is the severe injury
Your
in
Honor,
the hospital
I think this
photos
is
of her?
already admitted.
Haven't seen any of those.
I don't see it.
That's
And
'cause there weren't
Jamie
any.
doesn't have it. So 373, I can mark it, but it's not admitted yet.
I think there was a version of that. If I may,
I don't know that.
Your Honor,
I can just tell you that 373 has not been admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, it's not redacted, and I don't believe it's been admitted.
the part I'm trying to admit is in another exhibit, so let's go in a different way. We'll take that one down. Let's go with 398.
Oh man, you can't get your exhibits in
398
order
redacted
even. How much
isn't
time are
evidence.
we going to take
That
on
might be the
this?
one.
Yep. This is the tedium.
Get your shit together. Come on. This is like,
right.
respect the court's time. Have your shit
Well, no.
together.
No. Wear the jury out. That's the goal.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, think about it. If you've got a shitty case, what are you going to do? Right? You wear the jury out, show them, buttloads of crap that, they hate. They're bored to tears, right? They want to go home.
They want to go home.
Right? They want to get started to writing on their book deal.
This is an email.
Right? Meet the other jurors in that.
Okay, wait, here it
Kipper,
is. It's an email.
Your understanding was that was his doctor, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right,
And
here we
then I'm
go.
going to draw your attention to the last part of this. This is on 3/19/2015. Thank you for everything.
They didn't do their highlighter
Missing
right.
the controls on this.
They blocked it out.
Thank you
instead
for
of
everything.
highlighted
I've
it.
chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should, thank you, Your Honor, that I should never cut off my finger again. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah, because
Yes, I
that's
do.
not a joke.
Okay, so that's Mr. Depp admitting that to Dr. Kipper
He's not
in
admitting anything.
3/19/2015.
Objection leading.
He was telling a
Okay.
joke.
I sustain the objection next.
Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 499. And Your Honor, I believe this one is in as well, or is it the
It's a
redacted?
redacted one.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
one. Thank you.
Yeah, they're really going to try and say that email was an admission, that he cut off his own
And then if I
finger.
could draw your attention, this
Which
is
is
a
so
text
stupid.
message from Mr.
Yeah, but
Depp.
didn't he testify
Aaron
about that and say that he
Talked about
lied?
On
No, he said he was
10/31,
joking.
2015.
Which he was. He said he cut off the one on his other hand, so he would
And
remember
says
not
this
to
is
do
the
that
second
again.
time he's held off giving me my meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Do you recall seeing that as part of the documents that you reviewed?
I believe I did.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down. Now, you were also asked to listen to an audio tape, and it's plaintiff's 343. I'm going to And do you recall listening to that audio tape at some point as part of your review?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to now pull up that same audio tape from the same date, and I believe that's June 2016. And if we could go to, and we're going to have a few different ones, so hold in there with us. We're going to start with 2 minutes 40 seconds 00, going to 2 minutes 40 seconds and 21.
Knocking on the door. I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to get
other?
out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
Oh, man. Go home and listen to the tape.
Now, that was just before the punching, hitting that was played. Do you recall that?
Objection leading.
Well, the tape recording that you listened to was at 2:46:01 to 2:47:20, and that was 2:40 through 2:40:21. Correct?
I understand.
Objection leading.
Okay. Now let's go to after that.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you. Now let's go to after that, 2:52:00 to 2:52:34.
Just yesterday. Because of how it's been lately. Like since Australia. And I have been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, we've gone on home. We had a great time over in the back. We had a fight with each other.
Yeah.
Physical.
Yeah.
Then we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. You saw me longer in this since Australia.
No.
And then let's go to 3:20:00 to 3:21:37. And while they're getting that, I'll just ask you the question, Dr. Hughes, do you recall that Mr. Depp said that they had fights in the places that he listed on that audio tape?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What do you recall Mr. Depp saying about fights that they'd had on that audio tape?
Objection, no foundation.
She just listened to it.
Overruled, okay.
Yeah, I think it was hard to hear in this one. I had listened to it previously, just acknowledging that there are fights previously.
Okay, thank you.
All right, more polls coming your way on YouTube.
Yeah, this is not exciting testimony at all.
I can't even hear it. We can't
Yeah,
even
me
hear
neither.
this recording, and there's no captions.
Get our shit together. And that, by getting our shit together, that might mean fucking A, we do this, we make it.
Oh, that's excellent acting right there. See it?
Yeah.
So I've tried, done.
I gotta tell you, I really feel sorry for her.
Look at her
You know?
mouth. Yeah, I guess.
She's, she's mentally ill. And now her, dirty mental illness panties are on display for the entire world. I mean, what sane man would want to date Amber Heard now?
I'm the culprit.
What's that?
Somebody will try and ride the dragon.
I will recognize when
that was good.
Do you recall listening to that part of the tape, the audio tape?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall from that portion? Again, I know it's hard to hear, but.
It's hard to hear, but what I recall from hearing that was the negotiation that the couple is trying to do and trying to say, you know, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to do better.
Is it possible to turn that up anymore, or is it, I have one more?
Yeah, we
I'm
can't
just-
hear it.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, my last one is 3:26:20 to 3:29:50.
There's a new poll on YouTube. The new poll.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Would
Okay.
you rather, it's a would you rather be stuck on an island with Amber or lose a fingertip? The poll is up. Lose a fingertip or be stuck on an island with Amber Heard? Which one would you rather do? And if you are watching on YouTube, you can take part in the poll. Unfortunately, Facebook doesn't have fun things like polls that I can put up, so we can't do that. But you can, of course, on Facebook, just tell us in the comments, would you rather be stuck on an island with Amber with no way to get off
When you're
or
mad,
lose a
fuck
fingertip?
it, and you decide all bets are off.
Look what I did on this trip. Look what I accomplished.
Amanda says, I'd lose a hand.
I'm going to go with stuck on an island with Amber. Just for giggles. You know.
I think we found the guy who wants to ride the dragon.
You know, she is good looking. You know, she's definitely on the hot, crazy Matrix.
Remember, I try to
go wrong.
Bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try if we're hiding to say, even if I don't want you to feel this, I don't want to feel this.
I need to know what we need to do different. I need to know what do we do different if I have a problem. You need to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you. You need to let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're going to make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like...
Well, no, it's the same thing goes for me then. You're going to have to allow me to get mad.
Yes, exactly. If I do something that makes you mad...
You start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just I only start yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it. I'm talking about the yelling.
Can't hear Johnny at all. I don't know how this helps them. This is not...
Yeah, let's talk about that. How does this help them? This...
Her voice is much louder because she's probably the one who's recording, so the phone is right next to her. These are her recordings.
The monster gone. Did you put him away?
Is the monster
It's
gone?
been so, when you get on that train and you get angry, you stay on it for so long and you won't come down, you won't talk to the person is you.
That's not always.
It doesn't have to always be the monster.
I don't know. I guess the shrink's goal is just to show that they fight.
You remember the bigger picture. You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like this. No, you don't. But I ask you because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them. You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed, and then you walk out on me all the time. You've got to take some olive branches from me. You've got to offer them too. You've got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I. So do I. But if I call you on it, will you hear it? You call me out on it if I'm doing it.
Oh, thank God that's over.
Do you remember listening to that, Dr. Hughes?
Yeah.
That was hard to listen to.
And what is your interpretation of that? What do you recall?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection? What?
Speculation.
Her interpretation?
She's an expert.
An expert of what?
Well, she's
I
an
think
ex-
this is more
Oh,
of how this couple
psychology.
is
allowed
trying
to give their opinion.
in the face of all of the turmoil and the violence and the abuse. I think it's important pointing out, is my recollection is that there's two Australias. They're talking about the honeymoon Australia, not the Australia where the incident happens. They go back, and that becomes a honeymoon time for them. And I think certainly hearing how this couple has talked about the monster and the person who comes out, as we talked about that cycle of violence where the person who, hurts her and hits her and controls her isn't the same person that she loves and she cares about and that she wants to be with.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you also were asked about Dr. Bonnie Jacobs and her treatment and her treatment notes. And did you review those treatment notes from Bonnie Jacobs?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, can we bring up defendants 1059?
The chat is giving me some good compliments on my hair. I'm always open to hair compliments. Always open to that.
What about my hair?
And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Misandry.
And what is it?
Yes, that's what it is.
It's like the first of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' treatment notes starting in October 17th, 2011.
Okay. And do you recall whether Ms. Heard was already in a relationship with Mr. Depp at that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And you testified quite extensively yesterday about Bonnie Jacobs' notes and entries there. Were those reflected?
You're getting
in these
hair
notes?
compliments.
These
You
are
have
the
a
notes.
beautiful head of hair, Sean.
I can ask, what if any of those citations
You do,
that you
though.
gave
It's
to
good
the
hair.
jury were in these notes?
Objection, compound.
Salt and pepper is always good.
These are the notes that I was referring to yesterday.
There's a dirty joke in there
What was the
somewhere, but I'm trying to
significance
get
of these
that.
notes to you? You were asked again about them on cross.
I found the treatment notes very significant because they had contemporaneous reports of what Ms. Heard was going through, not only what she was reporting in her relationship with Mr. Depp, but her accompanying symptomatology. What the notes revealed was there's a significant amount. Well, we see it unfold in time. We see where the violence starts and we see how it unfolds. We see at least 3 indications of sexual assaults. We see constant pleadings and upset about his substance abuse and trying to find ways to get him help. And she joins Al-Anon to get herself help as a family member of someone who struggles with substance abuse. We see how she's reporting a lot of controlling behavior and obsessive behavior. We see that there's 2 instances where the police were
testified to
going to
all
be
this
called
already.
and when in her apartment in Orange. Because of the fighting at that time. Once
the
they
cops saw
actually were
nothing.
called and once they weren't, from what I could amass from the
nothing.
notes. So what it does is it really shows how this relationship is unfolding over time and actually getting worse.
And then you indicated that Amber Heard moved from Bonnie Jacobs
If you are
to,
bored, so is the jury.
Dr. Cohen.
So is
and that
the
was
jury.
in
If you are
2014.
bored, just
Is that
remember,
Correct.
they are
Okay.
too.
And what is your understanding of the relationship between
By the
Dr.
way,
Cohen and
losing
Dr.
a finger is winning by 82%.
They were professional colleagues and they were friends. And
Unbelievable.
it's understanding why Miss Heard left the relationship with Bonnie Jacobs. It became a tumultuous relationship for her there because she was doing a lot to protect Johnny, and Bonnie Jacobs had concerns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No foundation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Remember,
Totally boring.
taking Amber to an island is dangerous. She knows Aquaman.
Foundation. Go ahead.
I
Objection,
heard, though, that
non-responsive.
Aquaman started following Johnny Depp. So he may be turning on her.
Maybe that's how she wound up on the island. They can't get off.
Her treatment with Bonnie Jacobs were one that Mr. Depp continued to denigrate that relationship, her therapeutic relationship. But number 2, really more importantly, is that she wanted to protect Mr. Depp.
because she didn't want Dr. Jacobs had some concerns about perhaps his substance using in front of his children, and that she would be a mandated reporter. So Ms. Heard did not want to do anything and talk more about what was going on with Mr. Depp with her therapist for fear that something might happen. So she left that treatment really to protect Mr. Depp.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1059, the treatment notes.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. This is what we dealt with yesterday.
Your Honor, I think that for completeness here, he's relied upon these and they reflect the present sense impressions.
I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1057.
Yes, Judge, move this along. Please, Judge, make them go faster. We are rolling down the road to lunch.
Dr. Hughes,
Let's get
you
there.
also indicated that you relied on the treatment notes of Dr. Cohen.
The chat is
Conan,
getting
correct?
suicidal.
Cohen, Cohen, yes.
People are,
And
are
you also
actually
interviewed him as
wanting
well?
to shoot themselves
Correct.
listening to her.
And on what was the significance of what he reported to you that related to your opinions?
Ooh, Loretta,
Well,
is
this
that
was a
true?
continuation of her treatment, and the treatment here where it seemed like Dr. Connell Cohen was going was a harm reduction model, really trying to help Amber stay safe in the relationship by not talking back, by leaving, by not engaging. And those are very sort of short-term strategies when you're in a relationship mired with interpersonal violence. What we also see is what I mentioned yesterday is her psychological status and functioning continues to deteriorate. She continues to have more anxiety, more affect dysregulation, sort of feelings are coming up and down all the time. She's having more sleep problems. She's going on more medication. And the sort of the conceptualization and understanding of that is, sort of exposure to repeated trauma causes psychological disequilibrium and destabilization. And we're sort of, again, seeing the trauma unfold over time. And also in these notes, certainly there are those contemporaneous reports that correspond to specific incidents. Like I was speaking with you yesterday about the Boston plane incident. There are actual notes where she called him after.
Objection, Your Honor.
She called
Yes.
him.
What's the objection?
Beyond the scope of the question.
Thank you
All
for
right,
trying
I'll
to stop
sustain the
her.
objection. Next question.
Good. See, move it along. Keep doing that. They should object every time
What,
she
if
goes
any,
off.
additional information did you get from Dr. Cohen that assisted you in your opinions?
Well, certainly from the notes, as I was stating, that, there were times where right after an incident, Ms. Heard wrote, she contacted Dr. Cohen either by text or by email and saying, Johnny did a number on me tonight. I really need to see you. I'm safe. I'm hurt. but
Objection
I'm
to
safe."
hearsay.
I think she can rely on hearsay. Your Honor.
Sustain the objection to hearsay.
Nice. The judge is getting
Your
ready
Honor,
to go to
I'm
lunch.
going to move the admission of the notes, defendants 1057.
Move it along, Elaine.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Thank you.
Even
Move
the
to strike
chat
hearsay
knows
testimony.
when they
Let's
hear
don't come
hearsay.
in.
No,
Yeah.
continue. Go ahead.
Thank you. You were asked about a knife. You were shown plaintiff's exhibit
Oh,
92
here we
and a
go.
knife that's, I think is till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase as it related to Amber Heard?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
He showed it in cross-examination. I'm able to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to talk. I'm just letting her go back in.
Oh, cut her off. I heard a lot of words.
Her understanding of a knife.
But let's pull up plaintiff's 92. Tom, can I get you to do
Didn't
that,
we already
please?
talk about this knife? What? Everybody there,
I
their
believe you
stomachs are rumbling.
in response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp, you said it depends
It's
upon what the
12:43.
context is. What did you mean by that?
Well, first I believe that this is the knife
She
that has
is
a
like Lady
turquoise
Elaine.
end.
We're calling her Lady
and
Elaine from
this
now
was a time when Mr. Depp was filming The Lone Ranger, and he was in a turquoise phase. And she purchased him that because she thought it would be a kind gift. The phraseology is that Mr. Depp told her the only way out of this relationship is death.
So she bought him a
And
knife
what-
and
Hearsay.
solidified that?
I don't understand the objection. I think she was entitled to be able to speak to that.
But she,
Yeah, it's Mr. Depp's statement, the party
All right,
opponent
I'll
admission.
overrule the objection.
Thank you.
What?
Okay. And what is your opinion? What do you think of that as a clinical psychologist in specializing in IPV and trauma?
I mean,
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
Oh boy, sidebar with the judge.
Oh, I was thinking, she's talking about this and she's going, oh, the only way out of this marriage is death. And I'm thinking, doesn't everybody take a vow of that when they get married?
They do. Yes.
Right.
Till death do us part. It's in the vows.
It's in the vow.
I think what's more important is that she bought a large, sharp knife for the man she says she's afraid will kill her.
Right.
That's insane. She said how many times now? And their testimony is that she was afraid he would murder her.
Yeah.
Dr. Hughes, do you think that the phraseology on the knife, there's any relationship or significance to the opinions you've had in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustain the objection.
What, if any,
Good.
significance does the phraseology on the knife
How would
have
she know?
to the opinions you have provided in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
Yeah, keep objecting. Keep
He brought it
hammer.
up in
I'll
cross, Your
overrule
Honor.
the objection.
Thank you.
Overruled.
So there are several things. I certainly am aware that at this time that Ms. Heard purchased this knife for Mr. Depp, she was engaged in her whole lot of denial and minimization about the extent of the violence in the relationship. There is a notation in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes about when Mr. Depp uttered this to her, was around the discussions of the prenup. And he said, I don't want one because the only way out of this relationship is death. Dr. Jacobs didn't think that was funny.
Okay.
Ms. Heard was taking it like, oh, maybe it's endearing, maybe this is okay. But it was definitely a clinical cause of concern at the time that phraseology was used.
Now they're
Thank you,
bringing
Dr.
in the
Hughes.
prenup.
Now, you listened to an audio tape, and then we showed some additional ones from that. What, if any, photos did you review as part of your examination?
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking all the different authority. I'm just establishing that she also looked at photos.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's beyond the scope.
Dr.
Yeah.
Hughes,
She's
based
sustaining
on
everything.
everything in the cross-examination.
She wants to get
and
to
the
lunch, I'm
redirect,
telling you.
What, if any,
This judge is
changes
always
do
on
you
time.
have to any
She
of
will
the
not
opinions that you
stand for
provided to
going
this jury
past
yesterday?
the minute they're supposed
Objection
to go.
compound.
Overrule.
I don't have any changes to my opinions that I gave yesterday.
And do you still hold those within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody, but you're free to stay in the courtroom.
Finally-
Since you base your
Wait, what are they going to do?
Thank you.
All right,
They're
thank
not
you.
calling somebody else right now, are they? Huh,
All
they might
right.
be.
I think we'll go ahead. Yes, sir. Okay.
Oh, more sidebars. Sidebar. All right. I believe the judge is going to call for lunch. And during lunch, we will be talking about our opinions on this. And I have some more things to show you, some video clips from yesterday. And I think we're going to go back and play the objection hearsay music video again because Sean hasn't seen it and he needs to because it's hilarious. Sean, what are your thoughts so far?
She sucks.
The expert or Lady Elaine Fairchild, who's doing the questioning?
The attorney is she's the most capable of all of Amber's attorneys that I've seen so far. So,
well, she doesn't object to her own questions like Rottenborn, which
right, and she knows the rules like the back of her hand. and she knows the evidence really, really well too. I mean, the woman is really prepared. It just from what we've seen so far, she's got a dog shit case, and she's doing the best she can with it.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, but this shrink is just, I think she's just not a very good witness.
Yeah, I don't think she's been a good witness either. Julie, yes, if you have to pop out now, it'll always be here. You're watching on Facebook. Just come back to my author page later, and the replay will be there for you, and you can back up and watch it. If you're watching on YouTube and you have to pop out, you can also see the replay on YouTube after the live stream is over. All right, we're coming back. The judge is going to recess them to lunch, I think. I can't imagine they would call another witness.
Let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. Just do not do any outside research, and don't talk to anybody about the case. Okay?
Do I know this
We'll see you
judge, or
back
do
here
I know
too,
this
okay?
judge? She is always on time, Sean, which I like about her very much. She's always out of here every day at 4:50, exactly on the nose. She's calling it a day, whether you're done or not. So okay, jury's leaving. Nothing's happening. They're coming back at 2 p.m. So I'm going to change the banner to say 2 p.m. so that you guys can stop asking me what time court's coming back. Court is at lunch and will resume at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. All right, let's get back to what you thought of this witness, Sean. Why did you think that Dr. Hughes, paid expert psychological forensic testimony witness, was not a good witness?
Well, so in the end, what does she actually have actual direct knowledge of?
Just Amber's statements.
Just a bunch of statements that are self-reported, subjective statements. She can dispense an opinion that says that she believes that there was abuse inside of their relationship, but she doesn't have any actual knowledge of it. So she didn't see anything, right? So, and, it's not like she's delivering a bombshell that Johnny Depp is, got a personality disorder like Dr. Curry did. So, and she's speaking a lot of psychobabble. Now, whether that will confuse the jury or whether the jury will see through that, who knows, right? But it's still pretty hard to get around that. You got a recording of Amber Heard, admitting that she, was hitting Johnny. And the only real issue in this whole damn trial is whether or not Johnny is an abuser. And so therefore, when she said that she was not defaming him. Mm-hmm. If he's not an abuser, then it defamed him. Mm-hmm. That's the issue, and we can, run circles around with psychobabble or not, and that's ultimately what the jury has to get back to deciding. So,
yeah, I'm not sure she moved the needle too much for the defense, because I think the jury has been explained to by Depp's lawyers that this doctor witnessed nothing. And so now we're back to where we were before she took the stand, which is, so far we've heard no eyewitness testimony that corroborates these massive claims. So they had their good day yesterday where the doctor got to make all these wild, ridiculous claims. And one of them, Sean, you're not even going to believe this, is we're supposed to believe that Johnny Depp, we just spent 13 days listening to them talk about how there's cocaine all over their house. We saw pictures of it on the table in lines. We heard Amber talking about bags of cocaine. So Johnny Depp can get whatever drugs he wants whenever. And they were trying to make this impression that there are drugs literally all over the place in this house. And yet this doctor gets on the stand and actually says that Amber claims Johnny ran out of cocaine and did a cavity search on her to look for it. A cavity search. He looked inside her vagina for the cocaine. He didn't just call his speed dial drug dealer who can just bring over a bag or a trunk full of cocaine. No, we are to believe that he reached inside his wife to check to see if she was hiding it inside her. Does that make any logical sense?
That is beyond absurd. And I'll tell you, as the person talking to you that's got an Audi as opposed to an innie, Right?
That's one way to put it.
So I once had to research a case about a woman that was a defective gynecology exam. So I had to go off and I had to go watch a bunch of YouTube videos about what it is that women go through when they get a gynecological exam, and kind of seeing what a body cavity search would sort of look like. That's just, I think every woman that's listening to this has a pretty clear idea of what that might be like. But I think every man who hasn't been to jail probably doesn't have an idea of what that's like. And that's just absurd.
Okay, I have another question for you.
Sure.
So as a man, Sean, as a man, you're a heterosexual man, you have a child, you've had sexual relations with women.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm feeling so devalued.
Let me ask you a question. Another claim that Amber Gate told her doctor was that at one point, and this is how the doctor literally showed the jury with her hand, she went like this. She said Johnny pushed her into the closet, stuck his fingers inside of her, and moved her around violently. Her body, like moved her with like a finger puppet, like a hand puppet, like he moved around her. She weighed at least 105, maybe 110 pounds at the time. Could you move 110 pounds with one hand, an entire body, violently in that manner? Do you think?
No, and no, and if you did have the sort of upper body strength to sort of deadlift or live lift 110 pounds, because that's what it is, right? It would be live lifting. It's not just static load, it's load that's moving around. If you had that sort of upper body strength, the sort of, physical damage that would be inflicted on her would be, something that would absolutely be, there would be evidence of it.
Yeah,
that's beyond crazy.
That's beyond crazy. This is just something, and to get a doctor to believe you, a psychologist to believe that story is mind-blowing to me. In fact,
remember, they're
you didn't see
required to
this.
believe
I want
that.
you to see it. I want you to see it. And I want to say ahead of time, I'm going to play this. But again, I do not believe.
But remember, they're required to believe this stuff.
Well, no, not the expert.
The forensic
expert is not required. The treating psychologists are, and guess what? They didn't believe it.
Right, but they are required to approach what it is that the person says with a certain degree of believability, that they're actually telling the truth.
Yeah. Well, all right.
Which is just crap.
I mean, it's insane. I want you to see this, because since you missed this testimony, hold on, Dr. Hughes, allegations. Let's see if that brings it up.
I feel so devalued that you recognized my gender and my heterosexuality. I need therapy now.
This cavity search thing is just insane. Let me see.
I mean,
this I think is it. I think this is the video. Hold on, let me get it up here. It is now, again, people watching this. I do not believe this, and I'm not playing this to spread this kind of more defamation about Johnny Depp. I just want you to listen to it and say to yourself, do I believe that this could actually happen? Okay, because this to me is the craziest testimony I ever saw in any court ever. And again, keep in mind, Sean, this is the paid expert who is supposed to be kind of neutral, like presenting facts, right, to the jury, that or her opinions on what she saw. But the way she presents it is as if she were witnessing it, like an eyewitness account. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Let's make this big. And play.
What about sexual violence? So there was a number of incidents of sexual violence reported in this relationship. Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the trailer, I want to say trailer park, but I guess it's trailer park. It is a trailer park, where he was accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber, and that was the problem. Amber got accused of women hitting on her, and it got accused of men hitting on her. So there were so many targets that came through in his obsessive jealousy. But when he, on that incident when Kelly Sue was accused of hitting on Miss Heard, and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search and ostensibly was looking for drugs and felt it acceptable to rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for cocaine, thought that maybe she was hiding them there. And again, these incidents often happen.
How many nightgowns did she have? Didn't she say this? How many nightgowns did he rip? Because she said that in the first time that he would rip off her nightgown, and then she said it again that he ripped off her nightgown. Is this Dallas? Okay, continuing.
In a drug-fueled rage. There was another incident in the Bahamas where when he got angry, he took his fingers and he put them in her vagina.
Watch her hand.
Moved her around violently in the closet. Again, an act of sexual violence.
What?
And of course, the incident.
You're right. She is testifying about it as if she actually saw it. She said there was another incident.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. Wait till you see when she tells you what Amber was thinking at the time it happened. Watch this.
The most severe instances of sexual violence that Miss Heard had to endure, in which when he was beating her and choking her and telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you. I hate you. I hate you. I'm going to fucking kill you. And he grabbed a bottle that was on the bar and penetrated her with that bottle. And Miss Heard reported to me of dissociating and going outside of her body. And the only thing she was thinking is, oh God, I hope it's not the broken one.
Oh, okay. What are your thoughts on that testimony?
Well, prefacing that with, if there's even a grain of truth to any of that, that's a horrible thing for anyone to go through. Now, having said that, I don't believe hardly any of it, right? I mean, that just sounds like the sort of stuff that someone would, say to create an expert that's going to testify for them. I mean,
honestly, she must have a subscription for nightgowns. Maybe she's on one of those nightgown of the month clubs where they send you nightgowns every month because your abusive ex-husband keeps ripping them off of you. I
mean, basically what she's describing.
And also, you don't have to rip off a nightgown, by the way. You just go under it. It's open down there. So why would you be ripping it off if you're just trying to get, the puppet, the finger puppet? I don't understand why the nightgowns keep getting ripped off.
She's describing a rape scene, and there just doesn't seem to. I mean, if that happened, then why doesn't anybody know about it?
Yeah, exactly. And all of these incidences of so-called alleged abuse and all of these things, Johnny has security around him at all times. And in fact, several of them testified that they often stand outside the door where he and Amber are so they can hear when there's trouble. So if they are listening that closely and paying attention because they know he's in danger from her is why they're doing that. That's the only reason why they're doing that. Are you telling me that this kind of screaming assault could be happening and former law enforcement security guards are not breaking down the door? These are men who used to be police officers. They used to be one of them was in the roughest jail in the UK. He was a jail officer. These men they're not lawbreakers. They're law followers. They're law enforcement. So I just don't. Someone would have been a witness to this, and all of them are saying no. None of this. All we saw was violence toward Johnny.
Right. And the men you're also describing also have a very high sense of honor towards women.
Well, right. Okay, and then if I don't want to say too many of these words because YouTube is going to flag it because we can't say the R word and violence and all that. But if this happened where an object was used on her in this way in an assault, there would be injuries, there would be bruising, there would be, you would need to go to a hospital.
Right.
She never sought medical attention for this stuff she claims that happened. Listen, ladies out there, if you want to be believed, and I believe victims of sexual violence ought to be believed, you have to collect evidence. And that means you must go to the hospital. You have to get a rape kit. You have to do those things that it requires to collect evidence. You know, if you've scratched or fought back, you're going to have stuff under your fingernails. You want that. Don't take a shower. You need to go straight to the hospital, straight to the police and get that done. There's just no explanation for how she's describing heinous acts that would cause extreme injury. And none of these injuries were observed by any medical professional. The only thing we've seen on her is a bloody lip, which I've already shown you. She's a lip picker. And I know from personal experience, because I do the same thing, I pick my lip bloody every single day. So I have an explanation for that.
Megan, let's go back to something though. Okay.
Yeah.
So you said a couple of things here. Now, remember, she's been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. So those two personality disorders, you know, we talked about this earlier. These people often view that the ends justifies the means, and their perspective on things are skewed. So in their own mind, they perceive events, and then they perceive them, they're not accurate. And then over time, as they start to think about these events again, they warp and change, right? But again, this woman is mentally ill, right? And the part of her mental illness is that her perspective is off, right? So she's people with borderline personality disorder lie like crazy. They don't have any problems, any compunctions lying, because again, it's the ends justifies the means. So who knows what's going on in Amber's mind? You know, Amber may be remembering, you know, something. She may have made it up, or she may have, you know, taken an incident where the two of them actually did have sex, and she has spun it into something completely different in her mind, you know, or she's just lying through her teeth. But again, these are manifestations of symptomology of her mental illness.
Yeah, and to be fair, let's also say that it was Dr. Curry, who is the paid expert of Depp's team, who did diagnose her with those two personality disorders. Her own paid psychological expert says she doesn't have either of those things and that she has PTSD. Again, this is why my opinion of court experts, paid experts, I just don't even think that these psychological experts should be allowed in court. I don't think that they add any value. And I think that you just get a fight between two paid experts instead of getting back to the real issue, which is show me the evidence that this happened to you. None of these psychological reports give us anything other than a psychological expert's opinion on what's wrong with this person. But that's not this case. That's not what it's about. It's not about whether she's mentally ill or not. It is actually about, did she lie about Johnny Depp in print? So let's get back to witness testimony. Get rid of both of the experts. As much as I like Dr. Muffin and she's nice to look at and she's a good witness, I don't think that these people belong in court making hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight this case for the litigants who should just be presenting their evidence.
Well, you know, so there's a committee that meets to discuss the rules of evidence about once a decade or so. It's often done at Princeton. You could go and you know, participate in, talk about how you don't think that should be admitted.
I don't. I don't think it should be. I mean, it's such a huge business. It's a cottage industry. These people are making, millions of dollars on this. And it seems to me like it complicates the issue. It confuses the jury. It allows for fraud and corruption because there's so much money involved. And at the heart of the case, mental issues are not this is not it. I think the only time when psychological evaluation should be done is probably in a criminal case when you're trying to decide whether the defendant is sane, whether he can stand trial or not, he or she can stand trial. Are they competent? That's probably the only time that I think it's legitimate. And in these civil cases where people use experts as weapons against one another, I don't think it's legitimate.
Yeah, the trial lawyer sort of adage about experts is you get the opinion you pay for.
Yeah. And is that justice? Is that how we do justice in this country? It is the way that justice is done, but I just don't.
I got a good friend who says we don't have a justice system anymore. We've got a legal system.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I've done so many reports on corruption, especially when it comes to forensic psychologists and what kinds of shenanigans they pull in court. And we've kind of seen it with Dr. Hughes. We've seen her not filling out her reports correctly, not plugging in the right numbers, and testifying as if she was an eyewitness. These are dirty tricks, I think. I think that this shows you that these people can play dirty tricks. How many people has she railroaded with the same kind of thing? Before it's been televised, before the public can say, hey, this woman seems like a quack. How many other people,
Well, again, the difference really is that what you're really kind of seeing in this case is you're seeing family court, but inside of the context of a defamation action and in front of a jury. And it's different in that respect because in family court in all but one state, right, it's the judge that's making these decisions, and the judge is making decisions based upon the stuff that's put in front of them, but also the fact that these are the attorneys that appear in front of them all the time, and these are the attorneys that contribute to their reelection campaign, and these are the attorneys
that so much.
Right, and these are the attorneys, right?
Incest. It's incest in the judiciary, and it needs to be cleaned up. Lawyers should never be donating money to campaigns of judges. Never.
Well, it's even more insidious than that. I mean, what happens? We haven't really talked about this before, but the federal government incentivizes conflict inside of family court because the feds return a percentage of every dollar collected on child support to the state in block grants.
Right.
So it's a minimum of 66 cents of every dollar collected. So that provides, and that money is used to pay for court commissioners and bailiffs, everything other than a state actual judge. So there's an incentive for the judiciary to create a winner-loser parent, right? And to keep feeding the conflict, because by feeding the conflict, you generate more child support dollars being collected by the state, and therefore more money for the state from the feds. It's ridiculous.
Right. Okay. So I want to play for you, Sean. You heard one of the things that criticisms that a lot of the viewers have given to Amber Heard's attorneys is that they object all the time to everything. And I think Johnny's attorneys have been holding off on that because they don't want to look as bad as Heard's team does, because they have just looked like jerks. Well, somebody went and made a song about this, and you haven't seen it. The chat has seen it, but they love it. So I'm going to play it for you. It's called Objection Hearsay. And let's watch that again, shall we, fam? Because we enjoyed it so much the first time, and Sean really needs to see it. Okay, are you ready? Here it comes. Get ready to jam.
I used to be respected, people took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection hearsay. Oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face.
Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine. Hearsay. I don't know why we ever wed. Objection. Hearsay. Who the hell poops in someone's bed? I suspect of everything. I may have an infection. Cause I say I object. The judge says that was your own question. Objection. Hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection. Hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name? My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection. Hearsay.
How can you prove that that's your name? Objection. Hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection. Hearsay. Objection. Hearsay.
I mean, how good is that?
You know, it has been fun to watch this because they're absolutely going to teach this case in law school.
Oh yeah, won't that be fun? Yeah, this is absolutely. Hey, somebody in the chat said we need mega-pint t-shirts. I have them. The merch store is in the description, and let me show you what they look like because I have made t-shirts already.
You gotta send me one of these.
You just visit the merch store and order one. Look at this. Isn't happy hour anytime? Mega-pint me. Justice for Johnny. It comes in all different colors. Comes in all different font colors as well. We also have an actual mega-pint that you can buy, and also a beer glass, stickers, and more. Please visit the merch store. The link is in the description. If you want your Justice for Johnny merch, I have it. And it's a good way to support the channel if you're not.
This is awesome. That's awesome. That's great.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Why not? Why not? You can go to the description of this video wherever you're watching it in either YouTube or FaceTime or not FaceTime, Facebook. And the link to the merch store is in the description. So click on it and order yours right now. It does help me support the channel because, I've been sitting here for 8 hours a day doing this for you. I have put my life on hold so that you guys can watch this with me and be entertained, and we can have songs and dancing and fun and mega-pints. Yes, I will put the link in the chat because you're too lazy to go up to the description. That's fine. I can do more work for you. No problem. As long as you promise to buy a t-shirt, I'm fine with it. So let me go get the link and I will drop it in
I just clicked on the link.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. I have a lot of merch. I have merch for And Just Like That, the Sex and the City reboot that was super cringe. I've got merch for that. I've got my Bitch Switch t-shirts. It says flip it and find out. I love those. I've got mugs. I've got wine coolers. I've got all kinds of stuff. Oh, I've got one that you'll love. It's called Keep Calm and Sue Everyone. Do you like that? That's my motto. It's the motto that I live by. Keep calm and sue everyone.
Yeah. Hasn't worked out so well for me.
Those of you who are in other countries, check the link because I think they do ship internationally. I'm pretty sure that they do. I just don't know which countries that they cover. I know they cover the UK, so maybe they would ship to Italy as well. You like my poll, Whitney? Parody Whitney is in the chat, and we played Parody Whitney's new song, Crazy Eyes, at the top of the program. Whitney, I sent you the link on your Twitter DM, so if you want to pop in here and give us your opinion on what's been happening in the trial and how it's going, please do. Her song is so great. Please like and subscribe. I put her channel in the description as well. The poll, how's the poll going, Whitney? I didn't even check. Let's see. How would you rather be stuck on an island with Amber or lose a fingertip? Fingertip is still winning with 80%. If you guys
unbelievable, I'm in the minority.
You're in the minority. Yep.
She would be exciting to be on an island with.
Well, that's true.
It would keep
only
life interesting.
But only one of you is going to make it off alive. I mean,
yeah, we all, hey, till death do we part, right? Death and taxes.
I can see how the men would actually enjoy that. Oh, you know what? There is another song. Since we're going with the musical theme for today, let's go and do this other song. Let's find it. I'm actually being chastised for uploading this to YouTube because I didn't know it was on YouTube. So I found it on Twitter, and some people are upset with me because I uploaded it to YouTube from Twitter, and they're saying that I didn't get the original. I'm sorry. And I'm going to have to go and attach it. So let's find the original, and I'll give him some credit right now. 1.3 million views. It's Lars von Retriever. And we're going to play this Metallica parody song that Lars did with trial clips. It's really fantastic. Lars von Retriever, and I will put the link again. I will put it in the description so that you guys can go and see that and give him some clicks and views. But how do I share this? Why can't I share now? Hey, I just saw my sister in the chat. Stephanie, what are you doing? Why don't you pop in here? And I know you're working. She's a lawyer too, and she works, but it's lunchtime. All right, let's see. Here we go. Share audio, make screen big, enjoy.
So grotesque, it was so bizarre. On my side of the bed, this piece of out. And I knew in my mind and in my heart, it was fecal matter. And she tried to bring a dog to a dog. They weigh 4 pounds, this piece of yours. I up there on it was not a dog, because it was human fecal matter.
Oh, who did this?
She dropped a grumpy onto the bed. She was throwing shots at your face, at your head. So I grabbed her by the shoulder, and then I said, "No more fecal matter."
No more.
She never hears for things I say. She never cared for roles I play. I'm out and gone.
Gross.
Come on, you have to admit that was so good. It's so good, and I'm. If you guys.
Wow.
I mean, it's so good.
Is anybody making those on behalf of Amber? I don't think so.
No. In fact, I checked out her Twitter is really sad. The top 5 or 6 accounts she follows are all Amber Heard fan accounts. So I went on to the fan accounts, and they have 1,000 followers and 1 or 2 likes on each video. They're putting up video clips of Dr. Hughes' testimony yesterday where she claims that Johnny used Amber like a finger puppet in the closet. And I mean, literally, can I ask you, you're both attorneys. If an expert witness got up and did what she did and said,
Did she actually do that?
Yes, she put her hand up just like this, and she moved her around violently. She did that with her hand. What would you do? Is that appropriate?
Yeah, the first thing you do is object. Yeah.
And they didn't, though. Why didn't they object?
I'm with you. Why didn't they? They didn't do much objecting at all to her. And I'm sitting there all day yesterday watching that, thinking, do they have a plan? Why are they? I mean, I as an expert, I know she's allowed to testify to the stuff she relied on to come up with her expert opinion, which is, of course, all hearsay. That's just the way that is. But I mean, she really moved. Don't you think she really moved from forensic psychologist, psychiatrist, looking at the whole thing for the purposes of litigation? She went from that, which is supposed to at least look like it's an unbiased thing, to full on advocating for her emotionally, not just saying, this is what Amber told me. She quit saying that. She just said stuff as if it happened.
Yeah, that's the core of what Megan's saying. That's the core of Megan's criticism of her testimony. Yeah, yeah.
Would you have objected to that?
Yes, I personally would have, but right, there's these two philosophies in trial lawyer work, which is, one is object like crazy, right? If you fall asleep, when you wake up, object, right? And the other one is, keep your mouth shut and let them
If they're
talk.
burying themselves.
Right.
Yeah, but like today, there were a few times when I was able to listen where I heard her on cross not answering his question at all, saying whatever she wanted to answer. Why wouldn't he ever? I mean, if a witness is doing that to me, at some point I'm going to say, okay, I'm objecting. I move to strike everything she just said. Would the court please instruct the witness to answer my question? She has an opportunity on redirect to say whatever she wants to say. That's not my question. My question was a simple yes or no question, and I'm sick of these answers that go on and on and on. I mean,
yeah, it all depends though if she's burying her. I mean, if she's a crappy witness,
she is a crappy witness, so maybe that's why they're just letting her do it.
I mean, I don't know about your assessment, but my assessment is that Amber's case is crap, right?
It's in the toilet.
Right, and that she lost the case.
Poop on the bed.
She lost the case a long time ago, right?
I guess you could say her case shit the bed.
Right, right. So at some level, you just if the witness is just more garbage for Amber and the jury hates her, you just let them do it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I figured yesterday was going on, but at the same time, I'm just kind of like, at some point, you so badly want to object when it's that bad. I mean, at one point yesterday, she was like elevating her voice and was really emotionally involved in the stuff she claimed Johnny did to Amber, as if it was absolutely true. Today, I thought was so amazing when the cross-examination said, you didn't talk to Johnny at all, right? Not once, but you're assessing their relationship. Really? I mean,
yeah.
I just thought she looked.
That's Megan's criticism again, right?
I agree with it.
Yeah.
I could have been a lawyer. I really could have.
I've said that our whole lives. Everybody laughs in my family. Everybody laughs when I'm the one who became the lawyer and an ALJ for a short time. Everybody thought that was the funniest thing.
To court. She gets so
nervous.
Why don't
you go become
Not
a lawyer,
every time.
All right,
I said that too.
You guys asked for a purple shirt, so I just created one.
She'd be fantastic.
It says Frosty at the drop of a hat. Time for a mega pint. Justice for Johnny. Get to the merch store and get it. You asked for purple for Johnny. He's wearing a purple tie today, so we've turned the live stream purple, and we're just not hiding our bias because we just don't believe this woman. She's just not credible. I've got two lawyers here agreeing with me.
Sean, our mom went to law school when she was in her 50s and graduated like number 2 in her class. And then she decided not to sit for the bar, but she did it. She completed law school and she was a rock star. Our mom.
Yeah, I had a woman in one of my study groups that was she'd retired and she immediately enrolled in law school and she didn't practice. She didn't even take the bar. She just wanted the education.
That's my mom. She didn't.
That's why our mom did that. She was actually creating a product. She's an inventor. And she was creating a product and creating this business, and she wanted to understand contract law. So she went to law school at 50 years old and graduated at the top of her class. It was pretty exciting for us. We thought, wow, Mom, there's nothing you cannot do. She's amazing.
She's a force of nature, that woman.
All right. So the chat agrees, though, that they think that the strategy is to let her look stupid to the jury because she's doing such a wonderful job of that. I mean, can our opinions be that far off from the jury?
She certainly looks biased. I don't see how anybody can what he said in his opening cross was all about her using the pronouns she and her for the victims every stinking time. And she waited like 40 minutes into her direct to say that occasionally a man can be a victim of domestic violence, and then went right to same-sex violence.
Which again is a man committing the violence. She didn't have one example of advocating for any man who was the victim of female violence.
Right. I thought that he did the cross that I saw. I didn't see all of it. I had to sign off because I had stuff to do today. Still have stuff to do today.
Parody Whitney says, "Yeah, I'm truth biased. Guilty." Me too. I'm biased towards the truth. Yeah, that's how it feels. Are we? Yeah. I mean.
I'm not buying her. I don't buy her act at all. I'm sorry. I'm just not. When is she going to get on the stand? I can't stand this. When is that going to happen?
Supposedly today, but when they come back from lunch, though, aren't they going to have recall of Dr. Curry? Isn't that what's going to happen after the redirect of this doctor?
No.
No. When will Dr. Curry be recalled?
When
Maybe.
So go ahead, Sean.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. They might decide she is not worth even rebutting.
Oh, you think?
They might.
Well,
think
Dr. Curry was taking copious notes yesterday. She looked like she was ready to end this woman's career.
She's got to prepare in case they decide when it's their turn to rebut, because they have the burden, so they get to put people on to rebut. Right, Sean? But that's after the fact, after the defense puts on their case.
Oh, yeah, you have to wait till the defense rests before you do rebuttal?
Go ahead.
Remember, Amber's countersuing, so she's got the burden too.
That's true. Right. That's true.
But you know, Megan, you were talking about, these witnesses. I think that it's easy to sum it all up as this way, is that from what we've seen so far, it's Johnny's lawyer's case to lose.
You think? That's
right.
I've always thought that it was
could they
really hard
lose
to
that?
win.
Right. So the question becomes, how could they lose that? By pissing off the jury, right? By making themselves look like assholes, right?
Like by being like
Elaine
Did
does.
I read that correctly?
If
Did
that
I
guy
read
says
that?
that one more time, I'm telling you, that is the most ineffective cross-exam question I've ever heard in my life. What is the point of that? What is the point of that? As Johnny said, you continue to read them correctly, Mr. Rottenborn.
Oh, that's right.
That's what the entire jury was thinking. Like,
that is indeed my signature. Yes.
Talk about ticking off the jury. Like, enough already.
How about when they objected to whether or not he was going to be Captain Jack Sparrow?
Absurd. Ridiculous. Everybody in there knows what role he was. I mean, seriously.
Right.
Elaine.
Okay, so I have information that you guys probably haven't seen yet. I want to share some audio with you, because I've got Amber's, I did have Amber's arrest hearing. Where did it go? She was arrested for domestic violence.
Against the girlfriend, her girlfriend.
We have the audio from that court hearing. Do you want to hear it? Should we hear it? They dropped the charges, however, and it's because her victim was uncooperative and because she was a California resident, and I guess wherever she was arrested, they just didn't want to deal with it. But we do have audio of Amber in the courtroom for her domestic violence arrest. So hold on.
This is the state of Washington versus Amber Van Ree, cause number CPS 013-529, certified on behalf of the state. Ms. Van Ree is present in custody with counsel, and I didn't get your name.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michelle Sean. I apologize. I walked out of the courtroom, Your Honor.
That's not her name. Van
Reed. It was at the time.
Okay, what that means, ma'am, is no charges.
She was married to a woman whose last name was Van Ree.
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
This assault happened in an airport where a police officer witnessed it and arrested Amber for hitting her wife.
Yeah, at that point, okay.
However, that could happen in the future. Therefore, we want to make sure we have the correct address. Sycamore Avenue.
I know that's hard to hear, but he said, we're not pressing charges, or it's not going forward now, but it could happen in the future. Give us your proper address.
Yes. So notified by me if anything happens within the statute of limitations. Statute of limitations on a case like this is 2 years. To make sure that if your address changes, that you notify. Otherwise, it could result in warrants, and that would be a DV case, and that can have cross-state implications. So, because you're in California, it wouldn't provide you any relief from the DV designation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions about that?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So she was given basically like probation, right? Like 2 years within the statute of limitations. He said if anything happens in the next 2 years from whenever this happened, she could have there could be cross-state implications for her, is what he said. So here's the evidence that Dr. Hughes testified not knowing about. She said Amber Heard had no domestic violence in her past. Well, here we are in a court. We have.
Did they
and
cross her on that?
No, they did not. Why? Why didn't they cross her on that?
Has this evidence that she was arrested for that? Has anyone said that in the trial so far?
I have not heard it, but I missed day 1 and 2, and I've kind of gone back and watched parts of it, but not the whole thing. I'm not sure if it was ever put into evidence, but I find it interesting that she opened it up, though, because she said there was no history of domestic violence in her past. So doesn't that give his attorneys the right to say, what about this?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, they didn't.
Sean?
But that doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I don't know. I would want to cross her on that.
For sure.
They didn't mention it in the cross today. If it did come up previously in the trial, I don't know, because I've been watching very religiously after day 3.
We might ask her about it.
Oh, yeah, maybe they will. And then maybe did anyone discuss that, I wonder, with Dr. Muffins? What's her name?
Dr. Curry.
Dr. Curry. The beautiful blonde.
Lenora says that Amber called the cop a homophobe. Yes, that's correct. And then the police officer posted on Facebook that she's actually a lesbian. So both the wife and Amber said it was misogyny and homophobia why she was arrested. But they got it really wrong because, they're good at making up.
Officer was
Again, it's just more evidence that she makes up stories to cover up her domestic abuse, that she's a violent person.
People with BPD lie pathologically.
Oh, well, so there's more evidence that the BPD diagnosis is probably the right one. And, Tanya says that Dr. Muffin did take that into account. So she must have, I'm not sure, I can't recall Dr. Muffin's testimony word for word at the moment, but I'm sure that the attorneys have it under control.
So that's a good question then, why they wouldn't have crossed her on. Maybe they didn't want to give her an opportunity to make some excuse for why she didn't consider Amber's previous domestic violence issues. Maybe. I don't know, but I think I would have crossed her on that. Like, don't you think it would be important for you to figure out if this person was a perpetrator of violence, that she had some history of this in her past with a previous partner, her previous spouse, in fact? I mean, I think that's really relevant.
Doctor, wouldn't it change your opinion if you knew that she actually had a history of domestic violence?
Right.
Of perpetrating domestic violence against her spouse.
So for the Johnny Simps in the chat room, I'm going to give you a little palate cleanser right now. Let's watch this little clip.
I mean, I've known darkness in my life.
Oh, first of all, he's talking about when his daughter was in the hospital and she was ill, and how he goes to see the ill children.
That was the darkest period ever, It was when I was doing Sweeney. And I'd always kind of done these visits, but after that, the visits became more and more important because the kids, bless them, they're so strong, they're so courageous, but the parents are the ones who are slowly dying. And to be able to bring a smile or a giggle to these people it means everything in the world to me. It's far more than it.
I'm sorry, but she's not going to be able to compete with that.
Well, and I also would like to point out that a lot of people were saying that the simping for Johnny is going full strength in the chat. Let's just put some of that up here, because I'll always put your Johnny love comments in the up on the screen. But I think what is also interesting is that criticism has been given about Johnny and the way he talks and the way he talked on the stand, how slow he talked. But I think, doesn't this video show that this is just the way he talks? When he's not reading a script, when he's not acting, he's very slow. He's slow to speak. He's slow in he's deliberate. And I don't think it's an act, because I've seen him in interviews before, very similar to how he sounded on the stand. Not to mention what he was talking about extremely hard to talk about if you have been silenced for so many years as a man, a victim of abuse. What kind of man wants to admit they've been a victim of abuse?
No. Right.
No.
My husband won't even admit when he has to go to the doctor. He cut the tip of his finger off. I didn't do it. I swear to God. My husband cut his own fingertip off on the jigsaw, the saw, the saw. And yeah, no, he really did. He really did. And I tried to find it in the grass and I couldn't find it. But I mean, even then he was like, oh, couldn't we just super glue it? I'm like, no, you have to go to the hospital. You cut your fingertip off. I mean, so men don't like to admit when they're hurt, either physically or emotionally.
Certainly not in public on the witness stand.
We got a whole culture of that. We have a whole culture of hyper, masculinity, emotional strength and fortitude, blah, blah, blah. And then we have a culture that beats a man up, that talks about these things. If you talk about being a victim of domestic violence, right, somehow that gets turned around against you. If you talk about, I see a therapist because, it's good to talk about my feelings, you're unstable. We have a whole culture of that. So why would a man come forward and do that?
Now, Sean, I know you know a lot about BPD. Jennifer says, my son has BPD. I feel too many things are being said about all people with it. He's not a habitual liar. This perpetuates a stigma against people with BPD. Do you want to address that? Because I know you know a lot about it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's great that your son is in touch with the fact that that his brain works this way. That's wonderful. Amber Heard isn't. Just because someone has this psychological condition doesn't mean that they're absolutely going to behave in that particular way
or exhibit every symptom. Some people have control over some of the symptoms, right? And some people don't. And we're definitely not saying that all people with BPD are habitual liars, but that it is indicative of the condition. It can be.
Particularly when someone is in denial about it. I mean,
not getting any help.
Amber could get a hell of a lot better, and the very first thing for her is going to be accepting that she has that her brain works this particular way, and that means that she has a tendency to, look and see things in a particular way, and that she has a tendency to do things, right? Because that's the way she's wired to do that. And then she's going to have to learn behavioral modifications to that. Hopefully it sounds like, you got a diagnosis for your son. Good for you. Kudos for you. Raise your son in a way in which he understands the way his brain works, and then, understands what his predispositions are, and then he can build, good behavior modifications for him. I mean, I honestly, wouldn't it be wonderful if all of us, when we were young, figured out the way our brain works, and we were able to go through our life and be able to, make choices because of that?
Totally.
Right?
So it's great that she got him early help. It's wonderful. And it's
I'm sorry to interrupt you guys again. I have to go, but I'll be back.
All right. Come back later. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
I love that there are now fingertip stories in the chat room. Let's go to Lenora, who says, my husband is also missing a fingertip. Wasn't me.
Sure.
Tina says, my ex split his finger open and got me to sew it up with an upholstery needle. Girl, you've got more gumption than I do, because that would not be what I would be doing. My dog one time, my husband was playing with the dog and he put his hand into the dog's canine, and the dog didn't mean to. They were just like roughhousing, and the dog's canine went right into that spot right there, and he made me super glue it. I have never seen him in that much pain when I put that glue in there. It was so bad. I vowed I will never do any kind of surgery on you again. No patching up. You're going to the hospital. Good Lord.
The home surgery channel.
Yeah. That could be really popular on YouTube, I bet.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
It's not good. It's not good.
Can we just talk one quick?
Yeah.
The person who put up the thing about the post about BPD. I mean, yeah, you've got a real point. I don't want to spread misinformation or something like that. But we're not talking about people who are trying to address the way their brain works. We're talking about Amber Heard and what she has done and the diagnosis and how it makes sense to her behaviors.
Right.
Nothing else other than that.
Yeah, we're really not providing any commentary about other people who have it. If we make general comments about BPD, it's about the recorded symptoms and and how it's indicated. That's all.
And you can look, right? You can go to the DSM-5. It's online. You can look up, these diagnoses, and you can see what the indicators are. And for all 5 of the personality disorders, almost pathological non-truth telling is an indicator.
All right, now I brought this up earlier, but I didn't show it to you, and you didn't see yesterday's testimony. So there was a big kerfuffle over Dr. Hughes reading from her notes, and Johnny's attorneys kept objecting, and Johnny was the one pointing it out. So at this point, we see the camera is going to show Johnny watching this doctor checking her notes, and then he taps his attorney on the shoulder, and then they all start laughing, and Johnny has to turn around so that the camera can't see him losing it. Watch this. It's funny. This happened 2 or 3 times where Johnny was like losing it. And I kept saying to myself, like, don't do it. Control your face, because you don't want the jury to get the impression that you're laughing at at the witness. Do you?
Right. No. Remember, again, it's as from what we've seen so far, right? It's Johnny's lawyer's case to lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and that means
I'm sure they've talked to him about controlling his face, because this made the rounds everywhere. I think, frankly, the best testimony, the one that the jury's going to remember when they go to deliberate is going to be this one. Let me bring it back. Where did it go? I have to think about all the things they've heard. What's the one thing that's going to really stay with them? And I think it's
What
this.
have you lost as a result of Ms. Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything. Because when the allegations were made, when the allegations were rapidly circling the globe, telling people that I was a drunken, cocaine-fueled menace.
Good word. Menace.
Who beat women suddenly in my 50s. It's over. You're done. So, what did it do to me? What effect did it have on me? I'll put it to you this way. No matter the outcome of this trial, the second the allegations were made against me, the accusations, the second that more and more of these things, as I said, metastasized and turned into fodder for the media. Once that happens, or once that happened, I lost then. That's to say, I lost because
Oh no, did it stop? Oh, there. Okay. And then, so I personally thought that, and then of course, when he ended and she asked him, when she played the recording of Amber saying, you go ahead and tell them, Johnny, tell them that I, Johnny Depp, a man, am a victim of domestic violence. And he said,
A white man.
yes, I am.
Right. No. Remember, she said
Did
a
she
white
say white?
man.
Did
Yeah.
she really?
Uh-huh.
I don't think I heard that.
Yeah. I Johnny Depp. I'm almost now. You've got me questioning it.
Well, let's see. Well, we'll find it. We'll find it and pull it up. It's not that hard to find. But I do think that testimony that I just played and the yes, I am testimony that he said, I think those are the two things that so far the jury's going to remember the most. Don't you?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I do. I mean, because, yep, nobody will believe a white man of privilege is a victim of domestic violence.
That's her exact quote.
I'm triple checking and I'm digging right now.
Well, I'm trying to find it too. Because there's videos of it everywhere.
There's videos of it everywhere, but I'm just trying to find the language of it. Right. But yeah, I'm not. We would have to listen to it in order to be absolutely positive.
All right, let's see. Here it is.
Okay.
Let me see if, yeah, it's only a 2-minute clip, so this has got to be it. Hold on, I got to get past an ad. It's on YouTube. All right, I am going to.
But yeah, I agree with you. I think that's the seminal moment. That's what they're going to take, into the jury room, and that I think that's where her case was lost.
Yeah, I do too. It was this moment right here. Let's listen. Let's take a listen.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's EX 598. I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C. And first, I'd like to play the portion from 31 minutes, 14 seconds to 33 minutes, 4 seconds.
The objection to 598C.
And then we will go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes, 27 seconds to 59 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right, 598C in evidence.
It builds, right? Like you build, I build, it isn't like at one moment I would sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now I'll blood bath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a blood bath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a blood bath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Right. But
at least that's how I see it.
Indeed. But if things get heated, and it looks like it's going somewhere nasty, and the name calling begins, and all that stuff, I've got to get away. Because I don't want to be ever in a situation again like that. Never.
Me too. Me too.
Never. So
Me too.
that's don't freak out if we do have a fight and I walk away.
I'm not going to do that. I'm asking you to stay when you feel you are also in the interest of working it out.
I think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two, take some time. Take some time to think by ourselves without being, barraged by each other's fucking bullshit, whatever. I just let's take a break from it, and then come back, try and be calm, and walk through the thing. But I'm not gonna stand and fight with you. I will not. You can call me a coward. You can call me anything you want. All those names, do it. But I will not do it again.
Please stop asking. Please, can you stop for the sake of the conversation?
No, I'm just saying I won't do it again.
She's going to play the next one now.
It's really hard to listen to those things again.
I know, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've got recordings like that.
Then let's take our space and let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument. Okay? So let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay? Why are you saying stop? May I go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me leave.
Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with the stick and then saying anything the words you want me to say. Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Making shit up immediately for the recording so that she could maybe say later that he pushed me against a wall. I mean, whoa.
I'm not pushing you. I'm rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go.
Yeah, they are.
We will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay?
You know what? She's mentally ill. Of course, she's taking it as abandonment.
Revelation makes you feel better. You know, I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, it causes so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking
Over
die.
dramatic.
It's causing me so much stress.
I'm gonna die.
Stop.
You're killing me.
I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please stop doing it. Please stop. He's so.
All right, I think it's at the end. It's at the end of this.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I looked it up. I think I was wrong. Right. I think that the quote is, I, Johnny Depp, a man,
Yeah.
am a victim too of domestic violence. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, I, Johnny Depp, a man, am a victim too of domestic violence. I don't think she said white. I was just wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that was the moment.
That's the moment.
Yeah, that so far has been the most impactful of this whole trial.
Oh yeah, that's it. I mean, that's the case right there. I mean, now she's got to try and show that beyond the fact that she has admitted that she hits him, she has got to try and paint this picture of him as this horrible hidden monster of domestic violence. And the really sick part about that is that argument, the hidden domestic violence, that domestic violence happens behind closed doors and nobody has any evidence of it, is the argument that's used in courtrooms across this country all the time, and is just sort of accepted, hook, line, and sinker. And now that's what she's doing. She's trying to make that argument here. But the difference between Johnny's case and millions of other people is that there's security guards and witnesses standing around listening at the door. There's freaking cameras everywhere, right? Recordings being happened. Her ability to make the argument and say, I'm a hidden victim of domestic violence and there's no evidence of it, please believe me, is vanishingly different than, many other people who make that argument.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, I found the part where she asks him again and repeats Amber's words, and he tells the jury again. So this is it. I found where it is. Here we go.
And what did you say in response when Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp, I, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence"?
I said yes. I am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Done. To me, that was it. That was just it. That was it.
Yeah. You know,
And I'm glad this is happening. I'm glad, because so few men come forward about this. They say it's 1 in 7 men who are victims of domestic violence, but I bet it's more, because there are so few men who want to come forward with this information.
Yeah. Well, the Census Bureau and the Department of the Justice Department's Department of Justice Statistics, those two numbers put that the numbers of male victims of domestic violence is somewhere around 40% of all victims of domestic violence. So it's, yes, there's more women victims of domestic violence than there are men, but it's by no means not a huge number. And you're right, it's massively underreported. Men don't
And there's nowhere for them to go. Let's keep in mind that women's shelters, domestic violence shelters, are only for women, and there are only a handful of shelters for men across the country. In fact, there are two, and
in the United States.
They use homeless shelters for men who need to escape domestic violence.
Yep.
There was a story recently, I think they were a couple in Hawaii. A woman ended up killing her husband, and the police who knew the couple said they had begged him to file charges because they knew this was a long-standing issue, and they begged him to do it, and he wouldn't, and he ended up being murdered by her. And they had, it's a really sad situation, and it does need more attention. Women get all of the funding from the federal government for violence against women, and men get nothing.
When I called the King County Crisis Hotline, which I didn't know at the time was a backdoor to 911, and I'm in Seattle, right? The 14th largest, metropolitan area in the country. And, and I said, I need to get out. I need to go somewhere. Is there a place for me? What resources are available for me? Is there a shelter? They told me there was no place for me to go. They told me there were no resources for me. There's literally nothing. 2 domestic violence shelters for men in the country. And when I've talked about that before, people say, oh, well, there's places they'll give you a hotel voucher and you can go to a hotel voucher. Well, you know what? When I was talking to 911, the back door of 911, the crisis hotline, they certainly weren't saying, oh, well, we'll give you a hotel voucher so you and your kid can go someplace safe tonight. Nope.
Court's coming back into session. Diego Knows is in the chat room. Diego has a wonderful YouTube channel where he does movie reviews, television reviews. He does all kinds of fun stuff, comic book reviews. Diego, if you want to pop in here with us today, I will send you the stream link. You just have to DM me on Twitter or send me an email. I'll put my email across the bottom of the screen so you can email me.
Hey, Megan, I'm going to take a quick break.
All right, Sean, thank you for being here. Come back whenever you want.
Oh, I'm just going to stop the cam and mute. I'm going to go black screen for a while. Okay,
cool.
Bye.
Those of you listening, if you want to follow me on Twitter or get a message to me there, I'm at Megan Fox Writer on Twitter.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura Amber Heard to the stand.
All right.
Amber Laura.
I can't miss that.
I do.
Oh, they're calling Amber Heard to the stand. Here it comes. Here she comes.
There it goes.
It's happening. It's happening. It's happening.
Damn it. Can I popcorn? I can't get popcorn out of my microwave that fast.
Sean, you're getting some love in the comments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
And what is your address?
I live in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you, Amber?
I am 36. I just celebrated.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's 1.
Okay. And what is your profession?
I am an actor, mostly.
Okay. Now, why are you here?
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear people that I knew, some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life, speak about our lives in the way that they have. This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Now, there was a trial in the UK in July of 2020 where
Worse than
Mr.
the
Depp
abuse?
had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness, I suppose the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Up until now.
Thank you.
Not the closet experience.
I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us
And
where
the
you
finger
grew up.
puppeting.
Finger puppet.
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. It's called Manor. And I was raised by my mother and my father. And I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whit Heard.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart. So right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses, and hunted and fished, but that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Objection, relevance.
Can
Breaking
you just
horses?
tell me about?
Overruled.
Why do we need to hear about how to break horses? Just watch Yellowstone.
You just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden. And there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had. So it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear, not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Oh, I see where they're going with this.
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools.
Good to have you here.
They were always in the, on the other side of town, in
Pretty
the
exciting.
wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship. And I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early. And I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
Okay. And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because I
caught that too,
it
Tanya.
meant I wasn't at home.
Makeup
And
classes.
it was important to me, is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people. So I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year.
Soup kitchens.
For about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's museums, typically, because they would
And
work
then I
with
ripped
younger
off a
volunteers.
children's hospital for
And
$3.5
mostly
million.
soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at the deaf kids for a while, and
Deaf children.
I love it.
And when you worked with deaf kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading and 404.
Diego knows what's up.
Do you know sign language there, Amber? I don't think you do.
She knows finger
I
puppet
taught
sign
myself
language.
how to sign basic sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early. later on, but I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the, random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit, I think, the majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA. And I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're ever out in LA. And I was like, when can I come? And she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there. And I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17. And I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those were expensive. So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about
support yourself. That's the real question.
Audition sometimes a day, and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of, the bus I was taking. And I just hustled from one audition to the other. And I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing. And then eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger. And it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated you have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Until she came out as a
that's fair.
domestic violence survivor.
I did small roles in big films like Zombieland and Pineapple Express and
Magic Mike XXL.
Movies that were well known.
Casting couch written all over.
Friday Night Lights. But again, I had small roles in those bigger films. And then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those that first initial 10 years or so. It was just going from slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You get a call back, as they say. And I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks with the director. And then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
They didn't talk.
We talked about books and music, poetry.
You magazines, don't you?
We like a lot of the same. We liked a lot of the same stuff. Obscure writers and interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he was very well read and charismatic. And, I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me. And we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was.
Like your career?
I was so surprised that
meal
somebody,
ticket, maybe?
I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. He's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22, I think. And I thought it was unusual. It was weird because he was twice my age and he's this world famous actor. And here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, old blues. And we just, I thought it was remarkable. I just hadn't really, I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in The Rum Diary?
Yes. A few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up and I hear, this like deep voice on the other line. And he said, you got you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part and you're the dream. You're it, kid.
Worst day of his life.
And please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend. And what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming The Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film The Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s. So everything really looked beautiful, and, cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for, a better scenario. I was on film. I was on set reading my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, like more open with me. When we'd have hot days filming, there'd be this big SUV pull up and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And, we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until we did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt it felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't.
Well, yeah,
like,
it's Johnny Depp.
You you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me.
Oh.
But we were filming
boy, sexual assault.
Oh, sexual assault.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Did your
Holy
birthday, did
shit.
you celebrate
And you
your
married
birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
Well, we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books. And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes, I think there was we would hang out if, after or in between scenes or in between setups. We often were, talking about things and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about
$30,000 a month worth.
a kind of wine that I enjoyed. And I was, going on about how great this bargain wine was. And I didn't understand, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something. And I brought him a bottle of this wine, and I set it down. And at some point I'm going back to get back to set, and he kind of kicked his foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
Because I was doing a scene. It was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on. And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and laughed, giggled, I didn't know what to make of it at the time. And I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully. And he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this bed sofa.
An actual
that was in his
casting couch.
trailer, just playful and flirtatious. And he said, yum. And he kind of lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away, and, moved on.
You're thinking about your Q score.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this, it was a friendship, flirtatious thing.
It's called hypergamy.
Felt chemistry. I felt this.
The chat's being very honest right
other
now.
thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, we were both in relationships, and it is a job, and, it was intimidating. And I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship. So we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
Yeah, right.
So approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for the Rum Diary?
A few months is my best
All right.
guess.
And when you left Puerto Rico and the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
The size of his mega-pint.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving, and he invited me over to his home in California, in Beverly Hills. And I it was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number. So it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up, feeling really startled, that didn't know what else to do.
What if any gifts did Mr. Depp
I thought we were gonna watch cable.
The time period after you filmed the Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie, with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping, and made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me...
this is the most romantic casting couch story I've ever heard.
What I can only
What a
assume
monster.
This is like...
No, it went down. Hold on.
Damn, I was starting to fall in love myself. I felt like, Leo DiCaprio in Titanic, only in a casting couch, That was, yeah.
So the most romantic casting couch ever.
Love story I've ever heard. God, I mean, they bonded over books, and poetry.
Right. Book.
Are you hearing this?
Love notes.
You guys hear the sound?
Because I wasn't there. And
Can you hear it?
Accepted it anyway.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Forbidden love.
Time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for the Rum Diary.
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in...
it went down again.
Oh, there was the audio.
2.5 years after you filmed?
What is happening?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I think you are a mathematician, Amber. I think you know exactly how much money is coming in and out of this thing.
$50 million.
If it doesn't have distribution,
I bet you can count how much money you did not donate to charity.
You go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film, and you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for the Rum Diary?
Yes, I had I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I
cheated on
was
him.
moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying, remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour. And I said, well, perfect timing. And we did that, I think late October, 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day. And then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce. But as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. I he asked me about my relationship. I said, well, you know, I'm going through it. I'm going through this
Yeah, we just broke up right
and
now.
It's been, you know, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with me. You know, it's been, I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids and said that he understood.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red wine and continued to talk.
Of course you did.
And the talking became us,
mega-pints.
you know, reconnect. You know, it was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just.
But I thought he made you feel
chemistry.
intimidated.
It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and
with the pot,
you know,
with the red wine.
it felt like there was
Her clothes fell off. That's what happened.
It felt like there was
right
electricity to the room.
He put
So I
Rohypnol
felt
in your
I was
wine. didn't
alone
you?
with him anyway.
You
And
put it in
was
his.
instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he
ripped
grabbed
her nightgown
both
off.
sides of my face, similar to
Right.
what he did
Nightgown of the
in
week.
Puerto Rico when we were filming
She called him her
that scene.
subscription. Her nightgowns are
And
us.
he kissed me and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Then we fell in
Yeah,
love.
tell us.
We went on this press tour.
Fell in love.
And
Press
we went.
tour?
It was a beautiful and strange time.
We
You
were
know,
on the
we
casting
we were
couch.
flying from one, not together, but you know, going from one city to the next. Europe,
You're in a room next to Harvey
New
Weinstein.
York, Los Angeles, as I said.
And
we
Rose
were just
McGowan at the room next to you.
traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together. And we were falling in love. I mean, it was just, you know, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. You know, he produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room.
Had me sat next to him,
And
like he ordered her
for
to
the
sit
rest
there.
of the press tour, we were.
It's the same hotel.
It was on. I'll put it that way.
It was
So
on.
Bill Cosby was in the room next to him.
And how long approximately did the press tour go?
Long enough.
I don't know
Bangfest.
exactly how long it lasted. I think, you know, there were press.
Not again.
Yeah.
Every single one of these.
Unbelievable.
Every single one of these streams is doing this.
Hey, they're doing this on purpose. I bet
This
you.
is a nice story. It really is. It's a nice story.
Yeah, dude, this is like a made-for-TV movie right here. You know?
It literally is. Literally is.
You know, Amber Heard. I mean, okay, Hollywood is full of hot young starlets that just show up there and try to make a name for themselves, try to get famous, try to get, you know. Okay, the fastest way to fame is to date a movie star. That is the fastest way you're going to get famous. Once a paparazzi photographs you with a movie star, your Q score goes up. All of a sudden, agents start looking at you. Casting directors start looking at you. You know, other magazines want to know who you are. It's like it's an old trick.
Yeah.
Troubling, you know. And
Can you guys hear this? Okay.
It's okay. It's low, but it's okay.
I'm gonna find one that's not so low.
And that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not making it known to the press. And so we kinda had
WGN
to
is
be
usually
a little
louder.
bit under the radar. Not a little bit. We had to be really under the radar, because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then, you know, it was beautiful. It was
Homewrecking was beautiful.
No, I mean, she's telling the story about how the two of them fell in love with each other. Okay, great, wonderful. I mean, we
In a
know they
casting
love
couch.
each other.
That's why they fell in love in a casting couch.
It was.
Right. I'm sure that helped.
I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood where I came
Sorry,
from.
there are no
I felt
faster
like
streams. Louder,
felt
yes.
that,
Faster,
like,
no.
when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole world. You know, it made me feel seen, made me feel
Oh, here it comes.
like $1 million.
Yeah, it made you still seen by casting directors.
Yeah. Here are the tears.
That kind of feeling where, you know, he's just
I'm going to need a moisture
lavish
check, though.
gifts
I want to
and
see the
lavish
tears.
expressions of love, and how he had
called
never
free
met a woman
publicity.
like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, you know, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store and doing life. We were like hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes. And so we'd be in one of those homes, or my home at the time, and it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say. Just music and the kind of books that we both loved, and poetry that we both knew by heart. And it felt like a dream. It felt like absolute magic.
Get the fuck
That was so fake.
So while you're dating, I take it you're dating at this point, right?
Sorry,
While you're falling in love, you're also dating, right?
Yes.
Did there come a time early on that you ended up going to his Bahamas Island?
Yes. So shortly after, you know, I think started dating October of 2011, and you know, as I mentioned, this bubble, you know, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, you know, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me, or, you know, just talking. And then he would disappear. And there'd be just no way to get a hold of him, no way to contact him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared at one point, and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue, and would I join him in the Bahamas? And I think that's when I learned he had an island, and I was on a trip with a friend of mine in Spain.
She didn't Google him at all.
And it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA instead of, landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and tea. Like lots
she had
of
a
tea.
full dossier on him.
Like lots of tea.
Way before.
And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, you know, thought the man really seriously, I missed it before, but really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, I don't know, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't, I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time. And I fell head over heels in love with this man.
Yeah, right. You know, with his money.
After the Bahamas,
certainly with
so
that
you
island,
came
she
back.
fell in love with that island.
And are we talking now early 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going from
jobs, all right.
one movie to the next. Mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then, you know, I'd go off to work. And so did he. Well, eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger, and that's about mid 2012. Is that right? When he was shooting that?
That sounds right. Mid 2012. Yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting.
The casting couch.
Yeah.
Magic Mike?
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in a Robert Rodriguez film that shot in
Elaine
Austin.
just gave her the answer.
But you know, I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement. So.
And so what, if any, visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, you know, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And we would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest and as he was filming. And at the time, Johnny had, you know, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't, that's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
Okay. And so we've heard a little testimony about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Oh, here we go.
I suppose that I took off his boots and it made an impression on him, and I was happy to, you know, anything I can do to show love. Certainly how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to knives during the time period you were with him in the Lone Ranger?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that eventually, you know, being in the Southwest, it happens it can happen really quickly. I also too really love turquoise, and he has he loved knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he does it a lot.
Did he ever show you where his bathroom was?
He had these daggers that he'd given me.
Did he ever show you how to use a fucking
beautiful
toilet?
in design. And
that's what I want to know.
They're, you know, long curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife. And I had it engraved with a saying that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I, you know, thought was romantic, as funny as that is to say now.
Oh, you gave it to James Franco.
Expression, the same.
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp during his shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship has he developed with your family?
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially my mom and dad. He just really, he met my dad, and
he bribed my parents, and that's why my dad
dad's
is
a big
going to testify
personality.
for him.
He's a rowdy guy.
That's what she's going to say.
And
don't tell me Dad watched 21 Jump Street when
Johnny
he was in
just
high
all of a
school?
sudden, I had never noticed, you know, Johnny have a Southern, all of a sudden Johnny had this Southern accent and was really like buddies with him. And they really seemed to get along very well. They're, you know, just like instantly he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns. He gave him knives. They had this, I mean, Johnny just really just showered my dad. And my dad's a working man,
Yeah, where's the red lips
salt
today?
of the earth guy.
No red
And he was
lips
just
today.
like, floored. He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come onto these locations. And, Johnny's this big movie star. And my dad was just like, I think my dad would have married him himself if I hadn't. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting Johnny on Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest. I think it was Colorado. He gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace. And I mean, they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really found a bond with them that, it was, he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel like special. And they did, my mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any, relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
And this is what it's about.
Johnny's so generous and can be this really like overly generous almost, like showering you with
in other
gifts
words,
and compliments and just.
He doesn't sound like a guy who beats up women.
And he has access and means to really.
Right now.
We're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures, and it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I'm relied heavily on my friends, and had a pretty strong support network with them. And he really just showered them with generosity and love and light, and invited them to come to these exotic places and flew people here and there. I mean, he's incredibly generous.
So going back to the filming of The Lone Ranger,
Good
what,
point,
if anything,
Brittany.
did Mr. Depp
Abusers
do
separate
with
you from your
respect
family.
to
They do
a
not
horse?
try to build stronger relationships.
Objection leading.
True.
That's exactly
right.
I think she's projecting here. I think all this stuff she's saying Johnny did is what she was doing to
Johnny
win him over.
at one point insisted on buying me a horse.
Insisted.
And I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's how will
But
I
I'll take
take care of that
$14
horse?
million for
It's just
15 months
so
of
extravagant.
marriage.
So I said no, of course. Eventually, he got a hold of my
But not a horse.
dad
That's too much.
and
Hey, for the
worked
record,
it out
the
with my
Lone
dad,
Ranger
like,
bombed
what
at the
kind of
box
horse
office.
to buy, and then showed me a picture
One
of
of
this
Johnny
horse
Depp's
and
worst
said,
movies.
"It's yours. It's coming here." I think it was being transported, and he said, that he had my dad's help on it, picking out. And, I grew up on my dad's horses. I grew up riding with my dad, so.
Objection, lying under oath.
I had resisted for.
So you would know more about horses than Johnny Depp, huh?
Him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying, "That's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept." To all of a sudden, I had a cult.
So let's take you through 2012 and your relationship. Could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship
Taking her private islands,
through 2012?
Kaiser jewelry and lingerie.
Lots of nightgowns.
I know. You haven't bought me a nightgown yet, Megan.
It was always intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that way.
You look good in one.
When I was with him, I felt that electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't, I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, I was head over heels
I don't
in
think
love.
she ever loved
And
him.
he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like
Her
that.
body language
you know?
is
I mean,
not what she's saying. She looks repulsed.
and then
she's saying that she loved
he
him
would,
and that she had butterflies, but she looks like she's about
he
to
started
vomit.
to kind of do this thing
I'm
again where
pretty
he'd
sure her
disappear
publicist and her agent fell in love
and
with
he'd
her.
come
a lot more.
back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different.
Right. They
And
started drinking wine
I'd say
together,
something,
yeah.
and
so she'd seen him drink.
he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like, I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically.
Yeah,
I
because we know what you did on auditions. You probably found out
make
what you were
these
doing on
comments
auditions.
about,
Same thing you did on his.
whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, fame hungry, expletive, just this, the point is it felt really dirty to be an actor. Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was every time I was walking out of the house, he would ask me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid? Oh, I see." I wore a dress to an event once, and I felt beautiful in it. Like, stupid as that sounds, I felt pretty in this dress I picked out, and I showed
to work
him
up tears.
because it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, publicized, and I kind of thought it was weird. He wasn't saying anything about it. I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like, "Did you see the event I went to?" Basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like, "Did you see that?" I wanted him to say something about that, I guess.
She's trying to work up those tears, but they're not coming.
And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me. I didn't know what I
Yeah, probably because he saw the James Franco video in the elevator while he was filming Lone Ranger.
Because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time. And
well, you're involved, all right.
I said, did you see that thing? And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that kid.
Yeah, the elevator.
That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted.
So don't
that's
marry
what you were
him.
going for. My dress was low cut. I get
Break
it.
up with
Low
him.
cut. But I felt, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, he's right. You start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you.
Oh my God!
That's what you are. That's what you're making it.
Johnny was in a relationship with a
it
French model.
continued.
By the way.
Then
French models are notoriously
then there would be a blow up.
skimpily dressed.
And at first, it was just to throw something, smash some things. He loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. That's what it started with. Glass. Threw glass at me, and I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it very easily could have hit me. And that calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table.
That's
and he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, you know, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he was done, cleaned himself up, he had done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this like wonderful, like almost like just unreal, like real, you know.
Unreal is right.
Unreal.
It's unreal. It's unreal.
Nice, sensitive,
Yeah, you said it.
kind,
Unreal.
warm,
You said it.
generous,
It's unreal.
interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved. Like I would feel so distant from
like
that
a whore.
thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, you know, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It was so,
Come on, think about
so
it.
stupid, so insignificant. Oh, never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation, you know, just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realized
A mega jar? A mega jar?
An actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, you know, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes.
Tony
and
Montana over
we
here?
next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm.
Well, he was friends with Al Pacino.
And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said, it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking. And slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because
Mega Coke.
I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah. She's
I
the
just
white
stared
Chris
at him,
Rock. Yeah. there you
kind
go.
of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke, but he didn't. He said, "You think it's
It
so
was a
funny?
G.I.
You think
Jane
it's
joke.
funny, bitch."
Oh, it went down again. The stream went down again.
Like,
oh, it
was
came
clear.
back.
It wasn't a joke anymore.
I would not wait
And
for a guy to tell me
I
it was
stopped
a joke
laughing,
if he
but I
slapped
didn't
me
know
in
what
the
else to
face.
do.
I'll tell you that much.
You know, I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that.
I don't believe that
I'm
either.
an adult and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason. It seemed like, and I
You beat
missed
the shit out of your
point. Is that
girlfriend in the
stupid?
fucking airport.
Second slap, I know
In front
he's
of a
not
cop.
kidding, but I don't know what else to
talking
say
about?
or do. So I just stared at him. I didn't say
You went to
anything.
jail
I didn't
for it.
react. I didn't move or
Your lesbian girlfriend
freak
in the
out
airport.
or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're great." I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time.
Again, just
Hard.
for you sitting there staring at him. Yeah.
I lose my balance.
And then no
At this
response.
point, we're sitting
Bam.
next to each other
Again.
on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realize that I wish so much he had said he was joking.
Really?
Because
That
it
would have
didn't
made it better?
hurt.
She's playing Farrah
Physically
Fawcett
hurt
from the
me.
burning bed
I was
now.
just sitting there on this on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before. And I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have to figure out what I need to do? Because God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. You know, I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because they
dry crying.
I knew there was no. I knew it was.
Imagine how the fingerprint testimonies
that
could
I had to
go.
leave him, and that's what broke my heart because I didn't want to leave him. I thought
James Franco waiting for you outside in the car.
Best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah, Elon Musk and his Tesla.
And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. Just looking at the dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying.
Histrionic personality
And,
disorder
you know,
on
like
display.
I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. It's done. But on his knees. And
on his knees.
On his knees?
I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say.
You were on your knees.
I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos, like everyone else. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. I got up, I went to the car. I sat in my car and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window. And I remember just seeing my breath on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
Oh, that was quite the
What did you do
expression.
after that?
Ruby Rose on Batwoman is better actress than this.
I don't remember what I did when I got home. I don't remember. I
didn't happen.
Went to my therapist. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I
Also stated as to what she may have told her.
I went home and I, a few days later, started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny, you know, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, you know, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry.
Poetry.
And he showed up
Poetry.
to talk, like with the understanding that, you know, he understood I could never forgive him and it was done. So I felt kind of
William Blake now?
safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, you know, yeah, we'll talk. I think I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple cases actually of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about.
Yeah, more alcohol.
Which is a really nice, expensive
So
wine that I could never, at that time, dream of affording, you know.
Honey. Hey, honey.
We talk and
let's drink some more.
Let's drink some more.
Tells me that he had put this
Lay the
away,
slap down.
that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again.
Let's
He
drink
put this
some
thing
more.
away. He killed the fucker, is what he said to me over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him, so I chose to.
Chose to stay in the relationship.
Yeah, I did.
After all that, of course.
I believed it. But, you know, I believed it wouldn't. I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
Lisa makes a good point here, guys. Read her comment.
So you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So
Actual tears.
is
from
this a good
laughing
time?
hard.
You want to do
You can keep going a little longer, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So could you please describe for
He's
the jury
absolutely right. That's what victims do.
the evolution of your relationship after that time with Johnny?
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost, you know, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back at like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, you know, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. It was nothing was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. You know, what I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away.
So you weren't living with your
This is when
boyfriend?
I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else, and then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then
really
it would be something I said. Why did you say it that way? You know, if I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that when couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row. And when I came back, he was angry at me, you know, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably like at first it was indirect and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head which is constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, you know, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, you know, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again. and shoved me back down. Eventually, he just hit me.
Just showing you what's on
I
Twitter
remember
right
he
now.
hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him. And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
My
I'm
shoulder
sorry,
is
what number?
literally frozen.
Defendants 1783?
1783, thank you.
Around. I need to do some shoulder exercises. Yeah, wait till she gets to the cavity search story. That's really going to be intense.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes as embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became.
Amber, let me ask it a different way. Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection. May we approach?
Sure.
Okay, we're finally going to get a break with the mic off. All right, Diego. Diego knows.
Yes,
yes. What are you thinking?
She's full of crap. She's a terrible actress. I always thought she was. You know, I remember her back. I saw a movie called Never Back Down, which came out in 2005. It's basically a remake of The Karate Kid, but with MMA instead of karate. You know, and she was the love interest in that one, and she was terrible in that movie. She's absolutely terrible. She sucked. You know, I have a friend of mine who's an actor. He actually worked with her on Magic Mike too, and he had nothing good to say about her. He said she was a stuck-up bitch. So there was only she had an entourage of actors that she talked to, and that was it. Like she wouldn't even talk to Channing Tatum either, and he was the love interest. You know, and she called Andy McDowell an old bag. That's the one that played her mom in that movie. You know, so yeah, so he had nothing really good to say about her. If you look at her dating history, I mean, just look at what she's doing. How did she make it? You got all these beautiful women in Hollywood. How does she make it to where she is? How does she make it to be the wife of one of the biggest stars in the world?
As a straight male point of view, is she the most beautiful woman you've ever seen?
No, she's pretty, but she's not all that. There's plenty of girls much more talented, much better looking than her, you know, that did not make it to her level.
You're right.
Did not make it. So what did she have that they didn't have? Well, I'll tell you what she had. She had casting couch. Okay, she probably had a broken home, a poor blue-collar family in Austin, Texas. You know, so she learned that by sucking dick. Sorry, okay, she got her way to the top of the hierarchy. That's what she did. Okay, she seduced Johnny just like he seduced her. You know, she used this. She leveraged her relationship to boost her career.
Backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of. You're walking on eggshells. Nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person. That was a person I had something with, Diego. And I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm.
Here comes the hair.
Pull me into him, screaming at me that way. He'd smash things around me.
Did your extensions come out when he pulled you by the hair?
Close to me.
Like the ones you're wearing now?
It just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slapped me multiple times in a row, then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I tried to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. It was, I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it. But at the time, in 2012, it was, he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, disappear, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life. And with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that. And it would feel great. And we would be good again. And he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving. And we'd be back in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually it'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates, very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny.
Like the Mad Hatter, and then
I had to get
Jack
good
Sparrow.
at paying attention to the different versions of him. 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she can say. I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right. All right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
It's time for a mega-pint.
Yeah.
It's time. All right. Man, I just can't believe she recorded all this other crap, but she didn't record any of these violent assaults. But she was savvy enough to record just random rambling arguments where he's trying to leave. And
out of context.
Yeah, out of context things. But she never
I just remember that her and Jada Pinkett were both in Magic Mike 2. I forgot that.
Oh, was she?
Yeah, Jada Pinkett Smith was in Magic Mike 2.
Miss Entanglements herself.
Yep.
Okay. Well, why did none of his former partners ever talk about this pattern? This just appeared in his 50s. I mean, I think he said that on the stand.
Like, it didn't. He has a drug problem. Okay, she saw that. Here's this man who is aging out. He's the leading man in Hollywood, but he's getting old now. So all the younger guys are getting the roles that he used to get. And she sees that, but he's such a big name that she takes advantage of it. Oh, he's got insecurities now. He's not a leading man. Well, he's still a leading man, but he's aging out. And she took advantage of that. The fact that he's not used to dealing with normal people. He's used to having an entourage. He's used to having his people around him, his publicists, his agents, these people surround him, his servants, so he doesn't know how to relate to normal people. Okay, he only knows how to relate to them within the industry. She takes advantage of that. She knows he's got low self-esteem. She knows that he abuses drugs and alcohol, so she uses that to win over his trust. And it's, oh, I understand you. You know, I'm grassroots. You
He's
know,
vulnerable.
I'm blue collar. You
And he's
know,
vulnerable at that, and
so
she
he
saw
thinks
that.
he thinks that, oh my God, here's a woman that
Let's
can
talk
relate
to
to me.
Angie. Angie says, but the cabinet abuse is recorded. Yeah, the cabinet abuse. Well, hey Diego, have you ever assaulted, or Sean, ever assaulted a cabinet or two in your time?
No, I have pulled my hand through a door once though.
Oh, there you go. So you assaulted a door. Oh wait, Sean, you're
I think
muted.
I've
Sorry.
slammed a door or two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've kicked a door or two myself.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, we have got all kinds of evidence that Johnny likes to trash hotel rooms, that he blamed it on an angry armadillo once, which is my absolute favorite excuse
That was
ever.
back in the day, man.
Yeah, back in the day.
Set fire to one like New Kids on the Block did.
he has he's broken some glasses. He's slammed a few cabinets. But what we do not have evidence for, and what has not been presented to this jury, is any evidence that shows Johnny harming or abusing this woman, this wretched woman who is sitting up on this stand telling lies.
Well,
I'm
even
sorry.
more broadly,
evidence of her doing it, though.
Broadly than that, we don't have any evidence that he's ever abused any woman he's been involved with.
That's right. We don't. We have none. The only thing that he ever admitted to was knocking heads together while he said he was trying to stop her from punching him in the face. That their heads collided, and that then she put the nail polish on a tissue and pretended it was blood and stuck it in her nose and said it was broken. Again, no medical report, no hospital visit, no doctor's report, nothing.
Yeah. But she did use that she did go into the future. Remember, she went 2 years in the future to get the makeup.
To confide in your mother about the issues you were having with Mr. Depp.
And her mother is conveniently dead, so we can't call her mother to the stand.
I felt safe.
That was her star witness.
My mom, because
star witnesses.
I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me for staying with him, for loving him, even though this was happening and was happening to me. I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp and the physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
I sustain as to compound.
When did you start confiding in your mother about
this porn
the abuse
spammer? I have blocked him
suffering
10
at the hands of
times.
Mr. Depp?
Stop spamming the chat. I'm just going to block you. Oh no, error.
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control, the disappearing, the not knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing. I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner. So I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get brought to his house, typically in a secretive way. And then he'd come to mine in a secretive way. And it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing. And then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently. First I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was. Get the hell out of here. The rage and the uncontrolled violence.
She sounds like she was locked in a basement or something.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. May we approach, please?
Okay, so I don't know if you've heard this, Diego, but in my previous broadcast, and Sean, I actually said, I am betting that Camilla is going to be the one who cross-examines her, the beautiful brunette that's on Johnny's team. If I were doing this, I would put Camilla up on that stand, up on the cross, because I think that Amber will be extremely hostile towards the beautiful brunette who's been smiling at Johnny for weeks in front of her. What do you think?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our 15-minute
I don't think
afternoon.
she's jealous. I don't think she cares about Johnny. Honestly, I don't think she cares if Johnny gets flirted on by other girls. I don't think she ever cared about him. Once she knows him in a way that most women don't. She knows his quirky. She knows his pet peeves. She knows him. He's got a lot of insecurities in there. She knows what they are. She knows how to hit them to get what she wants. I mentioned before that I think she's done a lot of casting couch, but what a lot of people never talk about in Hollywood is that there's just as many female casting agents as there are male. Okay, and we both know that Amber Heard likes women too. There's plenty of women out there, okay, that will use actresses, starlets for sex as well. That will abuse their positions of authority as well. You never hear about it, but it's true. There's a lot of lesbians and bisexual women in positions of power in Hollywood. Okay, always has been. You just don't hear about it as much. You always paint that picture of Harvey Weinstein or Bill Cosby, but that's not true. There's plenty of women out there that abuse actresses as well.
Amber has been very open about her bisexuality too, and
Yeah.
she appears to be someone who will do and use her sexuality. And if she does have histrionic personality disorder, like Dr. Curry said, one of the indicators is using sexuality to get ahead.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Yeah.
But I think it's more than that. I think what Amber's really good at is I think she's learned how to. I think she had like a very bossy mother or something. I think she's learned from her mom how to tell men the things that men want to hear. See, that's the difference, okay? A lot of women can look good, and a lot of women can be really good in bed, okay? But not a lot of women know how to talk to men, how to tell men the stuff that men want to hear. You see what I mean? How to seduce men with what they're saying, not just what they're doing. And I think Amber's really good at that. She knows how to manipulate men. She knows how to act like, oh, I need to be rescued by a man. She knows how to play that role, which attracts a lot of guys. It's more attractive in a lot of ways than just physical beauty. You can be physically beautiful, but if you're very stuck up, guys aren't going to approach you, okay, because they're afraid to. But if you're physically beautiful and you seem very approachable, you seem very friendly, you seem like you care, you're going to make a guy feel good about himself, and he's going to want to pursue you. And I think that's what she knows how to do. She knows she read his insecurities immediately because he's always doing drugs. Okay, so she figured out, okay, well, this is what concerns Johnny, so I'm going to play to this stuff. Okay, I'm going to play to what he wants, make him think that I want the same things that he wants. He's going to think he's found the love of his life. Someone he can relate to.
Yeah,
and then she can manipulate it.
He did testify to her being perfect. He said she was the perfect woman.
Yes.
Sean, I want to ask you, what did you think of Amber as a witness? Try to be objective. If you're her attorney, how do you think she did? You're muted. You got to unmute yourself. There you go.
There you go.
Poorly. I don't think she did well at all. Her facial expressions when she was making the right.
I took a screenshot of that. I'll put it up while you're talking. Continue.
And the fake tears. I mean, none of that. Right. None of that really. Yeah, none of that really looks real.
Yeah.
It just, I wish we could see the jury. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they're not letting the camera see the jury at all to see how much they bought into that. But
is that for their safety, Sean? Is that why they do that?
I would guess so. I mean, if I were that judge, I would have done the same thing, right? Because the last thing in the world you need is
well, they were following the Rittenhouse jurors. The press was stalking the Rittenhouse jurors. So yeah, it's probably not a good idea to put them on television. But I'm like you. I would love just to see their reactions. I would love to see their faces because I would sure like to know how it's coming across,
Right. And you can guarantee that someone in Johnny's team is doing exactly that.
The jury, by the way, has majority men on the panel. On the jury. So I find that probably good for Johnny. I mean, do you think there aren't any men in this courtroom who aren't putting themselves in his position?
Well, I think, it's a big open secret in male culture that this crap happens, even though, it's not allowed for us to acknowledge it and talk about it in our
believe all women. Believe all women.
Right. But it's a massive open secret that every man actually knows that these sorts of false allegations come along and destroy men's lives. And we don't talk about it very much because, when we do, we get, blasted for it. But yeah, I mean, there's no way that the men on that jury can't relate to at least some of this stuff. And
Diego,
one of the things you were talking about, the hot,
yeah.
crazy matrix, you know why
Yeah.
it's so funny is because everyone can relate to it at some level.
Well, sure. I think the hot, crazy matrix is science. It sounds funny, but you should live by it because it's true. You never want to overshoot your level of crazy. And as a woman, I'll admit right away, we do all start at about a 4 crazy. That's accurate. It's true. And when you're self-aware and you know where your crazy is, at least you have the ability, like we were talking about the young man who has the BPD, you have to be self-aware. You have to know what your weaknesses are. Diego, have you ever known anybody, Diego, who any men in your life who have been falsely accused like this?
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's terrible because even like Johnny Depp said earlier, even if no matter what the result of this trial is, he will always be accused of what he did. He's always going to be accused of it, no matter what happens. Okay, that stigma doesn't ever go away. I had a friend of mine who was his ex-girlfriend said that she grape, the word grape, and it didn't happen. It was a lie. But for the next 10 years, they treated him like he was, like that's what he was. His job fired him, all sorts of terrible things. His family even took her side and he never did anything. He never did anything,
And false accusations can lead to suicide. It can lead to
your
total
life.
ruin.
Absolutely,
And
like I said,
everybody, a
they
lot of
always take
people
the
are like,
woman's
"Oh,
side.
poor Johnny Depp. He's a billionaire. He'll survive this." Yeah, okay, he will. And he'll be okay, and he has a nice life. But there are men out there who do not have his resources, who have been abused like this for years. And Sean is one of them. Sean's had to face false accusations in court. Lost his son because of it. So this is a real problem, and I'm glad that this is on the table and that we're finally talking about the men who are.
It needs exposure. Okay, we need a high profile case to show the whole world that, hey, listen, it's not always one sided. It's not always believe all women. Sometimes the women do it too. And you have to have equality under the law for everybody. This is the first high profile case of domestic abuse towards a man, from a woman. This isn't something that you see all the time. This is like a landmark. It's like the groundbreaking case here. This is going to set the precedent. So that's why there's so much attention to this, besides all the famous people involved. But, we need this story out here. People need to know what's going on.
And the beauty is
to it.
And the beauty is
not
he's
laughing
suing
at
for
the
damages.
police station. They laugh us out of the police station if we file a report.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All the time. All the time. Yeah. All the time.
Yeah,
I can't tell you how many times I've called the cops and tried to get the cops to do their job and have them go, sorry, we're just not going to take reports against a woman. What the fuck?
Yeah, I had a girlfriend that attacked me in my house, and I had to call the cops on her. I had to leave my own house, call the cops. When the cops showed up, she acted all nice and pleasant, like I was the aggressor, So the cops didn't know who to believe. So they said, okay, you know what? If we come back here tonight, okay, you're both going to jail. And on their way out, she thought they had left, but actually they hadn't quite left yet. On their way out, she threatened to kill me in my sleep, and the cop heard her say that. Once they did that, they did an about face, and they took her to jail.
Wow.
Not for you.
Yes.
That's exceptionally you're exceptionally lucky. But yeah, I mean, that's I can already tell, you're a large man, and they're gonna show up and they've got all these.
Of course, they're gonna assume that I did it. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, and and there's just this perception, But I think one of the beauties of this is that Johnny is suing her for damages. So he's holding her accountable for the things that she has to say. And if he wins this, the beauty of that he wins this is that she's going to have to pay money to restore his reputation.
Yeah, the damages aspect of this is wonderful. There's been some
the
very
chickens are coming home to roost.
testimony.
Me Too, that whole Me Too thing, it's starting to die down now. Okay, because there was such a vast paranoia when all this happened was Me Too. That big paranoia. Everyone is a rapist. Everyone is a sexual harasser. Every man, believe all women, all men are pieces of crap, And it's not always true. It is true sometimes, but it's not always true. And Johnny Depp was a victim of that climate, that culture, which is just now starting to shift away. It's just now like, okay, maybe not everybody accused is guilty, So we're in the middle of a culture war. This is just another example of another symptom of a much bigger war going on.
The pendulum is swinging back. There is going to be
It's
a
starting
backlash.
to, yes.
Men Too has been trending on Twitter for the last 2-3 days. It's becoming, men are starting to speak out about what they've been through, and I think it's way overdue. And this is a good time to remind you guys that I've written a book about the Me Too movement, which you can pick up on Amazon. It's called Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process from Salome to #MeToo. And it has women scratched out and the word evidence placed on top of it. I wrote this book a couple of years ago when they were doing it to Justice Brett Kavanaugh in the Supreme Court.
Don't tell me you didn't co-write it with Alyssa Milano, did you?
I did not. You know, that, and it basically goes through all of history of a bunch of times when women lied to put men in prison or have them murdered or other terrible things. And because we have to stop saying believe women. Why would we? All humans make mistakes. All people are capable of lying, are capable of having personality disorders, of being psychotic. Any person should have to present evidence in order for crimes to be prosecuted. And I think that if you're going to come forward, I've always said this, I said it about Chris Noth too, if you're going to come forward about a man or anyone with an allegation of some kind of abuse, take that person to court and have it out in court. That's the only fair way to do this. Going to the press and just lobbing these accusations out there like a stink bomb and then walking away is bullshit, and it has to stop. What
it's the court of public opinion, you know. Court of public opinion. That's what the media goes on. Yeah.
You know, coming back to something I wanted to, I while we were away, I looked up the DSM-5, and I'm literally looking at it right now about borderline personality disorder, and it's talking about, you know, what these people have, and one of the ones they list here is separation insecurity, fears of rejection and or separation from significant others associated with fears of excessive dependency and complete loss of autonomy.
Huge with her.
So, you know, we're seeing that. Yeah, we're seeing that actually in what she's doing, and she's describing it on the stand. You know,
this, what Angie is saying in the comments, Jack Sparrow will never be able to make sick kids smile again. It's a tragedy. This,
I don't know
part of it, I think that part of it makes me so angry. It makes me so angry. I cannot tell you. This man has been a national treasure. He has been an icon for so many years. And I'm sorry, I'm not a Depp fan, like I'm, you know, I'm not like out there watching all of his movies and stuff. I'm not either. I've known 21 Jump Street. I've appreciated some of his work, not all of his movies. I'm not in love with this man, but I'm saying you can tell when you look at people and their careers and what they do, you can tell when there's a genuineness. And this is the first time this man has opened up in public like this. And I'm sorry, if that jury has any rational people on it, they cannot be seeing anything different than what we are seeing. We're seeing a genuine guy who has been through an emotional hell, who loves children and small animals. I mean, and just wants to be left the hell alone and kept out of the newspapers. And who the hell can't agree that this needs to stop?
You know, and you know what, Megan, the scary part about it is that, you know, if they take down Johnny, if she succeeds in taking down Johnny Depp, okay, that's going to set a precedent for everyone else that ever tries to speak out against this, against the abuse of this authority. Now, just think about all the money that Warner Brothers has already lost. Okay, that Fantastic Beasts movie is a flop, complete flop. Okay, nobody went to go see that.
Well, they shouldn't have taken Johnny out of it.
Yeah, and the Pirates of the Caribbean, that franchise is dead now. They want to reboot it with Margot Robbie. No one's going to see Margot Robbie.
Nobody's going to watch Margot Robbie as a pirate. No, nobody's going to watch that.
Okay, so they've already lost a lot of money believing Amber Heard, you know? And yet she still gets to do Aquaman too. I can see her 10 minutes of screen time shrinking the longer this trial goes.
If they don't take her out, if they don't remove her completely, then this whole thing has been shown to be a complete joke, because Kevin Spacey was removed post-production from that movie that he was in. I don't know the name of it, but he was removed post-production. There was all that testimony of him being removed and how much money that cost. And that was on pure allegations, no court cases. I think there might have been a lawsuit, but then the guy died or something, so nothing ever happened. Not just Kevin Spacey, Chris Noth removed post-production for Man Just Like That. We have multiple examples, and that's just an allegations. We
Yeah.
have Amber Heard on tape admitting to abusing her husband. Amber Heard on tape admitting to berating, degrading, calling names, being emotionally abusive, and she gets her role cut down to 10 minutes. Now I
Yeah.
ask you, Diego, is
Yeah.
that fair?
Hey, as a lifelong comic book fan, I will boycott Aquaman 2 if she's still in it. Okay,
I'm
definitely
not
not
going
going
to
to
see it, and my kids aren't going to see it either.
Well,
I
I'll
think
see
my
it, but I'll see
children,
it the underground kind, you know?
my
I'll sail the
children,
high seas.
I
all
think
right?
my
I'll see it.
children who love Aquaman and they love these DC movies,
Yeah.
they're more upset about this, I think, than I am. They
Oh, yeah.
love. Do you know how much children love Captain Jack Sparrow? The
Oh, yeah,
love my children have for this man and that
Yeah.
character is
He won an
beyond.
Academy Award for that role, you know? I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's just, I'm so upset by all of this, and I can tell that she's lying, and I just pray that the jury can tell it also. But I feel very positive about it, and I think Sean, you said earlier, this is the plaintiff's case to lose, and so far they aren't losing.
Yeah. We'll see. Hey, Megan, I got to cut out. I got to go pick up my son from school, okay?
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me on.
I'm going to drop your link in the description. Bye,
Okay.
Diego.
All right. Thank you. I'll see you on another one.
Okay. Diego Knows has a terrific channel where he does all kinds of reviews. He's very knowledgeable about movies and reviews. He's great. I will drop the link to his channel in the description for you guys. You should go and like and subscribe to Diego Knows. He's doing a hilarious review of what is he doing? He's doing the Sex and the City season reviews, and they are hilarious. They make me laugh. I always listen while I'm doing laundry or chores, and it is a good time. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat for you guys so you can go over to Diego Knows. So Sean, any more thoughts?
You know, it'll be interesting to see the rest of what she has to say. I really want to hear what she has to say about this recording, but you know, I don't think she's a very good actress. I don't think she's doing very well on the stand. But you just never know the way a jury's going to decide.
Well, that's true. And I mean, we were all so sure what was going to happen with the OJ trial. We were so sure.
I was in a case once. Where we tried a case. It was a brain injury case, and the defense came up and they just basically pointed to a section of the timeline, and they said, well, we don't know what happened here. We just don't know what happened here. Objections everywhere. We're like, well, yeah, we do know what happened here, right? And then the jury came along, and the jury came back, and they just decided for the defense, and everyone was shocked. We were completely shocked. The defendant actually came over to the plaintiff's table and personally apologized to the plaintiff and said to us that she was really sorry about what had happened. Wow. So, you know, the trial convinced the defendant, and then the jury just decided something completely different. And then after the trial was over and we were talking to the jury, the jurors that were willing to stick around and say, some asked a question and said, well, what happened during that window of time? And we said, nothing happened during that window of time. She was just injured. And you could see the looks on their faces that they'd realized that they'd made a wrong decision. And, you know, they were just stunned that they would made a wrong decision. So the point is, you just never know what the hell a jury's going to do.
Now, this case has a lower burden of proof. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It is the preponderance of evidence. And as you were explaining the other day, they don't even need a unanimous jury. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, it depends upon, you know, each one. So I don't know Virginia, right? But and never ask a lawyer a question you want a straight answer to, because we can't do it, right? Okay. So technically, you're right. The standard of evidence is simple preponderance, so that's 51%. But you have to get 10 jurors, right? 10 out of the 12 have to agree.
Yeah.
So that's much more like that's closer to something like the reasonable doubt standard, even though each individual piece of evidence is only supposed to be 51%.
Right.
So the practical reality is that it's much harder for the plaintiff to make their case than it is for the defendant to shoot holes into the plaintiff's case.
Right. All right. Well, the jury appears to be coming back into the room now. And we're going to hear, I guess, the rest of her testimony. Now, this judge does cut this. The day will be done at 4:50. We're going to go now for another It is 3:46, so we have 1 more hour to go before the judge is going to call it a day. So we are definitely not going to get to cross-examination today. I actually don't think we're going to get to it tomorrow either. It's going to be 2 full days of testimony.
Your next question.
All right, here we
Thank you,
go.
Your Honor. Amber, I'm going to take you up to March of 2013. Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I remember that was after a period of some peace, and then and sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we I want to send a picture to your dad of support," because my sister was upset with my dad. And so he poured a shot and kind of said, "Let's take a picture." I don't drink spirits, but I know
she's a
that,
teetotaler now.
I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He had broken this
just magic
long period of
and
sobriety
MDMA.
that I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever. Sounds foolish now, but I, held up this kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad because, I didn't know what else to do. And I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking. And then the month got really crazy from that point on. It was a bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of being with them, and then it was accusing me of being with my friend, the one I had seen in Spain. I'm, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me. Hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting at about the accusations.
Come on.
Convinced him of one.
Just when I decide to go take a bathroom break, the stream is going to crap out.
It was a revolving door.
I can't even
at the
pee.
Time, a painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my ex, who's an artist. That was one day he was convinced that was
All right,
proof
I have
was
to
sleeping
pee.
with her.
If the
or
screen
I had
goes
an affair
down,
with
it'll
her.
come back, or
I
I'll
didn't
fix
really
it when
love
I come
him,
back.
and all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot, and he's kind of saying, "Let's send it to your dad to show support." And what I remember of March is just like it's almost like it was a never-ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get to the point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done with it and he's ready to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of like pure joy. And it was one fight after the other. March.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
As I mentioned, the painting, which had been hanging there for months, one day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is not in and of itself that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point. Like he stays up and keeps weird hours and smokes and stuff. But he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. And it was like, it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making sense. He had effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for. It meant I was having an affair with my ex-partner, with whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, it's been there, and what are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful, luckily, because he wasn't with one of those normal, what do you call them, fake lighters. He wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of ridiculous fight, like didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could do, nothing I could say. I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Tom Waits.
Well, let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Yes, 161 with redactions.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. And the date on this is 3/12/2013, and it's a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa? Isn't it?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday night?
There were, like I said,
This should be interesting.
Incidents in March.
Go back to her face, please, cameraman.
In the Eastern Columbia building, which are one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I remember he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician.
Are they protecting her by keeping this up on the screen instead of going to her face?
I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area.
All the streams are like this. They forgot to take this down.
And
so we can't see her face. No, finally.
It was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth. And it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this, I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, you know, I didn't internalize, like I didn't make that big of a deal of it. You know, I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, you know, I don't make a big deal out of, you know, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds
No, there was no
horrible
evidence
because
of any of this.
and hard maybe to understand.
No medical
but,
reports, no witnesses.
I made my best way to cope with it is I kind of, you know, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down and bring up 170A.
About town. Who
Did there
wrote her
come a
script?
time in March,
Michael Patrick King? Yeah,
Amber, where you
it
sent
sounds
a
like that.
picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I'd been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have
I was
texted,
right.
but-
Camilla is doing it. Camilla's crossing.
Without saying what you said
I
in
was
the
right.
text, explain why you were sending
That's
it to your
Camilla
mom.
objecting.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 178.
Okay, here comes the pictures.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right,
Honor.
Now, I would
178
like to
evidence,
remind
can
you
publish
that
the
I
Thank you, Your Honor.
created bruises on myself on yesterday's live stream. Okay, so that's a picture of her arm with what
And
looks like
how did you
a
sustain
bruise.
that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown Johnny slapped me. I walked away from him, and that made it worse. We got into like a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I picked up I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm, and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment.
Does she have pictures of the face bruises?
And I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170?
Okay, just a reminder for the chat. I did create bruises on my face yesterday with makeup to prove to you that this can be done. Sean, did you see this picture? I think Sean might be on a call. I created bruises on my face yesterday during the live stream. Took me 20 minutes. They look pretty good, don't they?
To start, it's 3/23/2013.
It can be done. Just showing you.
Up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go. Scroll down and then.
Where are the
going to
pictures of her
object to
face?
hearsay.
Let's wait until we get to the spot. All right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text.
With no words?
I would like to
Well,
point
it
out,
says from 2 weeks ago on it.
I did those
Your Honor.
bruises
I'll
on my
sustain the
face, and I'm
objection.
not a makeup artist. I just use makeup. I'm not a makeup artist, but
If we
she
redact the
is.
from 2 weeks ago, can we admit
20
it then?
minutes I did
And
this
then
in.
just have the showing that she sent it to her mom
May
for
we
the
approach,
date?
Your Honor?
Okay, sure.
And I have no background in Sean, if you're talking, your mic's muted. I think he might be on a call. I have no background in makeup, and I was able to create some very realistic looking bruises while sitting on the live chat. If you want to go back and watch that, it's at the top of the live chat yesterday on day 13. And yeah, I created these bruises, and I think they look pretty good. And I'm not a makeup artist, but you just heard Amber Heard testify that she is a makeup artist. I can't for the life of me figure out why somebody who got beat to hell, as she is describing, would not go to the hospital unless she didn't want a doctor looking at what was there, which was
All right,
maybe nothing.
170 will be in evidence with redactions.
And may we publish to the jury, please?
All right.
And that's the picture you sent to your mom
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd, 2013.
Yes, it was from a previous fight.
What does the text of it say, though? How
bruise.
come it's redacted?
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes, we had a couple of these fights in Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by orange at Orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it was an apartment. What type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex. So it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting. I'm sorry.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not true. So I held out, and he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't gonna be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or at the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having.
Yeah, Sean, she said that.
And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. Like eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but like seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had plans, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs. We get in the car. We're on the way there. We're headed up. Sweetzer's the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street and he has the window down, he's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but you know, he's constantly smoking. And at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal while holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was like torn as to what I should do because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. You know, it was just this eerie moment where he's howling and holding this animal outside of the car window. And
howling?
More than that weird memory is that I have more than that weird memory, I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. Like no one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one reacted. They just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed about...
Objection, hearsay.
All right. Just don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, you know, so we get him there. And no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him and everyone smiles and says, you know, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. So,
Sorry.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A?
Okay, so now Johnny Depp is every kind of abuser you could possibly imagine. He's a wife beater, a sexual abuser, a rapist, an animal abuser. Have I missed anything, Sean? Is there any other type of abuse that she has not accused him of?
Does Your Honor show that one to be in?
I think he's a werewolf.
Oh, and howling. Yeah, he's
Right.
a werewolf. All right,
Right.
coming to the stream, look at the screen right now because I'm putting up a picture of Amber Heard hanging the same dog she's talking about out the window of a moving car. There's a video of Amber hanging this dog she's talking about out of the car window. So here's Amber.
Your Honor, I don't think
with
it's
the
this
dog
version of the photograph that's been
out the
admitted.
window.
So it's a
different version.
It's a
Same
different
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same
Right.
photograph.
Okay, not the same
All right, well
photograph.
then-
Then we'll go with it. Then what number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 167A.
167A, any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Okay, so this is the Johnny Depp is an animal abuser testimony. This is new. This is new, a new allegation we haven't heard yet. We are supposed to believe. Amber has a history of blaming the dog. We had the poop in the bed incident, which Johnny said she blamed on the dog. I just saw this on Twitter, by the way, which made me laugh. I'm going to pull it up on the screen right now. Someone has taken a picture of their dog
7A
with a sign
evidence you can publish.
that says, "Don't blame the dogs," and the sign says Amber Heard did it. Okay, here's the picture. Remember, cocaine's all over the house. That's their testimony.
You said that you took
it's all
this
over the
that
house.
morning. Is that
Yes.
correct? Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Yes, they're different, actually. That's confusing. They're different. Different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, or Baroka, that's what they're called. So little tablets. And anyway.
Where's the jar?
I remember at
Where's
the time
Mega Coke?
that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think
She was fine with MDMA and mushrooms.
Things like trying to pour it out when I could.
Right.
So what
Because
is the
that's all
bag,
natural.
green bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his prescriptions and cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it, there appears to be a CD of some sort.
Keith
DVD,
Richards.
something.
Like that
Do you
isn't so
recognize
on the
that?
nose.
Yes, it's the single. I believe is what it's called. The single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time, and it was like, look at my morning.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct?
I
Let's
sent
go
it
to
to her.
167, please.
Yeah, the spammers are out of control. And I keep blocking them from the stream and they keep coming back under different, they must be coming back
And
under
is
different
that
accounts.
the
It's
email
annoying.
in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22,
Yes.
2013? Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, so I'll give those redactions, 167 in evidence with redactions.
I can't think of any kind of abuse she has not accused him of yet. Sodomy, maybe. She hasn't accused him of sodomy. I wonder if we'll get
Yes, she
there.
did. Yes, she did. The finger puppet thing is probably a version of sodomy.
No, the doctor specifically said vagina, vag finger puppet.
All right.
Okay.
So I don't
And
think
maybe
we've heard sodomy yet, but who knows? But animal abuse, wife abuse, sexual abuse,
All right, and is this the
emotional abuse.
text message, the email?
We
that you
haven't heard
sent to
sexual
Rocky?
animal abuse.
Yes.
That could be coming. Bestiality?
Now I'm going to.
That could be coming. Maybe he abused her horse.
Take you to.
That's so wrong.
Let's go to.
Christy says there's still time.
Hicksville.
Unbelievably wrong.
There's still time.
Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2000.
My friendship with you is destroying my Puritan sensitivities.
It is him.
Oh, you know what? That's true, Tina.
It's a
Cavity search could have
fancy,
been also the other end.
trailer park?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I didn't think about that.
in the middle of nowhere.
That's
a cavity.
That's to hide everything.
Trailers, and we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laughy, as we said, laughy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do out there. It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert, with a few friends and campfire and music. And I don't know somebody brought MDMA, it was being passed around, and somebody who took it.
Was that somebody you?
Kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when
Who's
the
somebody?
MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire, all of us, and she kind of just leaned into me and put her, head on my shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. And I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically before I really felt anything of the effects of that. But that was the environment we were in. And as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts, well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, that like it was a joke, but he was like, hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more. And I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke, but she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl. And he gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands, and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh? And he kind of held her, and she just looked frozen.
Who's this girl?
And,
put her on the stand.
She's crying, and was just
How come she
denying
didn't name this person?
understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating the, and asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but
Oh,
I
now
had met
you
her.
don't know her.
And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of
Who is this
lying
girl?
about it. and
Strike this
that
testimony unless they have this
had
girl,
something
right,
with her. I'm
Sean?
trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And
Well, she's talking about her
turned all that-
perception.
it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself.
But I would be objecting.
And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me. He's just screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. And I realized that he's just probably really high. Because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he says, you know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it? And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him and I said, like, what am I hiding and where am I going to hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, what it feels like patting me down or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap
like
top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and this is one of those things I was like, just finished that dress. And he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs. He rips my underwear off.
Eyebrows, look at his eyebrows.
And then he proceeds to do a cavity search.
Oh yeah, yeah, this is.
He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something? It made no sense. And
no, the story does not make sense.
We're going to conduct a cavity search, shall we? Like, just shoved his fingers inside me. I just stood there staring at the stupid light.
Oh boy!
I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he just twisted his fingers around. I didn't say like stop or anything. I just.
So the next morning, what transpired?
Okay. Elaine just stopped her in the middle of her trying to cry, I think because she realized it wasn't going well.
I remember thinking that Johnny would
back to not crying now.
Change his mind?
Not crying at all now.
And it would be, yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip that was to end, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park. And I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crowd, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time and no one knew what was, I felt so lonely. Like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got. And we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny
Can we get the
wrecked
manager?
the thing. And then
Is he coming to
he
the
had this like
stand?
black mesh tank top, not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away. That just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location after that and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176?
Good God. That poor dog really has no luck. Stepped on a bee, got hung outside the car. Possible victim of Johnny's animal abuse.
That dog is leading an exciting life. What are you talking about?
I want to see the dog on the witness stand.
Email.
Objection, leading and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right. Can I call the dog to the stand, Your Honor? We need to hear from the teacup Yorkie.
Do you speak dog? If you speak dog, go right ahead.
I don't know what to say about this. I liked one of you in the comments said she needs some Vicks Vapor Rub to get those tears flowing. She is trying so hard to cry. And then as soon as Elaine stopped her, did you notice? She was, and Elaine stopped her. And then then we went back into our normal life. Like all of a sudden, we're not crying anymore. She did the same thing in her deposition when her attorney stopped her and said, we need a break. She's upset. We need a break. And she went right from to and then normal again. I mean, it's uncanny.
It's yeah. I mean, her emotionalism just seems very, very fake, doesn't it? I mean,
it doesn't seem genuine to me. But again, I'm biased. I don't like her, so maybe that's getting in the way.
How were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit?
I acknowledge that my bias
Thank
could
you.
be blinding me to what the jury might be seeing.
By June, I was so torn. I was so in love with this person because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something.
What she's describing is how people with
I was the love
BPD
of my life.
place people on a pedestal and then tear them down.
And he was. He was. But he was also this other thing.
I still don't see any
He was
wetness,
also this
any
other
tears.
thing. And that other thing was awful, awful thing that would come out and take over. And it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing. And no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one.
She might be getting a few tears out now.
He'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body. He'd lose control, and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him.
Oh!
His security
now
cleaned up
he
after him,
shit the
changed
bed.
his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick.
She wants people to believe he pooped his pants.
Walk around saying he didn't have a problem until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved, that made me feel like my soulmate. As cheesy as that sounds, I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something, that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me, and I believed it. You know, if everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had like gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, you know, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person, and I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age, you know, I was 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope and like promise. I had so much hope.
Men don't marry women who are half your age.
You know, the whole thing. Kids and growing old together, sort of hope.
You've destroyed my hope, Megan.
Dude.
I know you want to, but stay off that dragon.
Which would be to get clean and sober. I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection, Hearsay.
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll overrule for that.
Who writes letters to themselves unless you're setting up a court case?
Thought
right.
It would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, you know, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Did there come a time later in June that you finally met Johnny's kids?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I finally met them in the summer of 2013. I had been with Johnny
sniff.
for over a year.
That's the first
maybe like
sniff
a year
of
and a
this
half
whole
at this
testimony.
point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, you know, dying to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. You know, Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them
to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them. And I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland. Summer 2013.
So then I'm going to jump to, and it's not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that particular event.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously
Oh,
the
God.
cocaine had been
William, I hope not.
a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's a, it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I could maybe be the fun girlfriend. And I learned the hard way that was not happening.
What happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some, she of course said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man, so she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of reacts in a way like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify. And he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times.
Surely she wouldn't say this
These
if they
things
didn't
would
have
happen
these
in
testimonies.
kind of cycles where there would be a certain element that would get filtered for a while.
I don't
gesture, and that would
get
be
it. I mean,
that he looped on. I called it loops. And
If they have corroborating testimony, then
break her
okay,
wrist.
maybe she's telling the truth.
She
Are these witnesses going to come forward?
Cries
I
instantly.
don't know, but so far she hasn't said something that's technically hearsay.
Apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia. And I don't really remember, you know, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was gonna aim at me. Because he had this particular thing about, well, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride, at least I didn't say anything, to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, you know, we'd given her drugs, you know, wasn't an affair, wasn't, you know, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, like, I mean, just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table.
A glass table now.
I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was a, you know, I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, you know, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, you know. At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. You know, again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who
Jerry's the one who died,
gestured
by
to
the way.
my
Objection,
nose.
hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine.
A gesture's fine? What is with
He
this
gestures
judge?
to my nose, and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And
Jerry's dead, by the way. He can't testify.
Instantly felt
Yeah, that's the dead man statute.
really embarrassed.
Do
I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the
Defaming
the
a
room.
dead man, by the way,
What, if any, injury
who
did you
probably would
have?
never have allowed
I
that
had
to
a
happen.
little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry gave me Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and it is embarrassing as it is.
Yes, dead witness number 2. First was her mother.
I remember
now Jerry.
I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but like the emotional part. You know, I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, you know, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride, the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island, he was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just, you know, that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking.
What? You?
And was very upset.
She just said, "Don't
you
say
can't
it."
say what Lily Rose said.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you can tell gestures. You can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said. Okay.
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way. Like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. You know, it was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point kind of throws himself over, and it looked
So
a
he
little
does
scary.
unsafe belly flops.
The way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose
diving without a license,
started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
Again,
you
she's
can't
talking
say
about
what she said. You can tell.
Are we going to put Lily
expressions or
Rose on the stand?
observations, but you can't
That
say
would be
what Lily
interesting.
Rose said.
So
Okay.
Lily Rose is crying, and then
He's
the crying
assaulting
becomes
the
like,
water. That's right. He
like
he,
a
is,
panic,
he assaulted the water very
like
violently.
almost like a panic attack. Like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realized that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him, I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. All embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now.
Yeah, were there neck
And he's saying I'm
bruises?
embarrassing to him.
Do we have pictures of
And
that
that
neck
somehow
bruise?
stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me were kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck. You know, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I communicated when I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different, island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute.
Helicopter out of Nam.
Behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely. And I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in?
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so if we may publish it to the jury. And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
Oh, stop spamming. I can't read the text when the porn guy is spamming. I feel like we've seen these before.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point
This
to
is
break for
probably-
the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. Again, do not read anything about this case. Do not do any outside research, and don't discuss it with
Okay.
anybody, okay? Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay? Thank you.
All right, so we're ending on Amber Heard rescued his child on the last helicopter out of the Caribbean from whatever war was going on with the assaulting of the water. And yeah, I think they're going to have to call Lily Rose, aren't they?
Who's that?
His daughter, the one that she supposedly rescued from him.
Yeah. Well, maybe not.
She's in her 20s now. She's not a child.
Right. She probably doesn't want to have anything to do with this.
Probably
Why
not.
would she? Right.
To help her father. I don't know. I mean, if the kids didn't like her as much as it is said that they don't, this would be their chance, to expose it.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
after
it would be.
all, she's going after their dad. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys, is anything she said changing your mind? I mean, what do you think she was credible? Do you think somebody I think it was George in the chat room said, I don't like her, but I find her kind of compelling. What do you think about that, Sean?
I think her testimony got better. You know, at the beginning, she looked really really not genuine. Sorry, there's the words, not genuine. And then her testimony got better, and she started to tell these stories. You know, they sound more real, more convincing. But you know, on the other hand, right? She's an actress. She's been working on this storyline for years. I don't know.
It's been many, many years, and retelling of this stuff many, many times over.
Yeah.
I think the problems in this testimony that I heard are the ghost witnesses, people we have not. I don't know if they're planning on calling them to the stand. Maybe they will. Maybe they will call these people that she doesn't name. One, I think she finally said Kelly Sue, and another was the flight attendant on the plane. So will these people come forward and corroborate her evidence? You know, we still, to this date, have not heard corroboration. So, hey, that if I'm her defense team, I gotta have corroboration to this, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. You do, right? But remember, the defense. You know, I think their strategy really is just poke holes into Johnny's case, right? That's called a regular defense, as opposed to an affirmative defense. An affirmative defense is one that you have the burden of proof, and then it excuses your behavior, like it. Self-defense in a criminal situation is affirmative defense. So I think their strategy is just you know, the regular defense of poking holes in Johnny's case, and then you know, leaving it at that. It doesn't seem like they're really very serious about trying to counter prove that Johnny defamed her. But
I think what they're trying to do is prove that he at least abused her one time, because they keep saying all they have to do is prove that he abused her one time, and that proves truth of the matter, and so then the case is over at that point.
Sure.
But to
Right.
me, that means you have to have corroboration. It doesn't mean we just hear Amber.
Right.
It doesn't mean the only thing we hear from is this woman who's making the claims.
Well, but you know, that's up to the jury, because the jury is the
Right.
one that weighs the evidence, and they're the ones that decide credibility. So if they decide
Right.
that they, you know, like Amber and find her more credible than
That's right.
Johnny, then they could theoretically rule in her favor. You know, I don't think I have it here. I don't have it.
Yeah,
here.
they absolutely could. And in fact, it is going to be up to them. And so you're right, because witness testimony, as far as a person saying this happened to me, is obviously admissible evidence. And so they're going to have to take that into consideration. Me sitting out here, I see that she has proven to be a liar. She stiffed the children's hospital for the money. She only paid him $100,000 out of $3.5 million. Then she went into the press and told them that she donated the entire $7 million. She didn't pay the ACLU either. So that's been she's been proven under oath to be a liar. So to me, I want corroborating witnesses to her testimony, because I don't believe her, because she has lied. She has lied to the press, and it's been proven in court now. But I don't know, do they see that? I hope they see that. I mean, they sat through the same testimony I did.
Who knows what they've you know, they've seen. I mean, you have to crawl inside of the mind of a juror, and that's
tough
you
to
know,
do.
That's just as impossible as any other, you know, crazy task. That
It's hard to listen to a woman who tells us a story of abuse, because even that small percentage of your brain that thinks, God, maybe this is true. I'm not behind closed doors, right? Nobody. What if there were no witnesses? What if he was really good at hiding his abuse? What if? So there's always this small percentage that perhaps she's telling the truth. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it to me, but who knows?
But what do you know?
What do I know?
Right. You know, it's interesting because, you know, all of this touches back on the sort of the domestic violence industry, and we've talked about this on other things before. But you know, in that movie and the book Divorce Corp, talks about
Yeah,
how
that's a great documentary. It's free on YouTube, by the way. You guys should watch that.
it is, right. So in there, they interviewed Professor Jenny Suk at Harvard Law, and she's done a lot of work on domestic violence and also how it impacts men. And in the film, she says something very telling, which I think is really sort of reveals a lot of what's going on in our culture about that, which is that one of the problems with domestic violence is that it is defined so broadly that you can make the argument that it exists in almost every household. Now, that's not my, that happens to be my opinion, but I'm paraphrasing what Professor Suk from Harvard Law said. And I think that almost everybody, listening to this probably goes, yeah, I can see how that's the way it is now. I mean, domestic violence.
Well, yeah, they're trying to say that abuse also is name calling and yelling and screaming. I don't think so. I think that's First Amendment issue. I think that's a First Amendment issue. And I think if you don't like yelling and screaming and it's happening in your house, you need to leave. Leave the room.
The problem is that in states across the country, that's the way the pendulum is swinging. Washington State just passed a statute, and I and some other people, mobilized against it. And I testified in front of the Washington State legislature against it. But they just passed a statute where they're defining a whole bunch of things as coercive control and as
coercive
abuse. Including things as innocuous as putting your spouse on a budget or, I've
been on a budget for my entire marriage. I've been on, my husband will sometimes give me cash at the beginning of the week, and that's it. That's all I can spend. But
and that can be viewed as coercive control and control of your ability to, spend the family's resources. And then,
we're a team. I mean, that's how people do it. If you want to be financially responsible. But I do understand that there are some people who are abused in that way. This is the thing that makes it so difficult, because it is possible to control someone to a point where they are stuck. They can't get away. A good example of that would be that Netflix series that they put out. That was about The Maid. I think it was called The Maid.
That one.
It was a really good example of what an abusive, coercive control situation would be. I mean, it was very clear what he was doing, taking her car away, taking away her resources. But you're right.
It does exist, right? But the question then becomes is how big of a problem is it, and how can that law that's then that's intended to aim to help a small group of victims is then warped and misused by unethical divorce attorneys and the cottage industry of corrupt professionals, right, in order to create these arguments in order to enrich themselves at the expense of the family. And that's what's going on.
Keep the divorces going as long as possible, bringing the billable hours up and up and up. That's why they do it. And so
it's crazy. I started in the last year, I started doing family law because I've learned so much about it the hard way.
Yeah.
In addition to personal injury. And in some respects, some of the money that I've made in family law has been some of the easiest money I've ever made in practicing law, because the stakes are so high, and I get to charge billable hours. And even though I'm the guy that reduces my bill and I don't overcharge and I don't do all of some of the tactics that I see some of these douchebag attorneys do, right? It's still it's fueled by conflict, and the more conflict there is, the more money everybody makes. So no wonder that you've got this creeping argument about domestic violence, being bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until you wind up in this situation where, you can make the argument it exists everywhere. The fact that you've been on a budget your entire marriage, right, is an argument in Washington state law now. In Washington state law, you could come here and you could make the argument that you were being coercively controlled, and so therefore you need to get a domestic violence protection order.
Okay, so let's say, so I agreed to this for all these years, but we end up getting a divorce. And if I were in a state like that, I could theoretically speaking, I could make that argument. Even if I had agreed to it all those years ago, I can suddenly just tell my attorney, well, I haven't been able to spend more than $300 a week for, or whatever it is, for the, for the last 21 years. And that could be, and I haven't been able to afford to do this or to do that. I mean, that's diabolical, especially, and who's going to prove that I agreed to it or not?
Right. So you see what happens. So in that scenario, you'll march into the ex parte division of, the local superior court. And for those people who don't know, ex parte is hearings in which only one person appears. The other person is often not even there. So you'd go into the ex parte division, and you'd say, I'm a victim of domestic violence because I'm being coercively controlled because my husband has placed me on a budget for, 20 years. Maybe he controls, you claim he's controlling my travel documents because they're locked up in his gun safe, right? That I don't have access to, whatever, temporary restraining order. And, he's not even there. He doesn't even have notice. He doesn't even know that the hearing is happening.
Right. So you've started already building a foundation to make the argument for domestic violence. And these scummy tactics that lawyers use to win cases, they really harm the true victims of domestic violence, of which there are many.
They do. And the screwed up thing is think about this is this way. So for a minute, let's just roll reverse. Okay. And now you're Judge Fox. Okay. And, you've got, Miss Heard or just Miss Smith is showing up and telling this story about the budget and the travel documents and whatever. And she's saying, and things are escalating. I need this temporary restraining order. Well, you're Judge Fox. Miss Smith has, is represented by, Mr. Kohlmeyer, who's, you've seen many times before. And,
we're chummy. We see each other at events.
Even if we're not chummy, even if you just recognize that, that I'm a licensed attorney, right, representing Miss Smith, right? And what are you going to do? You're going to issue that temporary restraining order.
Probably because I don't want it on my conscience. If I refuse to do it and then something happens to this poor woman, I'm going to not be able to sleep for the rest of my life. I mean,
so then
because when the judge says, yes, I'll issue this 14-day order, but that means that a hearing is set. So we're going to have a hearing in 14 days and work out the details, right? We're going to decide whether or not this thing should stay in place. So I think most judges are probably more apt to give you that order just in case, for the in case thing. But what happens 14 days later?
14 days later, you and your husband show up, and although the issuance of the temporary restraining order is not supposed to be used against him, right? The reality is that think of it as a half a strike, not a full strike, but a half a strike. So now he's placed into the position where he has to try and explain, the situation. He's either got to say, that you're just completely wrong and that you're lying, right? So now he's got to accuse a woman of being a liar.
Yeah.
Okay. Or he's got to say, there is some truth to this, but she is massively misrepresenting the facts in order to get a temporary restraining order, which is just another version of saying that you're a liar. I mean, if he says, yeah, she's been on a $300 a week budget for the last 20 years because that's the way our family finances work, right? Then he's having to try and explain something that he, has never had to explain before. And he's explaining this to someone who may or may not be, biased pro or against him. And I mean, I could name 3 or 4 King County Superior Court judges and commissioners right now that I believe are biased toward women, and a couple that I believe are biased towards men. So, it's ludicrous. So then, and then in that hearing at 14 days later is what's riding on whether a restraining order is going to be issued, right, for a year or more. I mean, so the guy that I'm defending against right now, I'm defending against a temporary restraining order. This woman, she in in her petition, she doesn't even describe a single real act of violence. Doesn't describe any, and she's asking for a restraining order in excess of a year, and that he has to go do all of these domestic violence intervention trainings and all that stuff. She doesn't have a police report that substantiates anything. She doesn't have any witness statements that substantiate anything, and if you didn't have an attorney, I would expect that she absolutely would get it. And I don't even know if we will prevail in defending against the order, even though he's got an attorney.
Well, because also I'm assuming that in a lot of cases with domestic violence, the only witness is going to be the person who was abused. So it does come down to believing one or the other. I'm going over to Twitter now to check out what's on the trending at the top to see what people's reactions are. We've got the very top trending tweet is, for the following years and the next decades, the work for actual and real victims of abuse, men or women, will be a hard uphill battle because of what this woman has done and continues to do. As I'm scrolling through here, again, it's not taking a turn towards Amber. People still do not believe what she is saying. I thought this was interesting too. Right now is the exact moment to remind everyone that Johnny Depp fought like a lion to have all of this televised for the entire world to see and hear, while Amber Heard fought like a lion for the opposite. You do have to ask, why would he want us to know all these details, to hear these terrible stories, if he truly were guilty of this thing? Innocent people don't fear the spotlight for the most part. People have been noticing her hair, and I know you guys had a lot to say about that today in the chat. It says, whoever said that Amber Heard was going to wear her hair down today because of Dr. Curry's hairstyle yesterday was right. Although she didn't really wear it down. It was tucked up underneath. And I think it looked kind of shaggy. But I mean, I was perusing Twitter, and I'm not seeing like a trend towards Amber. We'll have to wait. Hey, I know what we'll do. Let's go look at the Google results like I always do to see the headlines. Let's see if we Google Amber Heard. Let's see what what her PR team is doing for her now. Can you see the Google results? Yeah, good. Okay. All right. Here are the top headlines. Amber Heard takes the stand in defamation trial against Johnny Depp. That's a neutral headline. Amber Heard gets emotional, testifying about first time Johnny Depp hit her. No alleged. This is People magazine. They did not use the word alleged. They are claiming that he hit her. That's a positive one for her. They got it in People. Here's another one in People. Johnny Depp did cavity search on Amber Heard, penetrated her with a bottle. Do you see how they're writing these?
Yeah. You're the journalist. Doesn't this violate journalistic ethics?
Yes, absolutely. I could never write a headline like this. No, you write in here, Amber Heard says Depp did a cavity search on her and penetrated her with a bottle. Or you say Johnny Depp allegedly did cavity search on Amber Heard and penetrated with her with a bottle. You have to say alleged. You cannot just publish this as truth. This is a defamatory headline if it's false. Right here, this can get you sued. Now, this one is not. Amber Heard gets emotional testifying about first time Johnny Depp hit her, because they could argue that they put Amber's name in here and are inferring that Amber said it. Okay, so that one is not as bad, but this one is bad. This one is really bad. Amber Heard's full dating history, ex-husbands, boyfriends, and girlfriends on page 6. That's neutral. Johnny Depp versus... Now, remember, people don't click on headlines. They don't click to read them. They only read the headlines. They don't read the articles. So all that matters is what the headline says. Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard trial live updates. Heard recalls first slap. That one is not a defamatory headline because it says Heard recalls, but it should still say alleged first slap. I mean, I would not feel safe to put that out there without using the word alleged, because it hasn't been corroborated. Let's see what else. Amber Heard details escalation of alleged physical abuse. Deadline gets it right. This is the correct headline you want to use for this situation. You do not state things as fact when it hasn't been corroborated. See what else. Now, if you go on Google, this is how go ahead.
It's kind of funny that media outlets are getting that wrong about this particular case when this dude has already sued a newspaper, and
I
it's
know.
literally a defamation case.
I know. Why
mean-
aren't they being more careful when if he wins this case, he's going to turn right around and sue people. He's going to turn right around and sue TMZ. TMZ's headline yesterday was so defamatory I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, you have to be careful as a publication that you are not repeating lies about someone that will defame them.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I guess I shouldn't be shocked. I look at what the media does every day, and this is very usual. Now, if you go to the Google News search, here's the top three hits. Amber Heard takes the stand in defamation trial. Again, that's a good one on NBC News. That's very neutral. It doesn't say anything about anything. That's safe. Daily Mail, Amber Heard takes the stand. Actress testifies about abuse, in quotation marks. That works for alleged. You can put it in quotation marks, at the hands of ex-husband Johnny Depp, because they're quoting her allegation. So you know by the quotation marks, that's not the paper saying it, it's Amber saying it. So that one's safe. People Magazine, Amber Heard gets emotional testifying about first time Johnny Depp hit her. This is defamatory. If he is proven to not be an abuser, he can turn around and sue them. This right here is a very unsafe headline. And I can't believe they did it. And I would bet that People Magazine is working with her PR company for these headlines specifically, because People, all they do is work with PR, public relations firms, and they get articles placed probably for payment. I can't say that for sure, but I'm pretty sure there's money involved. Whenever you read those articles in People about Kim Kardashian or whatever,
Or placement, right?
they're placed there, yeah, by their PR agents. All right, here's one in People again. Johnny Depp kicked Amber Heard during fight over James Franco. Psychologist testifies. Now, this is it's less bad than the last People article or headline I just read, but it still should say allegedly. They kind of saved themselves by putting this psychologist testifies in here. But this makes it sound like she witnessed it, doesn't it?
Does.
Yeah. So that's misleading. Amber Heard dropped to 105 pounds after taking significantly more medication. I'm not sure this woman ever weighed more than 105 pounds. She's very small. How much
Is
could
very
she
small.
possibly weigh? A psychologist, this is in BuzzFeed, a psychologist hired by Amber Heard testified she experienced intimate partner violence from Johnny Depp. This is a perfectly appropriate headline. This is accurate. It's not misleading. The psychologist hired by Amber Heard. This is actually a great headline for Johnny, because it makes clear that the psychologist was hired. It's factually accurate that she testified that Amber experienced this. This was her testimony. Okay, that's a good one. BuzzFeed, by the way, has done a better job at a lot of this than most outlets, I would say. BuzzFeed actually has done an admirable job, I've noticed. CNN, Amber Heard takes the stand. That's a very safe headline. I think CNN sees the writing on the wall. They don't want to get sued. Reuters, emotional Amber Heard testifies Johnny Depp slapped her when she laughed at tattoo. That's a safe headline. They can say that. Amber did testify to that, but they're not claiming that it's true. You see the difference? Yeah. Variety says Amber Heard loses bid to dismiss John. Okay, that's an old one, and that one was true also. Let's see if I refresh the screen if anything new comes up, because it's going to be the top results that the PR firm is paying for. Nope, hasn't changed yet. Let's go to all and see if the top results have changed there. Oh, look, People just changed their headline. We saw it live. Amber Heard testifies about first time Johnny Depp allegedly hit her. They got the phone call. Sean.
Wow.
They got the phone call from the lawyer that said that's a defamatory article, and if we win this case, we're going to sue the shit out of you. And I'm going to send to Johnny's lawyers my screenshots of this stream. so that they can see that they had that in, that they did not put allegedly in their headline. Do you all see what I am seeing? You saw it live right here, how they changed things.
That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See that? Now look, let's see if the others did it.
Wow.
Johnny Depp did cavity search on Amber Heard. Now they put it in quotation marks. Was it there before? Were the quotation marks? Yeah, I'll have to go back and look at the stream later when I end to see if I missed the quotation marks, because I might not have noticed. I still don't think that this headline is okay. Johnny Depp did cavity search on Amber Heard, penetrated her with bottle. No. It needs to say Heard testified that he did this. Heard says. It shouldn't say this. This looks like, so they still need to fix that.
Or alleged.
Yeah. Deadlines was fine. CNN's was fine. Yeah, it's People that's really screwing up right now. Let's see who else. If I hit more news, what happens here? So do you see how fast they change these things?
That was fascinating to see that happen.
Yeah.
In real time.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure I'm not the only person who noticed. You can rest assured that every day after trial, the legal teams on both sides are doing exactly what we're doing right now. Somebody on that legal team is monitoring the press and monitoring it obsessively and checking headlines and contacting the publications if they are screwing with spotty wording.
Yeah. Do you think they're monitoring you?
I don't know. Well, I think I have a permanent monitor. I think I have a permanent monitor, probably from the NSA, maybe the FBI. So they may be reporting things. But that was fast, wasn't it? I'm going over to the chat room. I can't believe you're all still here. Many of you are still here. What you got? Any questions that we can answer?
It's your hair.
It's the
and my hair. My hair
and
too.
your hair. We both have very good hair, and that does
Fabulous
help with
hair.
the live stream.
Right.
I don't know what happened to Stephanie. You guys are asking for Stephanie, but I don't know what happened to her. She's probably still working, or maybe she's commuting, and
She's combing her hair.
she could be combing her hair. She has very long hair. It goes down way past beyond her butt, if you can believe that. She has very long hair.
I feel so devalued. You're talking about your sister's butt.
Oh man. All right. Does anybody if I'm looking at your I'm trying to see if you guys have questions. You guys have gotten so far ahead of me that I can't keep up. I mean, this case, I mean, this is what I'm always interested in, is the media coverage. And if you go over to PJ Media right now, you can see the article that I wrote about this last night. I actually did the same thing. And let's look at what I wrote last night, because this is interesting. I wrote this: media working hard with Amber Heard's PR team to keep Believe Women narrative going. And this is important for them because they've all been on this bandwagon. You know, they put all their eggs into this basket. And so it has to work for them. I've started calling Amber, by the way, a Me Too activist and Magic Mike XXL actress. That's what I'm going to call her from now on. Every time I write her name in a news article, I'm going to call her the Magic Mike XXL actress. I can't monitor the porn spamming right now. You guys are just going to have to block them yourselves. I just can't do it. Because I need to read this. All right. So we know that she fired her PR firm. So I go over that. And the new PR guy, did you guys see this? So right away, he got started being in court with her. And now he's using his phone in the courtroom. I did not see him today, by the way. I wasn't really paying attention to the audience, though.
I didn't see the phone usage that you were talking
here it is. Here it is. All right.
Where?
Check.
I don't see it. Where is he using it? Where is he?
Oh, hold on. He is sitting in this row back here. Hold on. Why is that? I can't point. Or
because you're hovering over it. But you can point to where he is, and then you can take your cursor off of it, and it'll go away.
Okay, hold on. He's here, right here.
Okay. All right. So that's him.
That's him. And he's using his phone. And he didn't. This is not the one where he got caught yet. This is just him.
He's talking into his phone, right?
No, he's texting something. Watch him again. Now that you know where he is, watch him.
And did she issue an order, no phone use?
Oh, yes. And Eve Barlow, has been kicked out of the courtroom for using her phone. Now, here comes the phone out of his pocket. Shoot, why does it keep
No.
doing that?
Stop putting your cursor over the video. That's what it's doing because
Oh.
it thinks you want to rewind or fast forward.
But I'm not even touching it. It's doing that all by itself. So
Oh.
he's got it out of his pocket. He checks it, he types something, and then he puts it back in. So let me go back to the article because he got
get nailed?
Yeah,
Did
he
he get
did.
nailed?
Yeah, he did. And I guess I put the wrong video up here. I guess I should go and replace this because there was a time when 2 bailiffs came over and talked to him about the phone use. You can't hear what they're saying, but 2 bailiffs come over and talk to him. But I write in here about how I've been in behind the scenes meetings with these public relations people, and I've watched how they put articles in papers. And I'm saying here, a good PR manager has a Rolodex full of media contacts at big newspapers who they can call and coordinate a story with. Celebrities do it all the time. Most of the news you see about celebrities isn't news at all, but they are placed marketing articles for publicity. Normally, they're not harmful in any way and just serve the artist's purposes of getting more attention, but sometimes it can get very dark. So now I'm going to go over the, okay, this is what happened yesterday. Let's look at the headlines after today's outrageous testimony by the paid expert hired by Heard's team, who put on a melodramatic show accusing Depp of outlandish acts, like performing a cavity search on Heard. While this witness never actually witnessed anything, she was allowed to give her expert psychological opinion and repeat what Heard told her. The way she repeated it to the jury sounded like she was an eyewitness, and we played that for you. You've all seen that. The way Dr. Don Hughes testified allowed the media to use the quotes as witness statements and claim in headlines that these things actually happened. The truth is that none of the allegations testified to have been corroborated by any eyewitness reports, medical records, or police records. The expert was just repeating Heard's allegations. But let's take a look at what Heard's PR team has been able to do with that testimony. So I go to this tweet where I have taken photos of yesterday's headlines. So let me see if I can pull this up. I don't think you can see it, but I go into it. So this one was really interesting. This was an article in Marca, which I had to look up because I've never heard of it before. It's a Spanish outlet. It came up as the #2 Google search result, and it says, "Therapist confirms Johnny Depp kicked Amber Heard over Franco affair." You see that? But if you go into, check this out. Heard's team is doing its job spreading fake news using publications like Marca, no one has ever heard of, to spread these narratives around the world on behalf of paying clients. I tried to research this publication, but was unable to even click on the About page because the site was reloading every time I tried. According to Wikipedia, Marca is a Spanish national daily sport newspaper owned by Unidad Editorial. The newspaper focuses primarily on football. On its English version, it seems to focus mostly on sports, but also had a small entertainment section. One big indicator that the Marca article was placed by PR is that it comes up in the top 3 Google search for Amber Heard. All it takes to do that is money. The real manipulation here seems to be knowing that they don't expect anyone to read the article. It's the headlines that matter. Did they pay for that headline? Work out a deal with Marca? I would contact them to ask, but I literally cannot click on the Contact Us hyperlink. I reached out to them on Twitter instead and asked if they'd been communicating with Shane Communications on behalf of Amber Heard and will update if they reply. Newsflash, they haven't. But look at what the sentence here says. I'm going to read to you what their article, if you were to click through to the article, what it actually says. Oh, wait, shoot, wrong picture. It contradicts their headline. Here's what it says. However, she confirmed she wasn't present in the event that Amber Heard described. So how does she confirm it if she wasn't present, Sean?
She can't.
And then it says
that's just she's just gotten away with basically saying it that way.
And then it said, yeah, she's gotten away with it.
Comes along and says, that's not what that is.
The same article continues to say, not having direct eyewitnesses to all the atrocities Depp perpetrated on Heard is highly convenient. So the article that says it's confirmed is not even good for her. It's not a good article for her, but they know no one's going to click through on it. So I think they worked out some kind of deal with the editor to do this. So Facebook stream, I think, went down. It's not working.
Did it?
Yeah, I think it did.
Wow.
It looks like we are, I think it looks like, yeah, it went down. I'm not sure why.
Because it's the end of the day.
Yeah, it's the end of the day. And it's probably, there's a lot of traffic. So it looks like we are with our YouTube folks still. Thanks for hanging in there, guys. But yeah, we're going to call it a day. I have a whole night of not sleeping ahead of me again because we have to do
Well, at least you've got a
tomorrow.
beer there.
This is true. It's not really a mega pint though. It's just
and it's not in one of your signature glasses.
It's not. I don't know what happened to my it must be in the dishwasher.
Yeah, go with that.
Yeah.
The mega pints in the dishwasher. Isn't happy hour any hour?
That's true. It is.
Anytime? Happy hour is anytime.
All righty, you guys.
Right.
So I think we'll call it quits here. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me today, Sean. Hopefully you can come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. I filed a notice of appeal.
All right. I know you're busy. Thank you so much for being here.
It was fun. All right.
Yeah, it always
Talk to you
is.
soon.
Okay,
Bye,
bye-bye. So, all right, everybody, don't forget to check out the merch store. And we will be here again tomorrow. Make sure you go and subscribe to Diego Knows, because that was awesome of him to show up here today. I just asked him to show up and he did. And I thought that was really super fun. And I hope he comes again tomorrow, because I wanted to spend more time talking to him about his thoughts on this and also about some of Johnny Depp's movies. He's a perfect person to talk to about that. Check out Diego Knows on YouTube. I'm going to put his YouTube link in the description of this once I close it all up. And go enjoy your mega pints and come back here in the morning. I will be live streaming at 9:30 a.m. We'll do a half hour of pre-show before the 10 o'clock trial kicks off. And we will see the rest of Amber Heard's testimony tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Have a great night.